There we go. Let's not be muted today. What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. For me, it's earlier. It is October 17th, a Thursday, 2024. This is NCC TV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We're live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere, don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell. In this late stage, hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat, I am so sorry for taking so long to get to stream. It's early for me. I had to make my stir fry. I had to get my tea. I was about to say void coffee, but I've already polished off the void coffee for today. We gotta get some tea going. And sadly, I've run out of ginger. Wait, do I have, ooh, I do have a slice of lemon left, but it's like been sitting around. I don't know. Anybody want to tell me about the shelf life of a lemon? Is this something that I can, safely squeeze? My hair is wavy today. Yeah, everything's messed up. I'm sorry. Super wavy and just, I mean, that's how it naturally is. Actually, my hair is like naturally wavy. I usually straighten it out because I got a lot of frizzies otherwise. I can also, that's the thing with wavy hair. You're kind of like at a crossroads, right? And on one side of the crossroads is straightening your hair, which I've done, especially, back in, the 2010s when, that kind of thing was really, really happening. I've also had my hair in curls, but curls, oh my god, chat, you don't even know. If you think that wavy hair is hard to deal with, just try curls. Curls are like their whole thing. You literally cannot use one of these if you got curls. You're just supposed to scrunch, 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 scrunch. And you get the cream, you get the scrunch cream. You scrunch your hair up with the cream, and theoretically, you can beat the frizzies that way. Although, I don't know, with me, I just always, wait, the acid content prevents bacteria from growing unless it's moldy. Is that true? As long as it isn't dried out, lemon is fine. It looks like a chia pet. What, my hair? What kind of tea? We've got, well, I mean, it looks like coffee, actually. Doesn't that look like coffee? It's because I'm drinking it out of my coffee cup. Like, it had coffee in it just a second ago. But this is green tea. This is, like, my favorite kind of tea. Although I really like white tea. White tea's kind of a deep cut, though. I don't know if, I feel like a lot of people don't know about white tea. Green tea's got more caffeine, and caffeine is what I need. But yeah, we're ready to go. We're going to be talking about Ethan Klein for a lot of today. Probably going to do some kind of Trump tent. I don't know, chat. There's so much Ethan Klein shit. Ethan made my job so difficult. Thanks a lot, Ethan. So I'm like tempted to just spend my whole day talking about Puer. Puer is really cool, but I don't understand. White tea rocks? Nice. There's other white tea fans in the audience. It's subtle, you know what I mean? If you like white tea, it's all about the taste. It's like this not effervescent. What's the right word for it? It's sublime. There we go. White tea is sublime. Speaking of sublime, let me see if I can get... Wait, HR3T? What is that? I almost thought you said H3T. I mean, we are doing. Did she talk about Ethan Klein? She did not. She did not. She has not talked about Ethan Klein yet. She is late. She is in trouble. Chat is mad. Chat will punish me, I'm sure, in their own way. The acidity of the lemon will keep it from molding for days. We used to leave 2 or 3 while drinking Corona in the summer. No comment, Korean chick. I don't have a choice but to try curls. Have you seen the special curly hairbrush that's going viral? It sounds like you're advertising to me, but you may just be just be like telling me about a product that I very much need. It has ridges on the side to separate the curls and define them better. Silver needle, white peony. Yeah, those are 2 types. Silver needle's pretty expensive. It's like Rooibos is good too. Yeah, I love that. Vanguard interviewing Sam Cedar. I saw that. That was really cool. That was really cool to see. And they know enough about like cinema, right, to be able to have that conversation. Because before Sam was a political pundit, he was in the movies. No, he was. I kind of think of Sam as like almost like a Richard Linklater, but not for, you know, Richard Linklater's got Austin, Sam's got what, Boston? Boston? Oh my god, chat, it's Kismet. It's Kismet. Oh my god, we need a sound for that. For when it's Kismet, right? Does chat know about Kismet? Speaking of Sublime, I think I was trying to be like, it's Kismet! Wow. It's Kismet! Kismet's my favorite Pokemon. What about you? Yeah, H3T indeed. That's what we got. Sencha. Ooh, not matcha? Sencha's kind of good too. It's very... Is Sencha the one that's like smoky? Matcha. I love matcha. Have I tried lemongrass tea? That stuff's pretty good too. But when you say lemongrass tea, are you talking about like herbal tea made of lemongrass? Hugo the health inspector. Yeah, you know, I always say this. I hope chat's not bored of this story yet, but Hugo the health inspector, Sam's character on Bob's Burgers, was going to play a much larger role in the show. Because when the show was first written, the idea was they are cannibals. They're next to a morgue and they are putting human meat in the burgers. And there's one person that's suspicious. It's a health inspector, right? And the idea was that Sam's character, Hugo the health inspector, is always like, I think I've got them. I think I've got all the proof I need to expose Bob's Burgers as being, you know, as serving human meat. And that like by the end of the show, something would happen where Hugo would lose his proof, or, you know, they'd slip through. They'd weasel their way out of being exposed as cannibals, and they'd go on, right? It was a very dark Bob's Burgers, but if you've watched early Bob's Burgers, you know that show was pretty dark. I think it's gone in sort of, has it gone in sort of a matcha ice cream? Yo, I love matcha ice cream. I also love matcha. Oh my god, what is that stuff called? It's got ice cream in the middle and it's got rice covering it. Why can't I remember it? It's like my favorite thing. Chat, help me out. Help me out, chat. Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff is cool. Psyduck. I love Psyduck. He uses his powers. He was an actor. Wait, Sam was on Spin City? Really? That's a actual like network show, right? What's up, Sisyphean? Mochi, thank you. That's why I couldn't think of it. It's Mochi. Yeah, Shakespeare's got it. Sasha G's got it. Narwhal by Nature's got it. Sasha G's got it again. Ice cream mochi, yes. I couldn't remember it because it's too close to matcha. And I was like, it's a machi? It's mochi? I was like, wait, is that right? It didn't feel right. He was a guest on Spin City. So that's like young Sam Cedar. Oh, I want to find that. I want to find that. I want to take a look at that. What if I type in Sam Cedar Spin City? Wait, now Spin City, was that like about politics? Because right, spin. Wait, there's Sam in Sex and the City. I want to find him in Spin City, though. Is that him? Is this actually young Sam Cedar here? Chat, check this out. Is that really him? Is that Sam? He reminds me of, oh my god, what's the dude's name from, oh god. There was somebody that was in all those sex comedies in the 2000s that he kind of looks like. I can't remember his name though. That's Sam Cedar. Damn. Damn. Sam was the bad sign language guy? Oh. When you said bad sign language, I thought you were saying he's cursing in sign language. He chooses steak, but what? I think it's, it was like politics mixed with Mad TV. Really? So it was like a funny show. Spin City was about a newspaper, right? It's traditional for Japanese tea to have some mochi. Oh, wait, to have some matcha, you mean? On the side? Yeah, because wait. Sashiji, I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about, right? Mochi is like you take rice flour and you like pound it. You pound, and you make this delicious, like the mouthfeel of mochi. Mochi's all about mouthfeel. I mean, it's a good taste too, but it's like all about mouthfeel. Like it's chewy, it's soft, it's so good, right? Did I make it before the main title content? Yes. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Sam had a whole date with somebody? Wait, what? Mochi is technically just rice, rice, it's rice, flour pounded into like a gelatinous goo, and then you wrap it around, I don't even know, how do you wrap it around ice cream? Sam was on Sex and the City too. Joe Rogan had... Oh, News Radio. Yeah, Joe Rogan was on News Radio. Apparently, he chews his steak but doesn't swallow it. Oh, well, that sounds dangerous. Wait, how does that work? What are we talking about? Oh my god, it's so hard to explain. Mochi? You take the dough to Pound Town and then you get mochi out of it? Yeah. I ordered some taro boba mochi. Ooh, wow. In September from Amazon, and it's still waiting. Yo, anytime you try to order something that's like Japanese in origin, from Amazon, it takes forever. I got a tea grinder, right? You know, so the way that you make matcha. Okay, so what are we talking about? We're talking about matcha, which is green tea that's been ground, usually via stone. There's like these stone grinders, right? And you take tea and you grind it into matcha. But if you're like just a regular person and not somebody that's living in a tea factory, you can instead get this little device. Let me see if I've still got it. I bet it's like right over here. Oh, I see it. I see it. Part of it, but this is the basic unit, right? And there's a crank that goes on here, like you put it on top of here and you crank it, and then you put your tea, you put your tea in here, and then you close it and you crank, and it comes out the other end as this like powder, right? And you can make your own matcha. Now this doesn't look like matcha. Matcha is supposed to be emerald green. That's probably because I don't use the right tea. I think this is like white tea or something, because I was making white matcha. But yeah, I ordered this thing a long time ago. I think it was off of Amazon, and it came from Japan, and it took, I don't know, 3 months to get there. Mark Cuban joins Kamala. No, god damn it. That is a bad sign, chat. Lena Khan, our thoughts and prayers go out to you. Yeah, if Kamala is campaigning with Mark Cuban, that's a very bad sign for Lena Khan. Mochi is so much better without ice cream. What do you eat it with? Like, what does mochi... Sorry. What does mochi go with besides ice cream? I've never had mochi other than with ice cream. Teaching us about pounding and cranking today on stream. Empanada shit all over Ethan Klein. I'm not surprised. Yeah. Wait, mine rusted? It looks like chocolate? Matcha, matcha man. I want to be a matcha man. Oh? It's just a twist to the right. Wait, is that a Rocky Horror Picture Show reference? Deviled eggs with mochi? You should just eat it by itself? Really? Ooh, red bean paste. Yes. Yes, that sounds good. I like red bean paste. Red bean pasta? No, yeah. I like mochi either way, says Chris Perez. Mochi is usually just flavored and eaten on its own, like candy or cake or something. Ah. Okay. Okay. So I'm guessing, yeah, matcha's a flavor for mochi. Could you make like a red pepper mochi? Red bean is too sweet for me, says Sasha G. Is the red bean naturally sweet, or do they add sugar to it, maybe? Mochi is smashed rice. Rice smashed till it makes a soft gummy texture. Yeah, yeah. Ube mochi? Wait, is ube the sweet potato? Mark Cuban and the Rocky Horror Picture Show, no! There's plain mochi you can use in soups. Ooh, wow. That could be good. Plain mochi is boring to me. I like it with ice cream or yogurt. Frozen yogurt, hell yeah. Wait, Havla? Wait, I should know what that is. That sounds familiar. Wait a minute, I know I've had this before. Wait, is Havla made of garbanzo? So, oh, sesame. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like I'm sure I've had this before, and I think I like it. So I'm trying to make sure that I catch all of the stories. There was stuff that I wanted to cover yesterday, and we just ran out of time. But it looks like I covered all of the... Okay, what is it? We got some TYT content. TYT, Jink gets trolled. What do you think, chat? Should we do a blast-off tweet today? Davy Cliff says, Mr. Beast made a pretty good billboard. I feel like I saw that. Where did I see that? Oh, wait, yeah, I feel like Hasan talked about this, right? Sasha G says, I think, I'm assuming you're talking about Havla can have saffron, pistachio, or rosewater. All this talk of sweets makes me want to go rush into Whole Foods and buy cheesecake with pumpkin brownies. Is it made from tahini? Refried beans on pizza. Oh, I agree with you, Simone. My favorite pizza. And like my local Pizza Hut used to make this, right? I feel like Pizza Hut has really fallen off, right? But Pizza Hut, believe it or not, used to be good. And they had all different kinds of pizzas. And one of the types of pizzas they had was like a refried bean instead of tomato sauce. And then it would have chips, right? It would have little crumbled up tortilla chips on it. Lettuce, tomatoes, jalapenos, cheese, right? It was basically like a taco, like a nacho pizza. Is it kind of like rice pudding? I mean, it's more chewy, I think. Old people choke on mochi? That sounds dangerous. I miss when internet comment etiquette would used to troll Ted Cruz on Twitter. Internet comment etiquette is like one of the best posters ever. Beans on pizza. Is that anathema? It's a different kind of pizza. They had like a barbecue chicken pizza. And instead of tomato sauce, it had barbecue sauce. And then chicken. Yeah. Barbecue chicken pizza. They still have that. Sounds like a pizza I would dream about while passed out drunk. Oh my god, chat. My tea still looks like coffee. Oh my god, I've got people on my community post asking me what was the falling out between Hasan and Ethan about. What do you think, chat? Is the best answer for that question to just talk about October 7th? Or is it a more complete answer to go back to their debate about capitalism? The fact that Ethan was like, well, I think I am a democratic socialist, but I want to make sure that I can control my company. Like he's like talking about, like, I don't know, like Ethan's problem is that he rides fences. He's got like one leg on one side of the fence and one leg on the other side. And he ends up just nutting himself over and over again. Is that a good explanation of Ethan Klein? I am trying to make sure, chat, that I do not miss any of the important news I feel like there's a news story that I'm like not thinking of, right? Block is changing soon. Twitter.com. If your posts are set to public, accounts you have blocked will be able to view them. Wonderful. I can get harassed all over again. Chat, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Right? I get to deal with the harassment all over again. Everybody can. Wow. Thank you, Elon. Thank you, Elon. Okay, so I guess we should probably do a blast off post. Wait, Blue Sky is trending. Yeah, so anytime that Elon starts to ruin Twitter to a certain degree, things like Threads and Blue Sky tend to trend on people talking about moving over to those. Am I missing something? Because I feel like there's more. I mean, look, chat, I'm totally fine going straight into the Ethan Klein Hasan content. All right, there's a ton to react to with that. But I keep on thinking that there is, oh, well, I keep on thinking there's more, there's some new stuff. Because the worst thing about covering drama is that you get ass deep in it so quickly, and you lose track of what's happening in the real world. So wait, there was like a Trump interview with Bret Baier, a Kamala interview with Bret Baier. Chet Hanks is back on Adam Friedland. But the thing about Chet Hanks being back on Adam Friedland is it doesn't really count unless Adam Friedland's got another, was going to do a rap battle, right? You can't bring on... Oh my god, this is so depressing. This is so fucking depressing. Like, I swear to God, the Kamala campaign people, they're ruining her campaign. It started off with so much hope, so many positive vibes, and it's just getting worse and worse. No, I'm like really tempted to go right into the Ethan Klein stuff. Trump is continuing to cancel appearances. People are talking about his health. People are talking about his cognitive decline. I'm just trying to make sure that there's nothing that I... Here, let me look through... I just need to look through my playlist really quickly and make sure that there's nothing on here. Yeah, we covered the Rufus Wainwright thing. We covered the weird Google interaction. Yeah, chat, I strongly am thinking that we're going to go straight into the Ethan Klein content today, if that's all right with you. There's a lot to react to. Ethan, if you don't know, Ethan Klein has been poking and prodding mostly Hasan's community, right? Because he knows that he can't get Hasan to react by just talking shit about Hasan. So instead what Ethan Klein does is he attacks Hasan's mods, he attacks Hasan's community members, right? He puts people on blast who are like way smaller accounts than him in order to try to bait Hasan into engaging with him, because he knows that Hasan doesn't want to. People are asking, why did Hasan and Ethan break up as the leftovers, right? So yeah, there was a argument about, or a discussion about communism, a discussion about socialism, right? Where Ethan was like, "Oh, I think I'm a social democrat. I'm a socialist, right?" And Hasan's like, "Yeah, that's not really what tries to explain socialism to him." And Ethan is just completely lost in that discussion. So that was kind of dicey, right? But the real dicey discussion started on October 7th, on or after October 7th, when they start to talk about that. And Ethan just got really defensive about, well, I don't like people talking about Palestine when it's Israel that's been attacked. Like, why are we worried about Palestinians, right? I think we all know the answer to that. Why were we all worried about Palestinians? Because anybody who's paying any degree of attention and understands how this conflict works knows that this is going to get used as a pretext to disproportionately cut the grass, as they say in Israel, which means reduce the population in Gaza. And so, that discussion went off the rails, but they didn't end it yet. They had a few more, conversations, and it just got worse and worse. And Ethan got more and more defensive. And the net effect of this was to drive a portion of Ethan Klein's community away from him, right? There are recent fans of the H3 show, people that were into Ethan after he stopped being, you know, sort of the edgelord that he was. Yeah, we're gonna go right into the Ethan Klein stuff, I'm pretty sure. I don't see what else. I don't think we have any other choice. We gotta dive face first into drama. Chat, are you ready for that? Are you ready to drive face first into drama? His decline. I'm worried about Mr. Harvard flipping the camera upside down because the sign was backward. Oh my god. Have I missed what chat? Oh no. Oh no, my... Come on, refresh chat. Sorry, chat. Some of my tech is like not wanting to work. There we go. Worried about Mr. Harvard flipping the camera upside down because the sign was backwards on cam? Chet Hans still speaking like he's Jamaican, probably. Yeah, that's kind of what it boils down to, Will, Florida. You dig this music. I mean, it's good music for waiting for the stream to get started. But we're gonna start. We're gonna start. Internet needs to decentralize. Mastodon. If somebody could explain to me how to use Mastodon, I'd be all about it. Honestly, that's been my problem. Is that, like, I was down to get on Blue Sky. I was down to get on Threads. I was down to get on Mastodon. I couldn't even figure out how to get on Mastodon. I had to wait to get on Blue Sky. Am I saying this right? Blue Sky? It took me forever to get a invite code for Blue Sky, right? And while I was waiting, like a whole nother hierarchy sort of imposed itself on Blue Sky, which has a lot to do with like kind of Keffel's Mean Girl cult, right? Not Keffel's herself, but a lot of those the people that would have been in Keffel's group chats. They got a hold of Blue Sky, and I don't know. Also, you know, it's hard to get started. Also, the time Hasan interviewed the Yamani kid, yes, and that's a big part of what Ethan Klein is talking about today, right? That's what he's been talking about on his Instagram. He's basically trying to cancel our Timothy Chalamet, but it's weird to call him Timothy Chalamet because the dude's not actually a Houthi. He's more of a Weeaboothi, right? He's not a Houthi, he's a Straw Hat Pirate. People keep on misunderstanding. Yeah, we'll take a look at the Mr. Beast Billboard thing as well. Obsessive Audio says Kamala was great on Fox despite Brett's efforts to derail it. Yes and no, Obsessive Audio. Yes and no. Kamala is embracing the dark side a little too much, I gotta say. Kamala's going a little too far to the right. Can't stand Ethan Klein. I never could. I never thought he was funny either. I love it when it turns out I was right all along. You were. Chris Perez was right. Chris Perez, consider yourself vindicated. Universe was created on October 7th, 2023. Nothing happened before. True. Some of Ethan's debates. Yeah. Some of Ethan's debates are pretty entertaining. I'm trying to remember which ones. Oh, he kicked Fresh and Fit. Yeah, Fresh and Fit. He actually did. Actually, Chet adopted a new accent. What is Chet's new accent? I'll have to see on that. Oh God, yeah. This is part of Ethan's argument, right? Ethan sees a picture of Hasan's guest with an AK-47. And assumes that the only explanation for this is that he got it from his affiliation with the Houthis. It's like a huge misunderstanding of what Ansar Allah even is. This is the problem. Like, so much of Ethan's like toxicity and you know, it's like informed by his ignorance, or maybe like not informed. JD Vance saw a campaign sign, saw that the campaign signs were backwards in his webcam and tried to flip the camera upside down. Wait, where is this? Ethan Klein versus Steven Crowder. Yeah, that was, well, that didn't end up being an Ethan Klein debate, did it? But that was a pretty good op that he and Sam did. And that's what Hasan is trying to, right? So my feeling is that Hasan does not want to engage Ethan Klein. Like, Ethan Klein wants to have it out. Ethan Klein wants to have a frenemies, and he wants to kind of use it to garner an audience of all the people that have written him off, all those fallen fans that think that Ethan is too woke now, right? He can get them back by starting a fight with Hasan. That's what Ethan seems to be doing right now. Hasan has no interest in that. And it is trying to sort of direct Ethan towards, you know, if you want to have a discussion with somebody who represents, you know, Hasan's viewpoint, or who's close to Hasan's viewpoint, why don't you try Sam Cedar? Why don't you see how that goes? You want to have a debate with Sam Cedar, Ethan? Good luck. Good luck. Good luck debating Sam Cedar. That will not go well for you, Ethan. Yeah, there's nothing to do other than just to dive right into it. I will cover some other things today, chat, but I'm going to have to do them either intermittently, or I'm going to have to do them maybe even after I cover all the Ethan stuff. So yeah, we're about ready to get going here. Oh gosh, what I'm remiss. I am remiss. What do we have for bonus content today? I told you I was going to replace one of these things, didn't I? Am I? Cedar in the city, indeed. Wait, is there anything that I'm... Let me just take a quick spin through my stream suggestions here. So if you don't know, I have a Discord, and you can join that Discord. And furthermore, you can suggest topics for stream to me in a channel called Stream Suggestions. That is the channel that I'm looking through right now, because I want to make sure that I'm giving you the best bonus content that I possibly can. But yeah, I do look at this stuff. Wait, what is this about the Scentbird? Scentbird CEO said what about Hitler? What is this? Chat, do you know Scentbird? It's like a it's a company that sponsors a lot of YouTubers and streamers. But apparently the Scentbird CEO is not okay. Yeah, and surprise, surprise, I got a recommendation for the video that we're just about to watch here. I just want to make sure that I've got the best stuff on stream suggestions for you to choose from.
first nuclear bomb was...
No, it's What If Alt Hist. Yeah, there's no new What If Alt Hist videos. Oh my god, so many stream suggestions. Okay. Is this the one? Yeah, do you know about Donald Trump grabbing a Fox News host? They're calling Trump... Oh, God. Oh, God. Trump is on the PBD podcast? How? God damn. All of these 1 hour podcast appearances from Trump. How the fuck are there so... Is there so much on my stream suggestions? Oh, my God. Stream Discord people, you've been working overtime. It is not easy to there we go. Okay. How do I even say this? I'm trying to add something to my... Okay, okay, Trump gets grabby. Wait, how do I say this? Trump gets grabby with Fox News hostess. There we go. Trump gets grabby. That's probably too many letters, but I'll figure it out. We'll do it live, chat. We'll do it live. Oh, what's it up? Just a second. I gotta take, care of something here. And nice. All right, so yeah, there we go. So let's get started here today. Like I said, we're gonna start off with Ethan Klein. If it gets boring, if it drags on, we've got other stuff that we can take a look at. We've got bonus content today. I have not added. Let me take a look at okay, so we're at 7%. 7% now, chat. I gotta be honest with you. We are on a losing streak, right? And that's fucking rare. That's fucking rare for this chat to lose. Is it 2 times or is it 3 times in a row on bonus content, right? it's been the kind of thing. It's not been a blowout. It's not like you know, I'm not getting any support at all. It's more like that we get close to the bonus goal, but we don't quite make it. We like peter out towards the end. Let me let you know that if we hit any of this bonus content, I will actually make a beeline, right? So in other words, if we hit 100% early on, I'll go ahead and do the bonus content kind of like in the middle of the stream, right? So you're not going to have to wait till the very end, because I know that's a concern for some people. If you donate, and especially if you donate and say, I want to see this content or I want to see that content, and then the stream goes on and on and on, and you got to go to bed, right? I don't want to leave you in that sort of situation. So if we hit the bonus goal, if we hit 100%, you know, even in the middle of the Ethan thing, I will take some time out. I will cover that bonus content, whatever gets selected, and we'll get to see that early. So that's an incentive for you, for people to front load donations, because when you donate, not only do you drive our dono goal forward, get us closer to that vaunted 100%, but you also get to name which of these topics that we're going to cover. And let me read you off what we got for today as I make the poll. Start poll. We've got bonus content, bonus content. We have AOC versus Biederman. I don't even know what this is about, but it sounds juicy. We got Hasanabi on Pod Save America. That is actually a good interaction, right? I was kind of surprised by how interesting that ended up being. And we have got Crisis in Masculinity. Did you know that masculinity was in crisis? Well, it is. And AndyPants Gaming, fucking cringe anti-SJW streamer deluxe, will guide us through what exactly is the crisis in masculinity. Oh my god, I gotta cut that down. All right, what do we have here? Need to get rid of 2 characters. And we also have Trump gets grabby. He gets grabby with a Fox News hostess. And I need to eliminate 1 character from this. Am I really going to have to take an S off of hostess? Yeah, I am. All right, there we go. This is your bonus content for the day. Shakespeare cheering 200 bits on twitch.tv towards the crisis in masculinity, right? So look at that. Do you see how this works? Dono goal goes to 9%. Crisis in masculinity goes to 2%. I've got the poll up right now. It looks like most people want to see AOC versus Biederman. What happens is that I add the donos to the topics, right? So when you donate, you can tell me, just like Shakespeare did, which of these topics you want to see as bonus content, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping it achieve dominance in the poll. If we hit 100%, then whatever is dominating, right? And it's a combination of the votes. So go ahead and make your votes. Go ahead and like the stream, because that helps me out a lot. Simon Pierre Dubé says AOC versus Biederman. So look at that. Look at that. Dono goal goes up to 11% magically, and AOC versus Biederman gets 2%. Shakespeare is the one who's secretly funding the crisis of masculinity. That is correct, Daymel. Thank you, Simon Pierre. Thank you, Shakespeare. Thank you all for supporting the stream. So that's how we're going. We're at 11% right now. And yeah, looks like AOC and Biederman is winning so far. No votes for Hasanabi on Pod Save America, but it's early. Looks like Crisis of Masculinity is strong today. It was actually really weak yesterday, despite the fact that a lot of donations were going towards it, but we'll see what happens. I'll add up the donos along with the I'll add up the donos along with the poll and see what ends up winning. We're at 13%, and if we hit 100%, like I said, when we hit 100%, I'll use that as a time to go to the bonus content, right? So you won't have to wait around for the bonus content. If we front load the donations and hit that early, then you'll get the content early. And those of you who always miss the bonus content because you don't stay up late enough, you won't have to worry about that. Hopefully you won't have to worry about anything today because it's I'm starting way early. So let's get started with H3. There he is. There's Ethan. Wearing his Teddy Fresh. He's got Bo Blacks there by his side, despite the fact that Bo Blacks is permanently canceled. And notice his hair, right? Ethan's doing something new with his hair. It looks like, I can't tell, is that gel? Does he have gel in his hair? He also has like a headband, right? You know, like one of those headbands that kind of like pulls it back, but it's like backing up. You know what I'm talking about? It's like one of those headbands with like teeth. So yeah, we're going to take a look and see what Ethan's got for us today. He's mad. He's big mad. He's mad at Hasanabi. All I need.
Hello, everybody. This is Ethan Klein, host of the H3 show.
No rhythm divine for you today, Ethan.
Wednesday, October 16th. And, obviously...
Does he look like he's about to keel over dead? Thomas Jerome, thank you for the super chat. And Sasha G, thank you for getting Chris Perez a membership. Can someone get Ethan? You don't like his hair? I think his hair looks fine. I mean, like, I don't have a problem with his hair. What's more masculine than guy liner? I mean, guy liner may be underrated. Wait, how do I make this work? That and like that. No. Like that. No. That. Teddy Fresh is so bad. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I gotta give Keffel some credit. Remember Keffel's bringing up Teddy Fresh and their production issues? I think that deserves a little bit more looking into. I'm not sure, right? Because, like, on one hand, you got clothing, almost all the clothing that you're going to wear is going to have, you know, some problematic origins. Probably your computer, probably your cell phone is made in a problematic way. Vosh has brought this up as well, but I mean, obviously it doesn't, like, Vosh was bringing it up in order to excuse his interest in Loli. So not exactly a great argument. But yeah, Keffel's tried to bring up a similar argument about Teddy Fresh. I feel like I've heard a few more things about Teddy Fresh since the Keffel's drama that might warrant another look. Okay, so we're up to, what are we up to? We're up to 17% now. I wish it had been done by someone other than Keffels. I don't think it's his Tourette's, Dwight Langston. I think that what Ethan's dealing with is maybe a cold. Sasha G says, to crisis in masculinity. Yes, indeed. So that crisis in masculinity is gaining some clout here. Look at that, up to 7%. So 7% extra. Whatever crisis of masculinity is getting in the polls, consider it having an extra 7%. And consider AOC versus Fetterman having another 2%. Oh my God, Chad, it's very close. It's very close. make sure that that you know that when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content, and I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is. Making out with your comrades in front of police? Wait, where did that come from? I mean, you might make the cops jealous. I don't know. Oh, Soul Life, you started your day at 2 a.m. today? I hope you feel, that's rough. That's an early day. That's a very, very early day. But yeah, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content, and I will add it to the topic of your choice. That is whether it's a super chat, super sticker, if you're getting a membership for yourself, gifting a membership to somebody else, you're signing up for Discord, if you're donating to buy Throne, or if you're over on Twitch, getting out of that ad break, getting yourself out of that ad break for free with a Twitch Prime sub, or with $6 if you don't have a Prime, or gifting subs to other people, right? You have the right to let me know which of these topics you want to see, and I will add your donation to the topic of your choice. It'll drive the sub goal forward, and it will make it more likely that the thing that you want to see gets chosen today. And like I said, if we hit 100% early, I'll take a little break from Ethan, because there's a lot of Ethan content. Let me just let you know right now. I hope you're ready for this, right? Having something like bonus content to break it up with would actually be a blessing today. Sometimes it's a distraction. Today it's a blessing. So, but yeah, thank you, Thomas Jerome, for your super chat. Wait, did it come up? There it is.
The title. Okay, so here's what's happening today. I'm gonna wait to set it up. The title is correct. Oh, and also we have a sponsor. Thank you to stamps.com.
So the weird thing about this is that sometimes H3 will have a title which is clickbait. Sometimes H3 will have a title which is a joke. And in another situation, you know, this might be a joke. I think some people might have even been suspecting that this wasn't serious, that this was a... There's two Bobies. There's two Bobies. I'm seeing another Bobie behind Ethan.
Love.
Who is on first?
Stamps.com is on first.
That the front fell off.
Woo. Hey, Zach, do me a favor. When you play Who's on First, also play right next to it, Exploding Milk Porn, and you tell me that's a different person.
Okay, so I want you to take a look around at the other people in the office today, right? We saw Dan.
The title. Okay, so here's what's happening today. I'm gonna wait to set it up. The title is correct. Oh, and also we have a sponsor. Thank you to Stamps.com, who I love.
Who is on first?
Stamps.com is on first.
That the front fell off.
Woo. That's Dan, right? If you watched Ethan's discussion of socialism, I think that he might have even talked to Dan before he talked to Hasan, right? Dan is very much, you know, along the same lines of ideology as Hasan, from what I can tell. And, you know, maybe on the Israel-Palestine issue as well. I don't know for sure, right? Because ever since October 7th, you know, it's hard to know what any of the crew's opinion about this is, because you're working for Ethan Klein. And if you say anything that makes Ethan Klein look bad, or looks like you disagree with him, or you're judgmental of his, you know, of his viewpoint, you know, that's going to be a bad thing. That's going to be a bad situation. So that's Dan. We kind of wonder where Dan comes down in all this, right? Dan seemed to be pretty close to in line to Hasan's viewpoint. So, you know, I'm guessing that this is going to be awkward.
Hey, Zach, do me a favor. When you play Who's on First, also play right next to it, Exploding Milk Porn, and you tell me that's a different person.
The Who's on First or the front fell off?
Front fell off.
Oh, the front fell off.
That the front fell off.
And now play Exploding Milk Porn.
It's exploding milk porn.
I hear it. I hear it.
I don't know
It's
why.
there. Fascinating. I don't know what it means, but
All right, so obviously I'm about to have a really uncomfortable conversation about Hasan. I'm going to set it all up. what we're planning to do here today is that we have also a very nice Mudang segment with a field trip to the San Diego Zoo to visit their pygmy hippo swag.
A Kobe.
A Kobe?
Do you still don't know? You
A
still don't
Kobe?
understand? A Kobe.
Of course I know his name. A Kobe? Yeah. Kobe.
Copycat. Exactly. See, it's great.
And we say, well, listen, Thailand is awesome and, you know, great. They have nice beaches, whatever, but they're not the only ones with pygmy hippos. We have one right.
So, chat, you might ask, why am I watching the intro, given that the Hasan topic starts at 36 minutes, right? We're not going to watch the whole thing, but I want you to take note of this intro. I want you to get a vibe check for the room, because I am suspecting that some of Ethan's employees may be uncomfortable with getting dragged into this topic in the way that in the way that he's doing, much like the employees of TYT were uncomfortable, right? You know, you had Anna Kasparian going on a sort of far-right grift safari, and you know, in a transphobic way, and you had, you know, they would always fall back on, well, TYT has trans creators. Yeah, you don't let Benny on the main show, but you do, you know, like, right? And Benny was getting used as a fig leaf, right? Benny was getting used to say that, like, well, we can't be that transphobic because we have a trans employee, until it just got so uncomfortable that she had to quit, right? So I am predicting a similar dynamic. Now, I don't know to what extent, I don't know which of the staff, and remember, right, these people are working in content creation, but with a job. They are employees. Unlike me, you know, they get benefits, they get healthcare. They're ostensibly going to be fairly well taken care of, right? And so it's not as easy as it might seem if you disagree massively with the direction of the host, with the direction of the show, to just call it quits, right? So let's try not to make too many assumptions about the H3 staff, because I have a feeling that some of them are, and in fact, you're going to see at least one kind of divergent opinion from one staff member in this. But I suspect it may be more than just one. All right, we'll see if we can gauge that.
Right here in SoCal, that's just as cute. So we have a whole field trip presentation.
Where did I put my?
I don't want to sour the fun there. What I want to do is enjoy that, and then we'll thank our sponsor, and then I'm gonna get right into this Hasan thing. I'm gonna be factual. I'm gonna be straightforward. It's not personal. I'm gonna be, in my opinion, fair as I can be. I'm just gonna say what I got to say, and then I'm gonna move past it. Hopefully, it won't be that long, but that's what it is. So with all that being said, my friends, let's start today off with a delightful trip to the San Diego Zoo.
There is a 50-pound king penguin chick.
I love that.
It's Mudang.
That's fucked up.
We're actually talking about pesto right now. I didn't call for Mudang time. Okay.
I'm kind of calling for Mudang time.
That means it's Mudang time. He's moving the green screen away.
Is Dan mad? I can't tell.
He's putting it behind Olivia. Dan is over Mudang. Is that what's happening? Are you officially
Are
abdicating?
you upset about
really?
Mudang?
I'm talking about pesto right now. Here's the green screen. Take it away.
Okay, fine.
Take it away.
Okay, fine.
Take
Maybe
it away.
I will.
This is it? This is your Mudang time? I just thought it was really disrespectful how we were in the middle of talking about pesto and we're trying to make it all about Mudang.
I'm so sorry, Dan. I
It's
do
his show,
apologize.
apparently, when it comes to the reports.
No.
That's what you said.
Nah.
I've had it with this fucking Mudang. Mudang this, Mudang.
All right, now chat. We're not going to watch this, right? This is their first segment, right? This is obviously like a scripted segment where Dan pretends to be a Mudang hater, right? And there's a baby hippo in the San Diego Zoo named Akobe that Dan decides to try to hype up to try to like raise Akobe's status to like a similar level of Mudang as a way of diminishing the spotlight on Mudang. And so what I want you to watch for, or like, we're not going to watch all of this. I'm just going to like basically explain this to you. I think, like, it seems to me, and I could, maybe I'm just completely reading more subtext than actually exists here. I feel like this Mudang thing is like an analogy for the situation with Ethan. I don't know. I could be completely off base. I mean, I don't know. Make fun of me if you want to. All right. But I kind of think that oh my God, did I say analogy? There's like another word. Allegory. It's an allegory. I think we're dealing with an allegory here. Right? I think that Mudang is Hasan. I think that Dan is Ethan. I think that the cast and crew were assigned with like writing a little bit to start the show with, so they don't go straight into the, you know, toxic drama right away, and that this is an allegory of the feelings of the staff with what's going on, right? I don't know. I could be completely off base here, right? So yeah, there's Dan getting mad at Okobi, or getting mad at Mudang.
She doesn't even respect traffic. This little hippo is stepping on my shit. I've had it with Mudang. I've had it. I have an idea. Mudang, your days are numbered. Yes. I got you. I got you. You little shit.
So I got the text from Dan, meet here. He said urgent. He used the siren emoji. He said Mudang is in town. I got the merch. We're looking good. We got the merch. We love Mudang.
Okay, so basically here's the setup, all right? Dan has lied to the rest of the staff, has said that Mudang is in town. They're going to go see Mudang at the San Diego Zoo. They're super psyched, super excited to see Mudang. They've got their Mudang shirts. They're ready to fucking go, right? Dan arrives. He says, oh, I'm sorry, did I say Mudang? No, it's not about Mudang. It's about San Diego's very own pygmy hippie, Okobi. And they're not as excited, because Okobi's not a star, Okobi's not special, right? Everyone wants to see Mudang. But since Dan is their boss, he's like, all right, well, so here's the deal. I am your boss, and you are either going to do this, or you are going to no longer work for me, right? You're going to get fired, right? This is where I'm seeing the Ethan Klein allegory. I don't know if I'm completely off base here. I'm not like 100% invested in this. I just think it's a little, it seems a little coincidental, right? So they go through the zoo. They get face painted. Oh wait, is that that's the I Like Turtles, right? Kind of looks like the I Like Turtles kid. San Diego Zoo, by the way, is where Me at the Zoo took place, the first YouTube video ever, and also I think where the I Love Turtles bit happened as well. So yeah, we go through here, we got our faces painted. They look for the hippo, and they run into like hippos, but not the let's show you this.
The next 20 minutes.
Yeah, if I could go home after this.
Okay, 20 minutes. Give me 20 minutes. Let's go. There it is. There it is.
Where?
In the water.
Wait, that's a Kobe?
That's a Kobe.
It's not a baby.
It's not a cute little baby pushy.
The baby is 4 years old. Yeah, the baby's name is a Mashley.
Oh, it's not even.
Yeah.
Wait, where's the Kobe?
We don't have a Kobe. We have an Okapi.
A Kobe.
Okapi is the animal behind the giraffe.
All right, so at first it seems like there is no Okobi, or maybe Okobi like grew up into like a not such a baby pygmy hippo, but then they actually do find Okobi, and there we go. That's Okobi. They end up humoring Dan and saying we really like the hippo, and then they find like Okobi for real. I don't know, chat. I may be reading way too much into this, but I low-key think this is an allegory. Feel free to roast me in chat though if you disagree, because I could be completely off. Oh, Love's there too. So it's like the whole crew is there, you know, during this Hasan segment. But as you're gonna see, that's the I Like Turtles kid. As you're gonna see, there's not a lot of involvement of the rest of the crew in the Hasan segment, right? With one major exception. All right, so the rest of this we can just skip through. Let's go in for what you've all been waiting for. I wish I had some like horn music. Like, do we have anything to hype this up with, chat? I mean, that's kind of hype. Weasel. I mean, he's going to be a weasel for sure. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. We're going to have to go with Tipster. We're going to have to go with Tipster for this.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
All right, so here we go. There's your hype. There's your hype. I need like some horns on my soundboard, by the way. I need some horns for hype. But yeah, here's the Hasan situation.
Just a little bit more.
Okay, here's my goal with this. I'm going to get through this as quickly and factually as I can. I feel that
he did not get it through. He did not get through it as quickly and factually as he could.
I need to say this. I need to address this once and for all. And just, this is it, okay? So let's turn off chat because I don't, you know what I mean? Whatever you guys have to say at this moment, I don't know.
I kind of want to show you a little bit of, oh God, we don't get to see the, anyway, there's some people making super chats like saying they're disappointed.
I don't want it to be toxic. That's it.
Let's see if I can find this.
All right.
There, yeah, let me read this. All right.
I'm gonna be quick and factual.
So this is a super chat. God damn it. Bring it up. This is a super chat. Somebody paid $50 to say this. This is incredibly distasteful. Children in hospitals are burning alive and starving to death. People are hurt and scared. Twitter is a god-awful place, and hatred is spewing in all directions. This is a bit selfish and a bit stupid. With peace and love, right? Doc Hollandaise. Doc Hollandaise, we salute you, but you're probably getting banned. Probably getting banned from the chat now. I don't think they're gonna put up with that. Anyway, just to show you that there are people in the chat, people that are, you know, members, sponsors, donators, fans that do not agree with Ethan here.
There's no fluff. I want to get through as fast as I can. This is not something you're interested in. Obviously, I understand. I would suggest you refer to timestamps or catch our Friday show if you don't want to watch this. Totally understand. Before I begin, I would like to address a couple of points that I know will be brought up. One that I hear a lot. Why don't you talk to Hasan about this privately? I did text him a couple of weeks ago after I saw the clip of him saying that he had no problem with Hezbollah. I texted him that I thought it was pretty disappointing and disturbing the way that he was. I'm on no sleep, sorry. What's the word? He was hyping up Hezbollah. And granted, when I texted him that, I said...
So he's kind of a Hezbollah hype man, if you will.
You know, you don't have to respond to me. I totally understand because it's unsolicited, you know, criticism. I get it. But I was kind of hoping to open the door to a more personal conversation. He did not reply, which I took as basically just like we're on the opposite sides of this issue and talking isn't going to really help, which I get. And I agree. That's probably where we're at, unfortunately.
Let me give you an alternate hypothesis, all right? Ethan said that he brought this up with Hasan and that he did not receive an answer, all right? My alternate hypothesis for why this is because Hasan correctly perceived that Ethan, the fucking drama king of the drama universe, was trying to draw him into drama, and that anything that he said in DMs could be leaked by Ethan and farmed for drama. And Hasan actually liked Ethan and was hoping for better from Ethan and did not recognize that he was being pulled into a situation that Ethan intended to farm for drama. That is my spicy take. And again, chat, feel free to roast me in the chat if you think I'm wrong, if you think it's not that deep, but that's what I think is going on. I think that Hasan is too smart to answer that DM because he knows what this is about.
But I did try, and again, not to blame him because I said you don't have to respond, just so you know. I felt I needed to tell you this, so like, it's not like, that's what happened, okay? And in fact, we haven't spoken in a few months. We've spoken very little since the show ended. Obviously, this is what I don't like. I've been taking these stupid little pot shots at him and Instagram stories and stuff. Something happened over the past few days that really fucking set me off and made me get kind of just like determined to finally just do this once and for all. So obviously things have gotten more strained between us as time has gone by. And after some recent events, which I'll get into, I find it impossible not to say anything. You know, people don't need to speculate about our relationship, about our opinions about each other. I just want to address it now openly, bluntly. As a person, as a friend, I respect Hasan. I don't think you need to choose between us. It's not like that. In fact, it's not personal at all. I am seeing a concerning rise in anti-Semitism and a normalization of it in a way that I don't think Hasan is anti-Semitic, but I do think that stuff he does contributes to it. And I know that's a big claim. However, I hope that you will watch this through. I believe it's well supported, and I feel that it will be persuasive if you listen to what I'm saying.
All right, so take a note at how he's starting. He's trying to be mature. He's trying to, not be hyperbolic, right? He's emphasizing his respect for Hasan. That, right? And I want you to contrast this. This is how we start, right? I want you to contrast this with where we get to by the end of this, right? Because this is not somebody just expressing his point of view, right? This is somebody with an axe to grind trying to hurt his former podcast co-host in a monetary way, trying to take his income from him.
So please at least give me the due. Give
oh no!
Your ears for a moment to hear me out, and feel free to disagree with me all you want. But yeah, but again, like
my hair gets rice in it.
Do better. He can conduct himself better, in my opinion. It's possible that we could.
Did ChatGPT write this for you, Ethan?
Be friends again.
Does this feel? Is it just me, or does this feel like ChatGPT might have written this?
Stop being friends, but we could be friendly again, or more on talking terms. I don't know, down the line. But at the moment, he is like the lead. He's kind of like the most prominent voice on this issue. So it's not personal. It's literally just addressing where this is all coming from. Another comment that I read all the time that I want to address up front, and it's kind of the heart of all the problems that I'm having here, is that I hear all the time, in fact, this was the top comment on a thread on our subreddit, is that with all the terrible things happening in Gaza, I can't bring myself to care about anti-Semitism. Which I understand the sentiment, right?
Okay, no. You don't have to understand that sentiment. That's a fucked up thing to say, but I kind of don't think that's how it was actually said. I feel like you're adding a little to it. I feel like you're editing it. I feel like you're spinning it in a certain way. It's not about not caring about anti-Semitism, right? That'd be an absurd thing to say. I don't care about anti-Semitism. I don't care about racism, right? That would be an absurd thing to say, right? It's not about that. We're not talking about anti-Semitism, of which there is an explosion of. And yes, some of it, Jackson Hinkle does try to cloak itself behind concern for Palestinians. That is how a Nazbul like Jackson Hinkle tries to, do entryism into the left by being like, hello, fellow free Palestine people. I also care about Palestine. And let me tell you about like my problem with the Jews, right? That shit is going on. That shit is going on, right? And, Nick Fuentes is bigger and more influential than he's ever been before. There's a lot of anti-Semitism. I don't think anybody's saying they don't care about anti-Semitism. I don't think anyone's saying like, it's gotten so bad that I can't be bothered with it. I don't think that's what's going on. Passive voice for sure, says a megastar. None of us would have Hasan's back at all. Yeah, if that was what it was about, just like not caring about anti-Semitism or giving it a pass or saying it's warranted, right? That's not what's going on.
However,
so fucking bad faith.
These are the people who are nonstop trying to convince everybody that Zionism is not Judaism and convince themselves that we don't hate Jews, we just hate Zionists. So when I complain about anti-Semitism, why is it that it always goes back to Israel? It seems that they're the ones that are confused about Zionism.
You have every right to complain about anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is rampant on Twitter.com right now. Anti-Semitism is getting, boosted by people like Elon Musk. Anti-Semites are a big part of the, current right-wing coalition. But what you're doing, Ethan, is trying to see anti-Semitism in anti-Zionism. And not, like I said, with Jackson Hinkle, where you've got an anti-Semite trying to blend in with Free Palestine people, but you're trying to discredit the movement to stop the ethnic cleansing, to stop the war crimes, to stop the murder of civilians by scooting it in with anti-Semitism. Oh, that's all you say anti-Zionism? We all know it's really anti-Semitism. That's fucking so disingenuous, and that's dangerous. And Ethan, you're helping anti-Semites by doing this. You're helping them to make the claim that any claim of anti-Semitism is in fact disingenuous. You're helping them to hide their fucking Nazi-ass tendencies. So when people say this is petty, when people say, this is like Doc Hollandaise did, let me read this again if I can find. God damn it. It's so hard to find. The super chats disappear too quickly. I can't find Doc Hollandaise. Nope. I have to scroll back to it or something. Yeah, there it is. This is incredibly distasteful. Children in hospitals are burning alive. Yeah, look, this is the wrong time and the wrong place and the wrong thing to be doing fucking drama about, right? This is Ethan rinsing and repeating his success with Trish Paytas, with Hasan, but with the lives of hundreds of thousands of civilians mixed into it, right? As much as I just want to kind of casually dunk on this guy and move on and not get drawn in and not take this too seriously and not get upset about it, you're right to be a little upset. You're right to be upset about this.
And Judaism. Because again, if I'm complaining about anti-Semitism, what does that have to do with Gaza, or what does that have to do with Gaza? You know what I mean? Apparently, according to
that's true. That's true. If you're complaining about anti-Semitism, you're right. It is fucking rampant. It's got momentum, right? It's gaining acceptability. You're right to be upset with anti-Semitism, and there is indeed some anti-Semitism that you could point to, like I mentioned before, Jackson Hinkle. There's other accounts on Twitter too that is cloaking itself, that is using the Free Palestine movement as a fig leaf to try to disguise itself as being a humanitarian concern, when in reality it is just fucking bigotry. It's the same nasty old form of bigotry that it always was.
Them nothing if they're not related. This is a confusion that is at the root of the problem I'm having of contributing and rising anti-Semitism that I'm seeing is this usage of the word Zionism, which is basically become a catch-all. It doesn't mean much, and it has a whole spectrum of meaning. As I'll show, it can mean, like, if you look at a leftist Israeli, you ask them what Zionism is, they'll tell you, a lot of people tell you it's Western expansion, like settler expansionism, right? And they say, oh, I'm anti-Zionist, I'm against that. Where the idea of, like, you know, taking Israel off the map, they'd be like, that's insane.
Okay, now you say taking Israel off the map, right? As in, like, almost implying like a violent act, right? Like militarily, right? When you say that, it sounds like you're talking about the same kind of ethnic cleansing that's going on in Gaza right now, but to Jewish people living in Israel, right? When people are anti-Zionist, generally, what they're talking about is being against a settler colonialist ethno-state, a religiously codified state of Israel. That doesn't mean being against the people that are living there. That means being against the settler colonialism that has been going on since 1948. Being against the displacement of Palestinian people, right? That's what we're talking about. I get what he says when he says there's some confusion, and I think that what Ethan seems to want is for the line to be drawn at, I don't know, like maybe like conservative reactionary Zionism, a la Netanyahu, a la Smotrich, a la Ben Gvir, being against the current coalition of Israel and the, you know, ethnic cleansing that it's enacting on Gaza, the wars that it's starting with Lebanon and Iran, right? He's more comfortable with it. He's like, well, yeah, no, I'm on your side. I'm against that shit. But when you say it's Zionism, well, I believe, you know, I think Ethan, you know, still believes that Israel needs to be a ethno-state, still needs to be an apartheid state, and yeah, people are against that, right?
Like, obviously, no. So, are they a Zionist, or is it a Houthi pirate that Hasan's been hyping up, who and a Houthi flag that says "Curse upon the Jews" and "Death to Israel"? Is that Zionism?
He's talking about the guy that Hasan had on last year, guy from Yemen who was first made his social media splash, getting on a boat, going on board I think it was a Chinese vessel that had been captured by Houthis, and you know, just kind of showing that on video. Now he says that this kid is a Houthi, and then he brings up the flag of Ansar Allah that you know, contains those phrases that he mentioned, right? So what he's going to do here is try to prove to us that this kid is indeed anti-Semitic, is indeed a terrorist, and is, you know, as he's going to, in his own words, affiliated with the Houthis.
What does it mean? What does it mean? People call me a Zionist all the time on the internet. To what extent does it? The extent of my Zionism is this: do I think Israel should be wiped off the map? No. That's the extent, and that's all it takes.
Please, Ethan, go one step further, right? Do you think that Israel should continue to be a Jewish state, or do you have a problem with that and think that something more of a singular secular state that enfranchises all of its people? Because that land has been occupied, has been lived in by Jewish people, by Muslim people, by Christians, by Druze for like hundreds, if not thousands of years. So the most obvious thing would be that you know, that the country codified there would not be an exclusively Jewish one, right? And I know they're going to say that the next thing that they always go to is, well, there's Palestinian Israelis who are allowed to live within Israel proper and supposedly are treated really well. And we all know that's not true. They are second-class citizens. There are streets that they're not allowed to walk down. All right? So don't blow smoke up my ass and try to tell me that apartheid is not fucking apartheid.
To hit me with that catch-all. You know what I mean? I find it's turned into a slur. I'm going to get into all that, and I hope you guys will listen. I'm grateful to everybody who's a fan of both of us. I hope you will not take this personally. It's completely reasonable to be a fan of both of us, and I'm grateful that you're able to put aside whatever perceived differences we've had and able to enjoy both of us. If you decide you can't watch, understand, love you, know the processing things that are happening.
Yeah, good point. OnlyFacts. Israel is also hard on anti-Zionist Jews, right? There's people that because of their religion are anti-Zionist, right? That their religion, their Jewish faith, is antithetical in their minds to the Zionist project. And OnlyFacts is right. They get treated like shit. They get beat by cops. There's pressure on them to join the IDF, even though in the past they were allowed like exemptions if they were, studying or something.
And the news is extraordinarily difficult. I will not judge anybody for walking away. Perhaps at this point in time, it's better for both of us if you do decide to do that. However, that being said, I do hope you listen to my presentation before deciding to depart. But once again, this is something in my heart that I feel I must communicate.
So as Ethan says his presentation, I want you to think back to Keffel's presentations, right? When Keffels was in all that drama, she had one on Xander Hall, one on her ex. I think maybe even one on Ethan Klein and Teddy Fresh. I want you to think back to those presentations because that's kind of the, that's kind of what we're seeing here, right? This Ethan presentation that he's giving, it gives Keffels so hard. Omega Star, thank you for the 100 bits. Omega Star says, sounds for damn sure like AI. The more I listen to it, at least the first part of it. I don't know if all of it's AI. Be silly to do that. Also, Thomas Jerome, I've missed some of your super chats here. Stefan Coward makes anyone funny. How about Israel as a political colonial entity? Israel. The lie ended with the Arab Quarter and Al-Aqsa. Oh yeah, Thomas reminding us that the Bedouins do get persecuted as well. Yeah, thank you for the super chats, Thomas.
And so that is what I'm doing. And I also want to say to everyone who's expressed their support to me over the past 2 days, I am extremely grateful. Thank you. There was a point when I felt like literally nobody supported me, and it was just my own community was like, I felt gaslighting me and just completely shitting on my beliefs. However, there was a very hopeful push towards some more healthy discourse that I felt encouraged by, and I want to thank the people that who did that, and so thank you. Yeah. Also, I want to say to Hasan that I appreciate all the times you've defended me from your community.
From your community.
No, I'm not one to hold someone responsible for what their fans do, as you probably know that our audience does crazy shit. However, I do think that while you tell everybody to you know, leave me alone or whatever it is you say, that your rhetoric, your tone, the way you carry yourself on this topic is the reason why I'm being harassed by so many people online. A large
Chat, I think we're actually...
So let's start from the beginning.
I'm doing a bad job of counting. I think we're actually at 33%. Does that sound more right? Remember, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see. We got AOC versus Fetterman. This is bonus content, right? So if we hit the dono goal, we get bonus content. Some people, they eat a cheeseburger for you. I do extra content for you if we hit the bonus goal. So we got AOC versus Fetterman. We got Hasanabi on Pod Save America. We have the crisis of masculinity, a la Mr. AndyPants Gaming. And we got Trump gets grabby with a Fox News hostess.
Here's an album of the stories, just to catch you guys up to date. This started with this tweet I saw.
Joseph says everything is just about his feelings. It's so selfish. I don't even know if it's about his feelings. I feel like he's just doing drama. I feel like this is even more...
By the way, I pulled this last night to see where it was at. When I posted it, it had like 30,000 likes. It says 90,000 likes.
Like what he's doing with Hasan, to me, it feels like he's trying to rinse and repeat the Trish's Paytas, drama.
2 million views. I never heard of this guy, or no, it's from, first of all, Comrade Casey. Yeah.
Okay, so now Comrade Casey is North Star Radio. We've watched some of his videos. I've talked to him in various chats. He seems to be an okay person. He doesn't seem toxic. He doesn't seem like cruel. He doesn't seem vindictive. He doesn't seem like he's, some kind of, drama baiter.
Comrade Casey.
It's kind of a weird guy to have a problem with. Wait, is that... Oh, wait. Okay. So yeah, Comrade Casey is making this post, right? I'm assembling a team. Bilmar, Asmongold, Destiny, and Ethan Klein. And I mean, I guess I could say, if pressed, that of these four, Ethan Klein is the least far along the spectrum in terms of genocide apologia. But I also understand why he's being, why he's the fourth member of the team now. So Comrade Casey says, I'm assembling a team. This other person is the one that's saying, apparently got banned for saying I hope they commit Sudoku squad.
Guy who is a fucking absolute creepy weirdo who was posting Hamas simping shit via love. It was so weird. This dude. Anyway, you guys remember that whole thing? He typed in and said, "Please stop talking about me," and while continuing to talk about me.
So no, I want to show you who we're talking about here. All right, here, let's go into the North Star Radio. I didn't show you this, but let me just show you this really quickly. This is Ethan Klein's H3 podcast. I mean, if you don't know already, he's approaching 3 million subscribers, or maybe he was at 3 million subscribers and he's losing subscribers. I'm not sure which direction he's going in right now. It's a very old channel. He's, old school YouTube, right? North Star Radio, on the other hand, we are looking at somebody about 3 times my size, right? 28.9K subscribers. So when he says, leave me alone, that's what he's saying. And I'm guessing that Ethan, has been going after him over this video, amongst other things. But yeah, that's Comrade Casey.
I'd also like to wonder, what the fuck is it exactly I've said or done to belong in this image? I know what you're saying, right? What have I done? I continually ask myself, why am I being held?
Yeah, Thomas Strone, that would have been another way to say it.
Up with these group of people. And anyway, Comrade Casey said, I'm assembling a team. This guy, Hasan Kader, said, I hope they commit suicide squad. And which I found, I'm like, wow, okay, so 90,000 likes telling me to kill myself for a belief. And again, this is part of the problem. Like, what have I done? Like, why am I in these memes getting 2 million views of me telling me to kill myself? Because apparently I'm like anti-Islam or I hate Gaza or whatever. I mean, Asmongold was just...
Chet, I feel like it wouldn't take long for my community to put that answer together for him, right? You could easily put together a set of images of Ethan being toxic as fuck when it comes to this stuff. Now, like I said, if I'm being real, I don't think he's as I don't think his viewpoint is as far gone as like Destiny, Asmongold, Bill Maher. I think he of these four, he's like the least of these, right? But I do also understand like putting him on there.
Blasted for saying horrible shit about like I don't remember the verbatim, but he said something like Muslim culture or Arab culture is inferior, which is insane, right? It's fucked up. It's insane. When have I ever said anything like that? You know what I mean? Never. Okay? So but since when is telling people to kill themselves like normal? And again, part of the irony of this whole thing is that on the left, they're basically willing to...
But wait, do you see how this goes? They're all on the left. They're all on the same team, right? We're gonna... You don't want to be packaged up with Stephen Bonarelli, with Asmongold, and with Bill Maher, but you're willing to package up Comrade Casey, with this person, wishing self-harm on you. You see the irony? You see the hypocrisy?
They believe in. I guess at the behest of going after Zionists, because they see Zionists as subhuman, they see them as Nazis. They've given each other permission and consent and the green light to essentially target whoever they perceive as Zionists.
I hate to composite so much, but for a lot of leftists, we don't use words like subhuman, right? Even when we're talking about awful people that are doing awful things, we don't use the word subhuman. That is more of a right-wing, phrase.
With whatever abuse they deem necessary, because they're Nazis and they're killing children and innocent people in Gaza. That is my problem. Anyway, I responded to this tweet telling me to kill myself with 90,000 likes. I said deranged shit telling me to kill myself with 36,000 likes at the time, 36. What exactly as I said or did? Nobody has ever been able to tell me. Moving on to the next one. It made me, and this is a guy who...
Okay, so, yeah, there's some stuff that we're going to have to fast forward through.
Someone who I considered a friend is talking about how cute and funny and awesome he is. Well, the immediate reaction to this was our subreddit getting mobbed by Hasan fans and probably snarkers, overwhelming the comments, overwhelming it. Now, here's where they...
For anybody who's not aware, there's a forum called H3 Snark that's kind of like it's like an H3 forum, but it's an anti-H3 forum. That's what, when he says snarkers, that's what he means.
Top comment. This dude isn't a Houthi. He literally said it in an interview with Hasan. Like, how fucking obtuse are you, seriously? Like, David Duke says he's not a Klan member and he doesn't actually...
Problem is, this guy's not David Duke, right? David Duke's got a track record. We know how David Duke feels. We know his connections to like far right organizations. I don't know why you would compare this dude to David Duke. That's kind of wild, honestly. Right? There's a difference between that. Like, so what you're saying is that because you look at him as sus, that we should start off like not just skeptical, but just jaundiced towards this kid. Right? Oh, he says he's not a Houthi, but that's what a Houthi would say.
Actually hate black people. It's like, okay, so I guess he doesn't. Like, are you fucking dumb? Okay, I'm getting too emotional. I'll calm it down. But yeah, obviously, he isn't a Houthi. He literally said it to Hasan. Okay, great. Also, this is the part that they go after. This tweet is fake. Just like Ethan, you morons have been duped.
Okay, so
I'm thinking to myself,
TLDR, from what I can tell, this is not a fake tweet. In fact, I think that, oh my gosh, can anybody remind me what his actual name is on Twitter? Because we can actually look this up. I think that he responded to it saying that, like, I think this was his tweet, right? So again, we can't have this image on screen, but
I saw this tweet. I remember it. This is a real tweet. What's going on here? Then people uncritically start accepting it. Wait, for real? Jesus Christ, the misinfo is nuts. Then they respond, yes, and psychophants.
Yeah, Rashad is his name. Let me see if I can find this. Rashad Al-Haddad. Okay, so yeah, this is like account suspended. If I look at people, I'm guessing I'm not going to find him because the account was suspended. But I'm pretty sure it is a real tweet.
Willing to believe Muslim Arabs are inherently...
I did see him reply to essentially Ethan's post on Instagram on Twitter with an explanation of what he was actually saying.
Evil will fall for this like Ethan. Now, excuse me. I said this kid's a piece of shit and all you heard was Arabs are evil. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like, why is that what you heard? Continuing, here's a Hasan. Both of these, oh yeah, this guy's a Hasanabi head flare. Honestly, it's really sad watching Ethan slip into this rabbit hole and showing his bias. Brings back memory of that forsaken leftovers episode when he wouldn't even engage with Palestinian plight and kept saying, what about Israel? I don't even know what he's talking about exactly, but
okay, so chat, when I type in Rashad's name into Twitter, I'm seeing like a fucking murderer's row of Hasan haters. We got Drew Pavlo here, we got Stardust. Speaking of fucking clout chasing weirdos, like I first became aware of Stardust when, you know, like my first experience of Stardust was her clout chasing, trying to get the favor of a Nazi Discord admin, if I remember correctly. She's a huge fan of the far right, chat. Stardust, if you don't know, she's talked to Nick Fuentes, talked to Richard Spencer. I almost said David Duke. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know if that one's... Yeah, so it looks like Rashad Al-Haddad did get banned.
They've all, and this is just an excerpt, but the whole chat was like, this is misinfo. Ethan's like lying, and this kid is innocent. He would never tweet this. He would never ever tweet this. Moving on to the next one. I did a tiny bit of research and I found the archive. Thankfully, I would have lost my mind if I didn't, because I swear I saw it. Here's the tweet.
Brianna Wu.
Happened.
We got Brianna Wu. Let's again, I'm not sure.
They're so hypercritical of MAGA people being like divorced from reality and not listening to reason and not acknowledging facts and kind of just thinking, and whatever they think is real, they speak and it becomes real. That's literally what just happened in that chat. I posted something that was true.
Calm Shield says, I saw you eating rice and now I'm looking for rice cookers. Yeah, the one that I got was with I got like a stainless steel one, right? Usually these come with like their non-stick surfaces, and I was able to look around and find a stainless steel one, which I really like. Works for me.
It went against their dogma. They swarmed our subreddit to accuse me of lying with zero evidence. zero evidence. And people.
Wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Zero Evidence. You've accused him of being a Houthi with zero evidence, all right? Now, he's going to show us what he thinks his evidence is, right? He's going to show us what is supposed to be confirmatory, receipts that this kid is a Houthi. However, I will say it is, oh my God, what is it called? That kind of evidence that's not circumstantial as fuck, right? It's not any kind of evidence that would stand up in a court of law. You've really got to be using motivated reasoning to come to the conclusion that Ethan came to.
People uncritically believe them. That to me is disturbing, and that to me is dangerous. Here's a post that, again, doesn't have a lot of engagement, but I was struck by the fact that it had minus likes, excuse me. As I said, I'm getting over something nasty. This person said, so all the hate speech and threats of violence are fine because there's other horrendous violence. It's okay for everyone to post violent hate speech because violence exists. Please explain. Things can be bad without there being a comparison. It's not a zero-sum game. I don't want atrocities, cruelty, and violence, and I don't want hate speech all over social media. Being downvoted because I guess you guys are okay with seeing people threaten to kill and spear people alive. All hate stuff is bad is apparently a controversial opinion. This world's so fucked. And this person was getting downvoted. And it's like, dude, this is in my own community. The consensus I should just take the anti-Semitism and keep moving, and how dare I even complain or acknowledge it, is so absurd.
So, like, listen, Ethan, if you don't want to be on a fucking team with Asmongold, Destiny, and Bill Maher, maybe recognize the company that you're in here, right? Recognize who's coming to your... This is fucking Brianna Wu. Come on. Like, the sad thing about this is that Ethan starts this off with, like, Hasan, do better. Come on, Ethan, do better. Right? If you're against war crimes, if you're against genocide, if you're against what's happening in Gaza, then recognize that these are the people that have got your back on this issue. And maybe you don't understand this as well as you think you do. This is Brianna Wu. As best as I can tell, I won't do her voice. There's no proof this guy, Yemen influencer Rashid al-Haddad... Oh my gosh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I was going to give you credit there and say that... Wait, is Brianna Wu saying there's no evidence? Is even Brianna Wu can't find... like, if there was any evidence... I can't find, there's no proof this guy is a terrorist or a pirate. The Houthis captured a ship called Galaxy, unless she's being sarcastic, called Galaxy Leader last year. It's become a kind of tourist destination. He sailed out to it to make a TikTok. He's an attractive guy. Oh, wow. When did she post this? No, January 17th. Okay, so this was earlier. Noticing him being an attractive guy, but it's just, I think he's just terrorist clout sharking. Yeah, terrorist clout sharking. That's a thing. That said, I think it's a massive error of judgment to interview him. So look, even Brianna Wu disagrees with Ethan on his conclusion.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
Okay, so below is the translator, above is Rashid. And on the right is, of course, Hasan.
That to another minority group. And then being applauded and upvoted and cheered on for it. You know where you see that? Fucking probably 4chan. Or,
okay.
MAGA threads.
I hate that I know this. But 4chan doesn't have an upvote feature. It's not Reddit. Reddit is sometimes pretty toxic and can be a little bit like 4chan, but no, that's not how it works, Ethan. That's not how it works. Look, all I can say, Ethan, is Sage goes in every field. Okay?
Probably where you see white supremacists talking about other races and stuff that were there, just shut up and take it. And once again, what does anti-Semitism have to do with Zionism? If I'm talking about anti-Semitism, and your response is, I just can't.
It's hilarious that he thinks there's upvotes on 4chan.
I just don't care because of all this stuff happening in Gaza. How is it related? You're the one conflating Zionism and Judaism, and you do it all the time. Next. Here's another one, Hasanabi head. I thought Ethan said he wasn't a Zionist, right? Fuck Zionists. For real, fuck Zionists.
Yeah, but that's exactly what a Zionist would say. Do you want me to use your logic towards Rashed on you? Do you want me to use that kind of motivated fucking reasoning? Oh, he says he's not a Zionist? Well, that's exactly what a Zionist says. Actually, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's actually right. I think Ethan does at some point look up, Zionist, and it means you support the state of Israel as codified as a religiously codified state, and I'm pretty sure he says that he's in favor of that.
He is. I mean, again, there's a famous clip of him calling the West Bank a Palestinian terrorist city. I'm not sure what that one is.
Wait, no, that's real. I mean, he might not remember that because it was a long time ago. But when he was on Home Right, and I think it's when he met Gila, he did say that, right? That's actually true. Yeah, Arabs are Semites too.
But again, I'm willing to address anything that comes up. I thought Ethan said he wasn't a Zionist. So they're saying, like, why should he care about... Hold on, let me make sure I'm doing this in order.
I mean...
So they're saying...
Well, like, the question is, why are you linking it to anti-Semitism when the issue is Zionism? I'm not entirely sure where Ethan says he comes down. Earlier, he said... there's a lot of different definitions. There's a lot of confusion about what a Zionist is and isn't. Of course, he is not, a supporter of Netanyahu. He is not a supporter of that far right government. He has spoken out against what's going on in Gaza, and so he's like, so we're on the same team, right? And it's kind of like, well, no, you still believe in a settler colonialist religiously codified state being able to displace, the people that have lived there for, whose families have lived there for hundreds, if not thousands of years, right? You're, still against right of return. And
in response to the spike, this person being impaled by a spike to death, and him saying, I want to kill all Zionists like this, they say, why should Ethan care? He's not a Zionist. In fact, this is proof he's a Zionist because he doesn't like this. I thought Ethan said he was...
Birthright, right? Did I say home right?
A Zionist, right? Fuck Zionists. And again, reminder, this is a picture of someone being impaled from their asshole to their mouth. And people are saying, fuck Zionists. For real, fuck Zionists. These people are essentially co-signing these threats of violence while calling me a Zionist because I apparently care about people being spiked up the asshole.
You can disagree with the extremely violent imagery, okay? You can take a principled stand against torture. But when you start acting like you're worried that Rashed is going to spike people up the ass based on that tweet, it's hard for me to take you seriously. Joseph says it's pretty funny that Hasan has a hater industrial complex. Well, not for him, but from the outside looking in. Oh yeah, it's not funny for him. I don't know. I don't know what it's like being Hasan. I've definitely been on the bad end of some harassment, and it's definitely not pretty from a smaller content creator point of view. I don't know what it's like for Hasan. Nadia Luna says, I hate Ethan so much. He's such a gremlin. Aramaic speakers are still around, says Calm Shield. Oh God. Hey, thank you. Gazen Pirate. Sorry, Gazen Pride. I misread your name. Oh my God. I'm so embarrassed. I think that means you're cool. If I mispronounce your name, it officially makes you cool. So congratulations on being officially cool. Says, so he spoke against the prison guards. Yeah. That's the irony. That's the fucking irony. Is that, like I said before, like it's it's silly to be worried about Rashid spiking somebody up the ass, right? But it's actually not silly to worry about somebody doing that because the Israeli Defense Forces did that when they were when the culprits were attempted to be arrested by the military police. They fought off the military police, and then people from the Knesset, the Israeli legislature, got involved and did their own January 6th to make sure that the perpetrators of this SA, where they shoved a hot metal rod, you know, inside of someone, they decided it can't be rape, that it can't be wrong, because if it's done to a Palestinian, you know, who they used a word, you know, like terrorist, right? If it's done to a terrorist, then it's not a crime. It's okay. Let the soldiers go. And they did. Like, Israel was going to do the bare minimum of investigating this fucking human rights violation by their defense forces, and they were unable to do so because it caused a riot. And that says a lot about not just Netanyahu, not just his right-wing government, not just the far right of Israel, but as it says a lot about Israel as a whole.
FBI crime stats. This came out, I think, just last month. Jews make up 2% of the population and 15% of hate crimes in America. Must be nice for people unaffected by anti-Semitism to tell Jews it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Joseph 122788 says, didn't Ethan say that one gay Muslim, guy on Twitter, I think his name is Mohammed, would get thrown off a roof on Gaza or something, policing other people's edgy posts? Well, yeah, this is what I was saying. Is that, like, if he's challenging people to tell him what he said that's so wrong that gets him classified with Asmongold, with Bill Maher, with Destiny, with Brianna Wu. And I was saying that I think that my community in one afternoon could find all of the receipts on that. And that would be the first and foremost one that was on my mind, Joseph.
It must be nice to have that, to come from that place of moral superiority when you're completely unaffected.
Calm Shield is telling me that Ethan had comments on this video and then turned them off. Oh, you're right. Look at that. Comments turned off. Number one sin of a YouTuber, turning off the comments.
I mean, African-American hate crimes are still...
You know, chat, there is a plugin for Chrome that will show you not just the thumbs ups, but also the thumbs down. Has anybody got that plugin? Anybody want to take a look at this video and tell me how many downvotes there are on it? Because I'm assuming it's going to be more than Ethan's normal videos.
Number one, but for the proportion of Jews making up like 2% of the population of America, the fact that they're number two is pretty stark. So again, you'll hear this kind of relates to a statement Hasan says. Maybe I'll pull it up now. Okay.
Gazen Pride is telling me there's an update apparently. Oh yeah, the what I called the Israeli Jan 6, right? The protest. Remember, it was a protest against rapists in the IDF who had done their assault with a hot metal rod, essentially torturing somebody. The riot was against them being arrested. The riot was against them being investigated. The riot was against them being prosecuted. Apparently, it was wildly more violent than originally reported. I had heard that. Yeah, against the military police. The military police, right? So that's the, within the military, if somebody breaks the law, it's the military police that deals with them, right? These military police were attacked, is what, and violently so, is what Gazen Pride is telling me.
One sec. Hasan says 16 in the doc. Here it is. One sec here, guys. 16 in the doc. This relates to this.
I'm turning into a Chrome fangirl. Yeah, I mean, it's running way better than Firefox was.
I think what's
Do you remember, chat, how many times the stream went down because of Firefox?
crazy about
Like, I couldn't upload a thumbnail, I couldn't upload a video, I couldn't do anything. Like, Firefox was broken.
He's talking about honestly, at this point, I don't even remember what me and Frogan were arguing about, but he's basically defending Frogan. Do you remember what happened, Dan? Is Dan there? What happened with Frogan? I literally don't even remember the details of it. You don't want to say. That's fine.
You
Yeah,
unfollowed her.
I say what?
You unfollowed her, and then she talked about it in Discord.
Is that what he's?
Okay, so the actual, like, first, you know, incident with Frogan, like, it does kind of sound bad for Frogan, right? To kind of freak out on somebody for unfollowing you is something that that I wouldn't do. But the amount of harassment that Ethan has dragged her through is just not. It's
talking about. Oh, this is from the first one.
we're talking about a small content creator, you know, and a mod for Hasan.
Okay, so then that's what it's about. When I unfollowed her, and then she said I hate Arabs and stuff in Hasan's Discord, and instead of and this is a mod on his channel, instead of, you know,
wait, Chrome is a whole environment thing.
having a word with her about, you know, what's going on, he actually chastised me for what? Let's see.
Ethan is very frustrated and very emotional in this moment, but doesn't recognize that, like, perhaps a Lebanese woman who's a hijabi in the United States of America could also be very emotional in this exact same moment. You know what I mean?
I don't know. It sounds to me like Hasan's trying to play peacemaker here, right? He's got two people that he cares about. They're fighting. He's trying to get them to understand where each other are coming from.
I mean, like, that's what's so, and the reality of the matter is, anti-Semitism is an unacceptable form of bigotry, whereas Islamophobia is a very acceptable form of bigotry. So being the bigger person in this situation, regardless of your feelings.
So anyway, and God forbid you actually read the chat. But what I'm hearing, frankly, is that anti-Semitism is not really an issue, and so you shouldn't. Your complaints.
You're twisting it, Ethan. It's not what he said. It's not what he said. It's not an issue. He said it's like the difference is that Islamophobia is often acceptable in public, right? The reason that Asmongold popped off with an Islamophobic endorsement or you know, apologia for genocide and thought that that would be okay is because that shit is normalized as fuck. And depending on the proximity to any sort of terrorist event, right, like 9/11, it's not just acceptable, it's like universal. You can ask anybody who was not just Muslim, but any identity that could be confused with Muslim post 9/11, what it was like in the United States. And yes, I think October 7th, there's so many parallels. There's so many parallels between October 7th and 9/11.
Are less equal than Frogan's complaints because Islamophobia is more serious than anti-Semitism.
Again, you're putting words in his mouth.
Despite, by the way, the fact that, as I pointed out, in reality, or not the opposite, because there is Islamophobia, but like this claim that anti-Semitism doesn't exist because everybody knows it wrong, as I perceiving it, is.
Yeah, I mean, that's not true. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's what Hasan was trying to say. Hasan acknowledges the existence of anti-Semitism. Hasan acknowledges the pervasiveness of anti-Semitism. Hasan talks about anti-Semitism every single fucking day.
Absolutely false. I've never seen more open anti-Semitism in my life. My whole life.
Oh my God, I gotta read this one out. This is funny. Speaking of crimes against humanity, McDonald's $5 meal deal cost $6 plus tax. Sounds a little bit like Twitch to me. Sounds a little bit like the top of the hour ad break, which comes every hour at the top of the hour and lasts for 3 minutes. You could possibly get out of it for free if you've got an Amazon Prime, but if you don't have that, you're going to be looking for a $6. You're going to be looking for a $5 meal deal. It used to be a $5 sub deal, which is now a $6 sub deal. And depending on whether you're on your phone, whether you're on an iPhone, it might be substantially more than $6, but it will get you out of that top of the hour ad break. It will stop you from seeing ads for an entire month. You could also get lucky, perhaps, and be gifted a sub. Sometimes people do very, good deed of getting other people out of the ad break, but that's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
The way that it's being normalized by the left and the right, and it's being kind of, in a case like this, he's normalizing it. He's normalizing it. He's greenlighting it. Again, FBI stats. Jews are number 2. 2% of the population, 15% of all hate crimes. Okay? This is all I'm here. This is what I hear. This to me is it's disgusting. Frankly, it's disgusting. It's a disgusting thing to say in the face of rising anti-Semitism, which once again, apparently has nothing to do with Zionism.
Ethan is...
So why is it, that when Stop Asian Hate...
That sub is $13? Is it? No way. Is it that bad? I know. Wait, I'm trying to think. What is the worst case scenario, right? So if you're on your desktop, it's $6, I think. If you're on your phone, it's $7. But there's something about, like, if you're on an iPhone... If you're on an iPhone, like the Apple Store adds $1 to the cost.
That movement happened when, these terrible hate crimes were happening to Asian people during COVID, of like random acts of violence in New York City and elsewhere.
Oh, yeah. Great. Gaze and Pride says, I'm sure that Ethan also spoke about all the assaults on Muslim children in the last year in America. Or do those not count?
People like Hasan, excuse me, and left rallied behind them. Nobody said, well, there is a chance China let it out of a lab. So, maybe the problem is that you need to get a hold of China.
Ethan, you are stretching, my dude.
You know,
Are you hypermobile?
Maybe you wouldn't be getting punched in the face if China wasn't locking down its country and.
Because that is a serious stretch.
Whatever. That's what I hear from people like Hasan.
I probably shouldn't joke about hypermobility. As cool as it might sound to somebody who doesn't experience it, it usually comes with a lot of other, some stuff that's not. How the hell? I'm sorry, chat. I've got too many teacups here. I'm like, wait, which one is? Yeah, this is the one with today. I don't want to accidentally drink some old tea. I'm just kind of like.
There's a few things I want to say, but I want you to finish. I know you have a lot to get through, so I'd rather say it at the end. But there are a couple things.
Okay.
Wait in response.
Okay.
So there's AB. He's going to wait until Ethan is done. Now, Ethan said that he would try to get through this as quickly and accurately as possible. We have been watching him for 25 minutes so far. Right? AB's like, I want to get in on this, but I'm going to wait until you say your piece. So you'd think that, I don't know, is it another 35 minutes or so?
I'm very emotional in this moment, but doesn't recognize that, like, perhaps a Lebanese woman who's a hijabi in the United States of America could also be very emotional in this exact same moment. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's so... And
once again, comparing actions, I quietly unfollowed her to avoid any problems. She was posting what I perceived as sympathetic posts, encouraging and glorifying Hamas violence against Israelis. Do you want to see it?
And there's the ad break now.
I unfollowed her. She started making a huge scene, and including going into Hasan's community as a moderator. And
again, I don't have a problem with Ethan unfollowing Rogan, right? I don't have a problem with people unfollowing me. It's not something that, I don't know, that it's probably not something you should complain about. But at the same time, like, Hasan's right that a little bit of understanding would go a long way. And instead of Ethan, like, reacting to Frogan's reaction, the reaction of a small content creator, yeah, like Jason's saying here, dude, literally, wait, you had a comment earlier. This guy's like 40 with a family, right? Doesn't have anything better to do but rage at the comments and claim to not to understand the literal historical definitions of words.
Saying I hate Arabs. The actions are not equal, not even close.
The reality of the matter is anti-Semitism is an unacceptable form of bigotry, whereas Islamophobia is a very acceptable form of bigotry. So
again, her problem with Islamophobia is worth listening to. It's very real, and we have to.
Yeah, Chris, I wouldn't want to be AB right now.
Listen to her.
It's kind of sucks for him.
Anything wrong? It seems like no matter what, because she's emotional, or you know, she's a woman who's wearing a hijabi. He said, I don't know how to say it. Hijabi.
Yeah.
And so therefore, what? She gets a pass on everything, and I never get to complain about anti-Semitism, even though Jews on a whole, according to FBI stats, there's more hate crimes against Jews than there are at this moment than Arabs or Muslims, according to FBI stats. Now, I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just saying what he's saying here is factually wrong. It's just an outright lie to make it seem like Jews are complaining about something that doesn't exist, even though they are. And it's a gaslighting campaign that continues to go on. That's my take on that part. Going back. I'm skipping around a little bit, trying to make sense, but we're getting there. We're getting there. If you guys want to look, the whole FBI
yeah, good point, Sassy.
census was posted recently, the new one, and it's interesting.
So a lot of this is him just going over his Instagram feed, right? It's like he's been going at Hasan, he's been going at Frogan, he's been going at Comrade Casey, of all people, on his Instagram, and Rashid, but like he's not getting the attention that he craves, so he's got to put it on. He's literally putting his Instagram feed on the mainstream.
I mean, check it out if you're interested. But yeah, FBI crime stats on USA, telling people that anti-Semitism doesn't matter is must.
Okay, so what do we have? It's wow. Bias types. Oh my God, I'm trying to read this. Official website of the United States government, FBI. Bias types. I'm guessing this is like, hate crimes, and then it's subdivided by bias types. Anti-Jewish, 22,000. Anti-gay, 8,000. Anti-white, 7,000. Anti-Hispanic, 6,000. Anti-other. These are not great. These are not super. I don't know if you're looking up crime statistics on your phone, my dude.
Must be awesome and nice when literally you don't care. Do you think it's normal? So now the question goes to like.
You literally have a category anti-other.
So first they said
that's how not broken down this all is.
The tweet was fake about the pike, the killing Zionists with a pike. Okay, that's proven real. But then they say, well, he's not a Houthi pirate. He's just like a cool, awesome Yemenis kid who's kind of just like good kid, mad city.
Yemenis
or whatever. Kendrick reference. Not now, Ethan. Do you think it's no? So I'd like to explore that accusation that he is not a Houthi. Okay, let's look at some.
What's the FBI stat that he keeps referring to? He's talking about the rate of hate crimes against Jewish people versus the population of Jewish people in the United States, and saying that it's the second highest
of the evidence.
Does he say what the first highest is? I'm trying to remember.
Okay, and combat fatigues. Now, in poverty-stricken Yemen, do you think it's possible to get Yemeni. Thank you. Yemeni, not Yemenis. Do you think it's possible?
I hate this shit. I hate this shit. Do you think it's possible to get an AK without being a Houthi? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Do you see like all of the fucking assumptions being made by Ethan here, right? Ethan's assuming abject poverty. Ethan's assuming a military control, a tight military control of weapons. And Ethan's forgetting that this is a country that has been subjected to civil war, has been subjected to, droning by the United States, by Obama, by Trump, probably by Biden as well. And he's got a gun. So Ethan's like, how are you going to get a gun if you're not a Houthi? Haha, checkmate. Checkmate, my dude.
Do you think it's likely to get an AK or an automatic assault rifle in Yemen?
Guns are expensive as fuck. So you're just making all these assumptions about him. You're making all these fucking assumptions. God damn.
Poverty stricken if you're not affiliated with the Houthis. I mean, Houthis, guns are expensive as fuck. And it's kind of surprising. Dude, and I just continue, dude, there's so much evidence this dude is Jew-hating terrorist. Just say you support the Houthis. Stand on your shit. Again, I respect that. Just say you support the Houthis. Which Hasan does.
It's almost like you want him to be anti-Semitic. Just to justify your bullshit.
But so here he is with a rifle. And again, okay, maybe he found that. I don't know how you get a high-powered rifle in Yemen without being affiliated with the Houthis, living in Houthi territory, but maybe he found it.
Living in Houthi territory.
Here he is on top of a boat. Ship, we bombed a ship. This is him on a boat in the sea that was commandeered by Houthis. Here he is. This is a translation that it wouldn't translate for me in the pictures, but feel free to do it. It says, ready to sacrifice, longing for martyrdom on top of a pirated vessel. Maybe he's talking about, maybe he's talking about something else. I don't know. Longing for martyrdom, ready for sacrifice.
I have never seen somebody blow as much smoke up his own ass as Ethan Klein, honestly.
Who knows? Maybe he's talking about something else, you know? It's possible, right?
Joseph says that it's insanely incorrect. Yemen is awash in weaponry. There's been documentaries about it.
Here he is singing a little ditty on TikTok that goes, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?
Now, that sounds like... That almost sounds like a Borat reference.
Nice little ditty there. Once again, clearly making a healthy distinction between Jews and Israelis. But just because he told Hasan through a translator once that he doesn't hate Jews, just Zionists, we're going to give him a pass. He's a good kid. And actually, we should prop him up. He's awesome. He's hot, by the way. Cute. Cute kid. So that's good. Yeah. That's fucked up. And now I'm giving myself a note to look at number 12. One moment.
I was worried you were doxing yourself for a second there, Ethan. Don't do that.
Here he is. Now here, this is from a story. This is from the interview Hasan did with him. At the time, I have to admit, this interview blew my mind. I thought that this would be a bridge too far and that Twitch would step in and do something. He's interviewing a terrorist.
Now that's wild. That's wild because Ethan's been friends with Hasan for a long time. I think he was friends with Hasan. Am I wrong? Through the interview? But he's like, I thought that Twitch would step in. He thought that Hasan, he's like, wow, I can't believe they're not banning Hasan.
It's not that he's interviewing a terrorist, because I've seen Hasan try to deflect, just saying, oh, CNN reached me, BBC reached me, they want to talk to him, therefore it's real journalism. Hasan did not ask him one critical question. In fact, the opposite. It was a complete puff piece where he sucked him off, elevated him, was uncritical. And even in the moments of absolutely insane statements like this, he essentially...
Lady Badash, I'm looking for your point that you mentioned.
Ignorant.
Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did clout with them, and he danced some music with them, and he was vibing.
So Lady Badash is bringing up that crime statistics only get reported when people feel safe enough to report them.
So he likes him, yeah.
So I mean, what?
Yes, he just admitted to being a terrorist who's hanging out with hostages. That's literally just what happened.
Excuse me, I didn't catch that, Ethan. Let's try that again.
Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did caught with them, and
they did caught together. If you don't know, caught is like a leaf that is chewed. It's supposedly pretty relaxing. Vibes are immaculate. Right? That's what he's saying. Like that he went on one of these boats and did caught with a Chinese captain. He's not saying
he danced some music with them, and he was vibing. So he likes him.
Sounds like Kratom. What is Kratom like?
So I mean, what?
Yes, he just admitted to being a terrorist who's hanging out with hostages. That's literally just what happened. And Hasan knows it. That's why he's laughing a lot and trying to deflect.
That's so crazy.
Yes, it is.
So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
You don't understand? Why would... Do you think anyone would just get access to hang out with, like, these hostages?
He's got to be a high-level Houthi operator.
Why would he be hanging out with
Codename Blowfish.
Hostages? I don't know.
Sorry, Blowfish.
But Hasan does a good way of deflecting it and being like, oh, no, this is just funny, silly stuff. You know what I mean? Awesome.
It doesn't feel like Hasan thinks there's anything to deflect, right?
Here's more terrorcore tweets, I like to call them, from our friend Cute Luffy in IRL. There's a couple more for you guys to enjoy. This one is whatever. This one is the ships we bombed and sank. Okay, not him, because he's not a Houthi, but apparently they bombed and sank stuff. To every Zionist, I will put this into...
Wait, now you just said that he's in Houthi territory, right? So understand this, like Yemen is a country in civil war. They've been attacked by Saudi Arabia. They've been attacked by the US. They've been attacked by Israel. There's, still, I think, factions, controlling different parts. Is it not possible that the ships we bombed and sank could be like, like somebody would say you're a United States citizen. These are the ships we bombed and sank in World War II. These are the U-boats we destroyed. You didn't personally destroy the U-boats. You weren't in the military. You might not have even been born during World War II, but you could imagine an American saying something like, these are the U-boats we sank. These are the ships we destroyed. These are the aircraft we took down, right? Americans talk like that all the fucking time. Why would it be so weird for a Yemeni kid to talk like that?
To your stomach, it's him once again with an assault rifle, looks like an AK-47. So that's the second death threat he's made against Zionists. And of course, as we know that he loves in his song, "Son of a Jew, we will kill you." There's a healthy...
Wait, where's that part?
...distinction here between Zionists and Jews, and therefore, why should I care at all that Hasan is propping up a dude who's threatening to kill Zionists, who clearly has no healthy distinction between the two? And he continues to blur the lines between people who say Zionists and people who mean like normal-ass people who aren't fucking like genocide committers, and opening the door to rampant, blatant, open anti-Semitism under the guise of using the slur Zionism, which has no fucking meaning, no definition, because it's so broad, it's so nebulous, it means nothing.
Anybody disagree with that? I disagree with that. I think it means something. I think I know where the line between Zionism and not Zionism is. I think it's pretty fucking simple, right? Am I wrong? You support a settler colonialist state codified as a Jewish state, right? That's Zionism. You're okay with the displacement of people who lived there. are against the right of return. It's pretty fucking simple, isn't it? It's pretty simple. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made a joke about hypermobility. I see people reacting to that now. The joke was that he's stretching, all right? And hypermobility in real life comes with a lot of other health issues, right? So that's why I feel bad about, like, it's a silly joke. I just stuff that I studied. So,
and it can be employed 1,000 different ways.
But yeah, you probably shouldn't make jokes about other people's health conditions. Is what I'm saying. So bad on me for that.
People use it just as a matter of fact. Like, everybody knows what it means. People started calling Bernie Sanders and AOC Zionists. I forget why, but they did something that everyone perceived as being pro-Israel or something, and now they're Zionists. And you know, it's like, well, I know AOC's not a Zionist. You know what I mean? But according to him, we need to kill her. We need to put her on a spike. We need to put AOC on a spike, kill her, shoot her with a gun. That's what Hasan thinks is.
I'm actually not sure about AOC's stance. Right? I would have thought I would have thought no, but you know, given some of the things that, like, I'm honestly not really sure about much about AOC anymore.
Not a problem. Moving on. So I don't know. Is he affiliated with the Houthis? I mean, listen. At this point, I believe that it's impossible to deny. I do. I think it's impossible to deny.
I'm sorry, dude. You're nowhere close. You're nowhere close, right? Just saying it's impossible to deny. What the fuck, Ethan? What the fuck?
That this kid is affiliated, deeply involved with the Houthis. He's on ships. He's blowing up ships. He's hanging out with hostages. He's walking around with guns.
He's hanging out with hostages. He's not torturing hostages. He's not laughing at hostages. He's not, like, transporting hostages. He's not imprisoning hostages. He is doing cat and dancing. He is vibing with hostages, right? Who, if you ask him, are more understanding maybe than Ethan is to what the Houthis are doing in terms of disrupting maritime trade to try to put pressure on the United States foremost, and on Israel secondarily, and tertiarily on other countries that depend on maritime trade, saying that, you know, if we don't stop the ethnic cleansing in Gaza, then you're not going to get your products through our sea. You're not going to get your products through the Red Sea.
Combat fatigues. There's enough evidence, all right, to at least be like, hey, you know what? Let's not fucking spike Zionists, okay? But no, his fans, here's what they do. They first call me a liar that the tweet's not real. Then, once the tweet's real, they say he's not a Houthi. So, also you're lying. There's no point to which reality catches up with these people. There's no point in which me presenting facts
Oh wait, it's a stimulant? I thought it made you chill. Makes you energetic and talkative, raises your heart rate, huh?
Disputable facts will change their mind that whatever they're obsessed with is real, and that me, a Zionist, is lying. That's the beginning, and that's the end. Maybe, and then I see people, the next part of the argument is this. So, you're lying, it's not a real tweet. Okay, it's a real tweet. Well, he's not a Houthi. You're lying about that. Okay, fine. He might be affiliated with Houthis, but Houthis are actually awesome. I've seen Hasan say that a lot, and I'll show it to you as I move on. Houthis are awesome. I've even heard people, the likes of Norm Finkelstein, saying that they should be nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize, the Houthis. And Hasan very much is a fan of the Houthis, which I'll show. Let's start with the Houthi flag. Here is their official flag.
Lady Badash.
Terrorist organization.
That is an awesome top of the hour ad break debate. And if it was in fact the top of the hour, I would go with it. Maybe I'll just save that. Maybe I'll pretend that you said that in 30 minutes or so. That being said, if you're enjoying what you're seeing here, make sure to like the stream. It helps me out a lot. If you want to support what I'm doing, you can do so by super chatting. You'll notice we've got a poll going as well. That's for bonus content, right? We get bonus content if we hit the dono goal. We are actually 37% of the way there, so making good progress to that. The items that we can watch as far as bonus content, you'll see them in the poll on YouTube. Looks like right now AOC versus Biederman is ahead. Hasanabi on the Pod Save America podcast has come back from being in last place to now being in second place. We got Trump Gets Grabby with a Fox News hostess in third place, and we got the Crisis of Masculinity down in fourth place. Remember, when you donate, you can also let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as bonus content. I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is and add it as a percentage. See how we've got all these little, like each topic has like +2, +7. When you donate, you can let me know where to put your money, and you'll actually be able to increase the percentage. I'll add the poll to the donos at the end of it, and we'll decide what we get to watch as far as bonus content. And I'll actually start the bonus content early if we hit 100% before the stream is over, because I know some people they always miss out on it because it goes on too late. So we'll try to front load that. If you front load the donations, I will front load the bonus content as well.
It says Allah Akbar, death to America, death to Israel, curse the Jews.
We almost gave like a soundtrack to the slogan on the Houthi flag. Shakespeare with 300 bits for, let me see if I can pronounce this correctly. Shakespeare, correct me if I'm wrong. Chris, I can't. Chris de masculine. Why do I sound like I'm speaking Castilian Spanish here? Chris de masculinity. There we go. That's better. That gets us to 40%, and Crisis of Masculinity getting 10 extra points. Look at that. That's a buff. That's what it does. When you donate, it buffs the topic of your choice. That's a better way to explain it.
Victory Islam. This is their flag. This is their pirate flag. What do you call it? There's a name for that.
Jolly Roger?
It's like a catchy name for it. I think someone's saying.
Doesn't a Jolly Roger have to have a skull?
Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's their pirate flag. Death. Now again, a Jolly Roger. Thank you guys. Now again, death to Israel.
Chat, do we need a Jolly Roger?
Curse the Jews. Not a great distinction between Zionism and Jews. And this is basically...
Stavvy Cliff super chatted $19.99. Gamers must reclaim masculinity from their mom's basement.
Yes. Yeah. Is that what your vote is for, Davy? Thank you for the super chat.
Flag. So
we got and just so everybody knows, the Crisis of Masculinity thing, that's the AndyPants gaming channel. You may have heard of this before. This is the guy that debated the Act Man and really just embarrassed himself. We have not taken a look at his content. It's just, anti-SJW cringe content, basically. But yeah, he's talking about the crisis of masculinity in gaming. Gaming's not masculine enough. There's not enough dicks in gaming. I feel like there might be enough dicks already, but not according to AndyPants Gaming. And if that ends up winning, then that's what we'll see. What does that bring us to? Like, yeah, it brings us to 60 on the dono goal, so we're 60% of the way toward. And like I said, if we get there early, I'll take a little break from Ethan, and we'll do the bonus content early, because I want to make sure that people, especially those of you who are supporting the stream, get to see the bonus content.
People who are trying to tell me like Hamas revised their charter in 2016, so therefore they no longer want to kill Jews. It's like, give me a fucking break. You would never run this kind of defense for the obvious dog whistling that you see by terrorist organizations. If it was about any other minority group.
I think he's misremembering the change in the Hamas charter.
They changed their Actually, they didn't change it. They added a new chapter. They didn't even change the original charter. It still stands as it is, unedited. But they added like a new chapter that's like, actually, we don't hate Jews. We just hate Israel. In 2016, when they realized how important the information warfare was happening online, on TikTok, on Twitter, and of course they were right.
I'm sorry, but bitching about Hamas's superior information warfare capabilities, you're not exactly beating the Zionist charges, are you?
In spreading that, it's gone all the way up to Hasan, which is now accepted form of discourse that Hamas somehow doesn't hate.
Yeah, I guess Hasan's just not smart enough to figure that out. You know more than him about these issues, Ethan. That's why you did so well debating him, right? Because you're so smart on these things. You're so knowledgeable. You this isn't motivated reasoning. This isn't cherry picking. No, this is real shit that you're offering us.
Anyway, besides the point.
Anyway, does he realize? Now remember, chat. What are we watching? We're watching the H3 podcast. One in chat, if you've watched the H3 podcast before, I will not judge you. I promise not to judge you, okay? If you know what this goes like normally, you will notice a difference in entertainment value. Now, I mean, I guess it's entertaining to us because, you know, we're following this issue, we're following the drama, but this is just not, like, this is supposed to be an entertaining show. I wonder what their numbers were like on this. I mean, I guess there's probably drama frogs there too. There's probably some DGG in chat. Anytime you shit on Hasan, you're gonna get some views from the Hasan hate industrial complex. But I can't imagine this is like entertaining for H3 fans. But yeah, he's taken. Let's see. So far, we are on. Oh my God, chat. We're almost at 40 minutes, and he's still going. He's got more. He's got to convince you.
This is the Houthi.
Let me show you. Hasan is irresponsible. Hasan is supporting bad people. This Rashid fellow from Yemen, he's bad news.
Thank you. Up next.
It's literally like a Keffel's freaking slideshow. Like, this is how Keffel's would... Oh my God, chat. Like, some of you weren't here for that. I don't want to keep on referring to like ancient history, but a streamer named Keffel's, who herself was very partial to drama, used to, whenever she was in a controversy with somebody else, she'd try to prove she was right by having somebody in her community put together a slideshow for her. She'd go over the slideshow. It was the only way she could kind of stay on track because she was just too out of it to really make much sense most of the time.
Recently, the Houthis were in the news for sentencing 13 to public execution on homosexuality charges. There's a common theme here. In Houthi-controlled Yemen, here they are doing a Heil Hitler. Is this...
Miskatonic says there can never be enough dicks for AndyPants.
Is there any other explanation for this other than just doing Heil Hitler? Taking an oath of allegiance to the Houthis. I mean, it certainly looks like a Heil Hitler, but okay.
Well, do some fucking research on it, okay? Also, do some research on the, Israeli news source that you got here, right? I don't know if the Jerusalem Post is credible. I don't imagine anybody out there in H3 audience land knows either, right? You need to, you're just not you're just looking for anything that supports your fucking viewpoint.
Maybe they're just fucking...
Oh yeah, the other thing about this, the counterpoint that we're getting here is like, he's just like, he gets mad, he says something, he makes an implication, he says that he's proved something without actually proving it, and then he coughs. Like, the dude is like, dude needs to be in bed, but instead he's on H3 doing fucking drama instead of the content that his community has come here for.
Maybe it's just a coincidence that the guy with in their flag right here that says "curse upon the Jews" is doing a Heil Hitler. But at any rate, they're executing gay people publicly.
And the other thing about Ansar Allah is that, the Houthis, is that it's not as unified as Ethan seems to think it is. It's a movement that came up in the wake of a civil war, in the wake of a genocide, in the wake of outside interventions from Saudi Arabia, from the United States, from Israel, and as such, it's going to be it's gonna be a movement of a lot of different people with a lot of different ideas and a lot of different beliefs. So trying to put, trying to sort of paint them all with this anti-Semitic brush is I think misleading at best.
That's not cool. They are taking boats indiscriminately. Another talk about you hear about these terrorists is that they're only targeting Israeli-controlled ships affiliated with Israel. In fact, Houthis are taking boats indiscriminately. They are terrorizing the entire sea there. And once again, a huge number of these ships have nothing to do with Israel.
Mexico does what, like a salute like that when people take state office?
Here, it's an excerpt from this BBC article. The Houthis initially said they were attacking ships connected with Israel, or headed to or from there. However, many of the vessels have no connection with Israel. Major shipping companies have stopped using the Red Sea, through which almost 15% of global seaborne trade usually passes, and are using a much longer route around southern Africa instead. So, once again, people run defense for the Houthis, Hasan included, saying, as I'll show you later, that they only target Israel ships. It's not true. Not only that, they board these ships, they take hostages, and then, guess what? They disappear. We don't even know where the fuck they are. They kidnap people. None of them Israeli, by the way. And apparently they hang out and have parties with this cute youth Houthi kid. But other than that, we don't know where they are.
It disturbs me. It disturbs me the way that he keeps on referring to Rashid. This cute youth Houthi kid. What? What?
We don't know what they want. We don't know if they're alive. And it's just a fun game we like to play with the good guys over at the Houthis. Here's a CNN article about them imprisoning shipping crew hostages indefinitely. Let's take a look here, just for your enjoyment. Hope is fading for imminent return of the international crew of the cargo ship hijacked by Houthis in November. The senior Filipino diplomat saying he does not expect a release date until the war in Gaza is over. Houthi-owned helicopter hijacked the Galaxy cargo ship November 19 in the Red Sea.
Oh, wow. Lady Badash, let me show everybody what you're talking about here. All right, so chat, you saw that salute. Oh my God, I'm going to have to blow this up a little bit. Okay, so you saw that salute earlier that they were doing, that the Houthis were doing, that Ethan is assuming is a Heil Hitler, right? Look at these American kids doing the Heil Hitler to the flag. Ah, interesting. Anyway,
so yeah, they took these hostages. None of them are Israeli. In fact, I have a rundown of their nationality here. Hostages taken from the Galaxy. Yeah, thank you. The hostages comprise of 17 Filipinos, 2 Bulgarians, 3 Ukrainians, 2 Mexicans, and 1 Romanian. 22 hostages, 0 Israelis, 0 Americans. I mean, even the only European one is Ukrainian. Oh,
wow. Well, wait a minute. Shakespeare says, I am looking at Dr. Jafarnua's publications in HRW, and none of them have the title of the Jerusalem Post article Ethan showed. Are you saying that is the article fake? What's going on?
And so, what did I say? What? Oh, what did I say? Anyway, what I meant to say, oh, 2 from Bulgaria and 1 from Romania. That's correct. Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So they've taken a ton of hostages, none of them even relevant to this conflict, and they are holding them indefinitely.
Davy Cliff says Hitler literally invented sticking out your hand and putting it out at an angle. True.
Nobody knows what's going on with them. If they're alive, if they're dead, if they're being treated well, if they're being mistreated. It's a mystery. They're probably trying to shake down countries, sell back the hostages, or you know, just, I don't know. But that's what's going on with the great guys over at the Houthis, kidnapping random working class people from random countries. And by the way, may I say that crew is extraordinarily more multinational. I mean, we should be what a global workforce they have there.
Wow, what is bro talking about? What is bro saying here? Right, this is like see, if you don't know, a little history about Ethan Klein. He started doing YouTube back in the edgy old days. He's been, you know, clipped saying slurs multiple times because apparently that's just how YouTube was. Now, he says that he had a change of heart at some point. He didn't want to do the edgy stuff anymore. And that he's a different person now. And, you know, he's lost a lot of that old audience that liked the slurs, that liked the edgy stuff, and he's gained a new audience, right? But it's stuff like that that makes me think that, I don't know, he's grifting? That he just felt like I don't know, like, you see what I'm saying? He's like, oh, no, they should be commended. Oh, no, you got a multinational crew there. That's a really good job. That's very woke of you. That's very woke of you, ship's crew. How dare you? How dare you, Houthis? Kidnap our extremely diverse woke crew because that's what we all like, right, fellow progressives? That we all like woke and diverse things. That's good DEI there. Yeah, like, do you know what I mean? He's like saying what he thinks is like left-wing shit, but he's saying it in the most right-wing way possible. It's weird. It's super fucking weird.
Ugh. Excuse me.
Wait, Shakespeare is telling me that AndyPants is the newest BAP orbiter?
Here it gets better. The Houthis have been arbitrarily kidnapping aid workers, helping in the famine in Yemen. There's a terrible famine happening in Yemen. Terrible, terrible humanitarian crisis.
Yeah, you sound like you're really broken up about it.
But the Houthis have decided to start arbitrarily kidnapping people who are there to help the humanitarian crisis, their charity workers. And once again, just like the hostages.
Wait, are you telling me that in the midst of a civil war and a famine and a genocide that people are being kidnapped? Oh my, I'm fucking shocked.
Kind of just disappeared. They don't know where they are, what's happened to them, if they're dead, if they're alive, if they're safe. They just kind of took them, and that's that. This is a press release from the United Nations. Just to read a quote here. The target of humanity.
I really wish Ethan would just go home and take a fucking day off. Right? He's just, it hurts me to hear, like he's sick. This man should not be working.
In Yemen, including arbitrary detention, intimidation, mistreatment, and false allegations, must stop. And all those detained must be released immediately, they stressed. Yeah. So they're not, frankly, trying to help the humanitarian crisis happening in their country. And it's tragic. It really is. These are not good people. In fact, they're quite evil, it seems. So, with all that being said, I feel like I've established that the Houthis are a terrible group of people. I'm sure there's a...
Oh my God. So, Shakespeare, you're telling me that Ethan did like zero research on this? I'm shocked. I am so shocked. It's almost like this is motivated reasoning. It's almost like he's...
And other things I could say about them.
Literally cherry picking anything that backs up his bullshit.
But...
Oh, it's a Google Drive. See, whereas Keffels would have used like an OBS slideshow, Ethan's using a Google Drive.
Hasan interviews this kid who is almost certainly affiliated with Houthis, and asks him a few hard-hitting questions.
Let's take a look at where we're at right now, chat. We have been watching this. This is started. Oh my god, we're like 40 minutes. Are we 40 minutes into this? Yeah, we're more than 40 minutes into this. Ethan said he was going to do this really quickly. Try to be as fair as he can. So far, neither of those things are true. Meanwhile, on our stream, we are 62% of the way towards the dono goal. We've got AOC versus Fetterman leading in the poll, followed by Hasanabi on Pod Save America, followed by Trump Gets Grabby with Fox News Hostess, and with Crisis of Masculinity in last place. However, Crisis of Masculinity, that AndyPants Gaming video, is very popular amongst the donors, and it's going to get a 30% boost, which actually puts it into first place. Wow. So remember, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, and you will actually add a buff, add a percentage to the topic of your choice, and potentially help it win. You can also say, oh my god, where is it? You can say Vox Populi, and what that does is that takes emphasis away from the, it takes emphasis away from the donos and puts the emphasis back on the poll. So if you believe in the, getting money out of politics, that's one way to put money in politics in order to get money out of politics. It's a little bit ironic. It's a little bit strange, but Crystal Safira, thank you for becoming a member. Also, Sasha G, thank you for the gifted membership to Stray Ballistic. Stray Ballistic, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Okay, this is a stupid question. Okay, you can preface it with that. Does he know what One Piece is?
أول شيء بقول لك إنه ممكن هذا السؤال يكون شوي أهبل بس.
Kira Safira, you just got weaseled as well.
تعرف شو هو One Piece؟ عمرك سمعت ب One Piece؟
أكيد يعني منذ الطفولة وأنا أشاهد One Piece. لوفي.
Luffy?
I don't know why I want to make both of your names rhyme, but I said it wrong. Crystal Safira, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes, that's fire. That's
so, people are calling this guy Tim Houthi Chalamet. People are saying he's a Houthi. I don't know. He seems like more of a Weeaboothi.
so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
So this is a meme. He's saying the Houthi pirates are like Luffy. Luffy, of course, is this irreverent, fun-loving, happy.
I love Ethan trying to explain Luffy. Luffy D Monkey.
Character who just wants to experience freedom on the high seas.
Yeah, but he also fights injustice. Are you starting to get it? There's the Marines, and they're perpetuating injustice on the high seas, and Luffy is fighting against them.
Appeals to youth, appeals to young people, and Hasan is working overtime.
I don't know. I feel like One Piece's audience is not exactly. I wouldn't typify it as young. If you don't know, chat, it's a manga that's probably been going since like the 90s. Am I right about that? The anime has been going since the early 2000s. It's a fairly, it's like older than Bleach.
To convince people that this child, who is a terrorist, not child, he's
a child terrorist. We're not trying to say children are terrorists. We're not trying to justify. We're not doing that. Right, that's like kind of a meme. I think that was like in Doonesbury. Doonesbury is like an old political comic that from I don't know the 60s. It probably started around the Vietnam War or something like that. But there's somebody was showing some panels from Doonesbury where they're talking about the Lebanese conflict in the 80s, and the reporter is talking to people, and they're saying, yeah, the terrorist children or the terrorist healthcare workers, like, right, like everyone that's getting like killed is being called like a terrorist as a way of excusing it.
This kid who's a terrorist is just like Luffy. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I've only seen halfway through One Piece, so I don't know. But I don't.
Yeah, if you've seen half of One Piece, you've seen more than I got stuck. I don't know. I think there's like a whale, right? There's a whale that was going to eat the boat. That's the last I saw of One Piece. Did they get eaten?
Luffy flying this Jolly Roger. Death to America, death to Israel, curse to the Jews. That was not on his Jolly Roger. But once again, there's time. There's time for it to change. Apparently, there's a big tone change in the second half. You know what? You know what I'm more interested in than sewing out that he's seen an episode of One Piece? The fact that he admitted to spending time with fucking Chinese vessel hostages that were kidnapped by the Houthis. You know, that would warrant a good follow-up question. But it's unabashed pro-terrorist propaganda that he's chosen, and that is what we're witnessing. This whole interview is frankly disgusting, in my opinion. It's shameful. Twitch should be ashamed. I don't know how he continues to show terrorist propaganda. It is.
Wait, Peebs is having trouble with the browser? Is it Firefox by chance? I have been having so much trouble with Firefox lately. I don't know what's. I feel like Firefox is like dying. Maybe it's just something with my computer. I don't know. This is why I had to switch to Chrome. Crystal Saphira, thank you for a well-timed coffee. Yo, I might get some coffee. I'm actually, like, I don't know if it's like sympathy pains with Ethan, you know, coughing and stuff like that, or if it's something that, like, I've been feeling sick for a few. I thought I was over it though. He does sound like he wants Hasan banned. Just wait, it gets worse.
Quite alarming, and I genuinely don't understand it. And that's not even the worst of it. We'll continue. This is from yesterday. Yesterday, okay?
Ooh, good point, Shakespeare. Does this mean that Ethan then denies the foundation of the State of Israel because Czech's notes, the Irgun and Leahy were both known as terrorist organizations?
He compared this kid to Anne Frank. Let's take a look. Is this from yesterday? Yeah, it's from yesterday. It's a conversation with Asmongold.
A teenager.
Who I denounced, by the way, in the strongest terms. The man said insanely terrible things. Accusing Arabs and Muslims of coming from an inferior culture is absolutely pathetic. And something that I deeply disagree and oppose. Okay? That being said, in this conversation, this is what Hasan told him about the cute Houthi pirate.
Obsessive Audio says
from Yemen. Okay.
Obsessive Audio says my Firefox has been fine though. Do you use YouTube on it? Oh God, I don't want to get into the other question though. The other question I would ask you is about a certain extension that I suspect might be responsible for my Firefox not working well, but I don't really want to talk about extensions that that YouTube doesn't want me talking about.
Who everyone called, myself included, called Timothy Charlemagne or Chalamet.
Is that the One Piece one?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now this kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him, which means that for most of his life he has withstood, right?
Sure.
Like he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically. Okay, being able to talk to Anne Frank.
So he's saying that like he's lived all of his life under conditions of civil war, under conditions of genocide and under conditions of droning. McGoggles, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Envix, you just got weaseled. Aaron Patton, you just got weaseled. Space Rewriter, you just got weaseled. Leo, you just got weaseled. And Worm, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. And that's a good thing.
In real time.
Now, once again, I find this comparison insidious for a few reasons. First of all,
anybody else wonder if Bo Blacks? I don't know. Like, I mean, Bo Blacks does not always have good takes, and yeah, lately, I don't know what's going on with Bo Blacks, right? But do you see the plush, right? That's like Bo Blacks plushie. Ethan, you know, at various times has like made fun of or praised Bo Blacks. And I'm just wondering, does Bo Blacks want to be, you know, riding shotgun? Should I make? I feel like I need to change this, right? I mean, like, you can't really see Waluigi that well. Remove this. Will it change? No, it won't. Damn it. But look, you got a plushie there of Bo Blacks. Does Bo Blacks really want to be along for this ride?
Well, I don't remember this page from Anne Frank's journal, but again, it's been a long time since I read it. I don't recall this. That wasn't in there, actually.
Okay, so
Holocaust.
Basically, since we're going to have to skip past that part, let me tell you about what he said. He's like, I don't remember Anne Frank writing in her journal about wanting to spear the Germans from ass to mouth with a spike, right? And here's the thing. Would you begrudge her? What if there was some violent ideation, right, towards Germans? Let's not even say towards Nazis. Let's say towards Germans. What if there was violent ideation? Would you be like, oh yeah, you know what, Anne Frank, let's burn this diary. Let's throw this away. This isn't something that should be taught in schools. This is a bad woman. This is a bad woman. How could you support violence against the German people? You know, some of them maybe didn't know exactly what was like. What would you begrudge Anne Frank for having angry, even violent thoughts against Nazis, against Germans? Would you begrudge Anne Frank for that? I think you wouldn't. Ethan, the answers are like right in front of your face. You just refuse to see them, right? You just refuse to see them. 15 towards masculinity. Oh my God. The masculinity is doing so well.
Play. To
unbelievably well.
To further blur the lines.
For something that's in crisis.
Anti-Semitism.
We're at 83.
Try to take away from
and masculinity's at 45. What the fuck? Masculinity's out of control. It's overpowered.
Again, not related to Israel at all. To somehow this Houthi kid. He's cheapening what happened to Anne Frank, frankly.
What?
You know, this kid, I'm sure, grew up in terrible conditions. There's no doubt. Yemen is in
cheapening what happened to Anne Frank?
Terrible state. However, we don't, as society, as a species, while we can appreciate where people came from and why they turned out the way, it will never excuse violent, hateful behavior, right? We all understand that. We all know that. Anne Frank was in it.
Look, violent, hateful behavior, like putting people on spikes, is one thing. That's not what we're talking about here. Nobody's being put on spikes. Well, actually, I lied. Actually, innocent Palestinians are being put on spikes by Israeli soldiers. That kind of took the wind out of my sails. But the idea that somebody that has had their like childhood taken away from them by cruelty, by war, would have angry, even violent thoughts towards the people that did that to them, it does not make me think of them as a bad person. That's a very human response.
Innocent girl who was whole family, including her, except her dad, was murdered by the Nazis. And once again, as I say this, I know people are thinking, oh, well, what Israel's doing to Gaza right now. Once again,
I know you're thinking that. I know you're making really good points, but I'm going to try to...
people who are trying to convince me and others that Zionism has nothing to do with Israel or nothing to do with Judaism, I'll remind you to take a step back and wonder, why is it you're thinking that? Because the Nazi Holocaust has nothing to do with Israel. It has to do with Judaism.
Does the Nazi Holocaust have nothing to do with Germany either?
So why am I being told not to care about this? Because of what's happening in Gaza. Make it make sense. Please.
This is the most just broken chain of logic I think I've ever seen. But even as broken as it is, it's not as broken as the chain of logic that might deceive you into thinking that you will not see ads at the top of every hour for 3 minutes at a time, every single hour, unless you find a way to get yourself a sub. You can do so for free with a Prime. If you've got it, you can hook it up to Twitch and get yourself a free sub. Get out of the ad break that way. You can also pay $6, assuming you're on desktop, to get out of it. It might be more if you're not on desktop. Or you could possibly be gifted a sub. That can happen, that does happen, but it's a lot more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
I don't get it. Yeah, I found this honestly disgusting. It's vile. And frankly, he should be ashamed. He should be. And
who should be ashamed?
Again,
who should be ashamed?
Twitch continues to allow him to spread terrorist propaganda with impunity, without even seemingly a warning. Here he is.
See, there we go. There we go. Without even a warning. Or maybe something stronger. This is the argument that he's making. Asmongold received a 2-week suspension. Why has Hasan not gotten any consequences? Right? That's and he's not the only one doing this, right? I mentioned the murderers row of sussy bakas such as Stardust, Brianna Wu, obviously Destiny's never far behind, right? There's Destiny's talking about Hasan getting banned. They are trying to ban Hasan as like revenge for Asmongold getting banned, I guess.
Showing 2 weeks ago. This is once again recent. Shows Houthi terrorist propaganda video. The kind of stuff that kind of reminds me of like Al-Qaeda and ISIS propaganda videos that they would put out. That's just like, you know, well, I'll show it. Here's Hasan. And once again, if he's commenting on it, if he's critiquing it, that's one thing. But he presents it and he walks out of the room. He presents it with zero critical analysis.
It's a song. It's a song. For the record, what Ethan's talking about is a music video and a song, which Hasan is entertained by because it is a, like, you know, a political song, but it's kind of a banger, I guess. And obviously, you know, the degree to which Hasan is entertained by this is a little strange. But again, what do you want him to critique? The chord progression, the melody, is the rhythm? Like what are we talking? It's a fucking music video, Ethan.
A full-on endorsement of this terrorist organization right here on Twitch. Now, I don't know if you remember, but basically, this is what caused the apocalypse on YouTube.
Wait, was it?
Ads were showing up next to
like it's like a Bollywood video or something. You know what I mean? It's like a
videos. And here is Hasan, their darling creator, who
their darling creator. Now we're starting to sound a little bit more DGG, right? This is the conspiracy theory that Hasan is the, I don't know, Hasan's friends keep him from getting banned. I'm not sure I entirely understand the conspiracy theory, but I do understand that we're now at 89% of the dono goal. And as soon as we hit that, we got a chance to take a break and do some other content before finishing the Ethan content. We've also got in addition to the Ethan content for today, we've also got Hasan, and I think it's just Felix Biederman from Chapo Trap House. I was trying to think if Stavros is there on the same day, but I don't think he talks about the Ethan Klein thing with Stavros all that much.
Showing to his audience who is willing to receive everything he's saying without much critical thought. No offense, but at least to the ones that were in the subreddit calling me a liar, that Houthis are awesome.
Yeah, like we took that fucking
2 weeks
Saudi
ago.
deal.
You did?
Oh yeah, me and XQC both.
Oh no, damn,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, we did. I'm sorry, I needed the money.
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical?
Sure.
These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way.
Zach,
just so you know, these fucking.
Sorry, the sound pack is falling off here.
It's falling off.
I'll just put it on the table.
Okay.
Actually, it's fine.
Oh God.
Sure, it doesn't fall. Should I put it on the ground?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Is that good?
Yeah, that's good.
Here, let's continue.
And musically gifted individuals.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
Shakespeare's sharing a link with me from Destiny's friend, landlord Dan. Dan Clancy. It's the They Live meme, you know, with the glasses. The guy like puts on glasses and he can see the you know what shit really says. You can see the horrible truth underlying reality. And in this one, he's looking at a Twitch icon, a Twitch what am I thinking? The Twitch logo. Yeah, there we go. It's the Twitch logo. When you put the glasses on, it becomes the Ansar Allah flag.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Based Felix mention.
Based Felix, yeah, Based Felix indeed. He actually adds a lot to the. I'm glad we're watching Felix and Hasan. Like, I don't know. Like, if I was Hasan and I was dealing with this, I'd want to have Felix there with me too. Will I be watching Hasan's response to Ethan? Cat, are you talking about the response that he did with Felix? Because if so, yeah, I've got that one on coming up next. If there's another response though, let me know about it. Maybe I don't know, but thank you for the super chat, Davy.
I'm gonna grab my food.
Let me read the words for you to enjoy. And once again, I feel that we should throw up. We disavow this video, Nate, because on YouTube, they actually don't allow terrorist propaganda videos to play.
So there we go. We're going to get him banned.
And I want to make it very clear that I actually do not condone this. I think these guys are terrorists, and they're dangerous, and this is dangerous propaganda, and I'm watching it for critical reasons. Is it up, Nate? Yeah, throw that up when I watch this, because frankly, I'm risking my ass watching this clip. Yeah, fuck the Houthis. So he introduces it as a fun Houthi musical.
Well, Ethan, considering like the terrorist apologia you've done so far, I would say that you got more concerns than the music video.
Musically gifted.
Ooh, he talked about it more today. Yeah, we'll definitely watch that then.
Individuals.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I need the money, guys.
We do not care. We do not care. Make it a major world war. Great. Good messaging. Shooting their heart.
Like, does he understand that this is a country that's been in the midst of a civil war for what? Like, is it like 10 years now? It's been under the attack from Saudi Arabia, United States, from Israel, right? Yeah. 3 larger world powers. Yeah, I mean, like, what? Could you maybe see the lyrics in the context of that?
Songs for Master rifles and
Mauser.
Assault rifles. Very good. Very cool.
I'm so confused.
He gets up and leaves his poor friend there in the trenches, taking Houthi terrorism propaganda to the dome. And I've seen this clip, man. This poor guy has no idea what's going on. He's obviously not very savvy with politics. And this man just left him fucking like George.
I mean, I will admit that's a weird stream segment. That I will cop to the fact that that's a very weird stream segment. But look at the guy. I mean, look. Do you see the 100 tens of Zen behind him? Like, Hasan's kind of a weird guy. He's eccentric.
Bush, when he heard
we know this about him.
9/11 happened. You know what I mean?
Since 2014, yeah, 10 years. Wow.
I forbid myself.
That's exactly right.
This life. Ask your excellence in your height. They're showing what's his name? MB, the king, the new guy of Saudi Arabia, the crown
MBS
prince. Apparently, they want to kill him. There was a war there, and they want to kill him. So
is that the guy that ordered Khashoggi's death and dismemberment? That's the guy, right?
Where they're showing him. MBS? Yeah. Yeah, he's just talking about their military campaigns. And this poor guy, I wish I had this at a higher quality.
Oh my God, I can't believe they're saying we don't care about Humvees and artillery. How could you not care about our Humvees? How could you not care about state-of-the-art United States weaponry? How could you not care about our superior military?
See, this poor fucking guy is like, what the hell is happening right now?
Coming out as a big MBS fan. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. By the way, notice the age of these kids dancing with guns and rifles and the hoot. How old would you say these kids are here? To me, they look 15. Just saying. The Houthis have child soldiers. They recruit them.
Johan's telling me just weird, just eccentric. Maybe watching terrorist propaganda on stream is something more than just weird. Thank you for bringing that up. Would you like to offer some notes for the Yemeni people on what kind of music videos they should cut in response to being droned by the United States, by 3 different United States presidents, right? Maybe there's a better way they could respond. Like, they don't make fun of the Humvees. Maybe is that what you're saying? Be like, we do not want a major world war. That would be very bad. Please be nice to us. Can we be your doormat, perhaps? United States, Saudi Arabia, Israel. How can we help you? How can we assist you? Let us be a cog in the machine of global hegemony, perhaps, right? Maybe that's the lyrics, right? Just help us out with the lyrics here, Johan. Because I know you're a talented lyricist and you came in here to offer good feedback. So we appreciate your feedback.
And terrible as life's been. Well, he's not even a child soldier at this point. He's like 20.
Wait, is Ethan coming after us next? Look, I'll believe that we're under attack from Stardust before I would think that would be more likely. I don't think Ethan's too concerned.
Hasan comes back from the bathroom. We've now digested 1 minute and 10 seconds of unmitigated terrorist propaganda.
Can you explain this?
Here they are.
I wonder what it is makes Ethan so sure of this, like, terrorist propaganda, right? Is it the I think it's the melody. I think that's how you know it's terrorist.
Up the signs.
That's definitely a terrorist melody there.
Pointed out, it says "Death to Israel, curse upon the Jews, death to America," right there on display.
The 3-minute video of what do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like bad example, Chris Brown dancing. You know?
No. They do do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
Isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
No, it is. They do musicals about like their fucking like their actions all the time.
Yeah, that's called terrorist propaganda. They do it to package it in a nice way to appeal to a broader audience. And Hasan is doing exactly their bidding, more than they could have ever dreamed of, by broadcasting this directly into the
Yeah, and Ethan, you have I feel like becoming a terrorist now for having watched this, right? Thanks to you putting this in your video. Now I have seen this. Now my terrorist spidey sense is activated.
Line of Twitch.
And they love walking over. They love walking over like the American flag and the Israeli flag side by side. They will always like march on it. I'm surprised they haven't done it yet.
We stormed Al Dude, military, Saudi military style. Again, they're just talking about their military exploits at this point.
He's saying they do not care about the heavy missiles. Like they will literally take the war to them no matter what.
Yeah, no, they're awesome. And once again, sharing very supportive, flowery, supportive language about the Houthis, who, as I've shown, is a disgusting, vicious terrorist organization.
It's an act of.
I get the feeling that Ethan thinks they should lie down and accept occupation by the Saudis. That's
for them. It's an act of resistance. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure.
This poor guy, man. He did not sign up for this.
He's in OTK. And
I was wondering who he is. He's pretty funny.
Yeah, Nick Pollum.
Is he a
like
WoW
him a
player?
lot. Back in the days, yeah.
What does he do?
Yeah, it's a WoW.
Hey, spicy take. I think OTK is a terrorist organization. That's
originally a WoW.
like how much more terrorism are we going to be subjected to by the One True King stream team?
I don't know anything about him, but I thought he was very funny and likable in these clips.
Yeah, he's great. He's a funny guy.
Oh my god.
He wasn't mean to Hasan, by the way, or like judgy.
Give towards masculinity.
Like, what the fuck?
Oh my gosh, that's 51% for.
Pretty well.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
Oh man.
Yes.
You know what? I also took a McDonald's sponsor and I drink Starbucks.
Buffy Geek asks the very important question: does he have employees in the room with him while he's sick? The answer is yes. The answer is very much yes. He's coming to work, and so is everybody else.
I'm sorry. Don't hate me.
Busted.
Good job.
So there it is. Yeah, that right there. Something similar to that caused the apocalypse on YouTube.
Yeah, Omega Star, I counted your gift sub, and then I added it towards Crisis of Masculinity.
Twitch, however, I think it's officially sanctioned by the CEO. I say that because he said Hasan's his favorite streamer. He released filmed forcing the Twitch staff to wish him happy birthday. He seems, by all accounts, to be a big Hasan supporter. And God bless him. You know, he's the CEO. It's his ship to steer.
I mean, to be fair, I'm a little sick too, but I don't have employees in here with me. It's just me.
Interesting choice, though. Now, when I saw this interview, I thought surely this is too far. Like something's got to give.
Something's got to give. What, like Hasan's income?
He'll maybe get at least like suspended for a day or two, just so that, like, just to make a point. Like, hey, let's chill out on the terrorist propaganda. Nothing, and their continued, basically silent support of him has emboldened him, in my opinion, to get even more.
Well, look, it's like this.
His platform.
Here, let me see if I can find the meme.
Moving on to this, he shows him another Houthi terrorist propaganda video of them hijacking. Whoop, wrong doc. 1 sec here, guys. 17.5.
Look, I want you to understand this, Ethan. All right, I need you to understand this. All right, look. This is Twitch, okay? All right? And that's Hasan, right? That's what we got going on. Like, right? Twitch is being attacked by missiles, by throwing knives, by grenades, by more throwing knives, by several vibrators. Why are they throwing vibrators at Twitch? I don't know. But don't worry, because Twitch is going to tank it. While Hasan sleeps soundly. Right? Twitch is just they're gonna tank it for him. They're his silent protector.
He shows him a video of when they board this vessel via helicopter and kidnap all these workers from different countries unrelated to the conflict in Israel.
Yeah, now they're workers. Before, when Ethan didn't like so the idea that employees run the shop under socialism, not really caring so much for workers.
The galaxy. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to find it. Yeah, it would be this one right here. Thank you for waiting patiently.
We have the, yeah, here it is.
How should I pull this up? Should I download it? Here, let me just download it. Sorry, this was kind of put together the best I could with what time I had. Here it is, downloading. So yeah, here he is presenting this entire video. Once again, with zero critical commentary. In fact, the opposite. Blatant encouragement and enjoyment.
We have the, yeah, here it is.
This is Rust.
Oh yeah, J-Rock reminding us that Destiny's having a field day with this. We'll try to jump in on that too.
Look at this. They got the Palestinian flag that they painted under the helicopter with the Yemen flag. They fucking overtake. They start overtaking the ships. And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you're an Israeli, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, or if you are actually sending ships to the Israeli port of
Paul,
it's the other one that is now bankrupt.
Oh yeah,
but is suffering.
What was the other port? Haifa.
Right. Wait, they're suffering. They're suffering. Ethan, this is unfair that people are cutting off trade until they do like. This is the weird thing about Ethan. I thought he was for a ceasefire. Like, and that's the whole thing. What is the role of the Houthis right now? Why are the Houthis important? Because they are disrupting trade while the ethnic cleansing of Gaza proceeds. Right? They're putting pressure on the United States, on Israel, on the world to reach a ceasefire, to stop the fucking slaughter that's going on in Gaza. Which I thought, Ethan, that you were against. I thought you said you were against that.
Is it Haifa? Is Haifa the bankrupt one? Anyway, there's a lot of information. I can't recall all of it. But they go, if you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship. You cannot fucking use this trade route anymore. Guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza. Because they say it. They're like, listen,
the problem so far, of course,
we're not a fan of you.
Is that
okay?
He's either wrong or intentionally lying. Although he's pretty savvy, so I have a hard time concluding anything but that he's intentionally lying. Because of course, a huge portion of the ships that they've attacked, commandeered, have nothing to do with Israel. And I'll also say, Israeli imports are slightly affected, but totally fine. West Africa and
yeah,
countries like that
so
are the ones being hardest hit by this terrorism, raising the cost of foods on the poorest countries that need it the most.
So what Ethan's saying is that I think he's alluding to the fact that Israel, most of their goods come either via land or through the Mediterranean. This disruption in trade is affecting the Red Sea and not those trade routes.
And limiting their access to. But the problem here is, of course, that he's just straight up lying. They don't just target Israeli ships. They're attacking everybody. And that's called terrorism.
That's called terrorism, my friend. That's called terrorism.
In your terrorist propaganda video and say you're doing it on behalf of them, you get a pass. In fact, the Palestinian cause is an important cause, one that I support. As I've said, I've donated, I support. I desperately want to.
I've donated.
I'm heartbroken by all the tragedy I see there. But certainly, I don't see how this is helping anybody. And of course, he's lying. He's doing Houthi propaganda by lying about what they do and who they are.
This is a group of people that are like, no, we care about the Palestinians. We don't want you bombing them. So we're going to fucking take action. And we're going to try to punish you economically to the best of our ability. And by God, they started doing that, and they were doing it real well. So they started taking over these ships. They started targeting the ship.
Appreciate the flowery language.
He
He
like,
loves
hey, where
it.
are you going? Whatever, blah, blah, blah. And if you're trying to get in there, we're going to fucking bomb you.
Are there people on this helicopter right now?
Yes. What do you mean? Of course there are people on this helicopter. What do you think? It's a fucking drone?
Kind of, from this angle.
No, there are people on this helicopter.
Rude.
This is
By
like
the
a
way,
hostile
rude,
news
Hasan.
streaming?
It does kind of look like a drone. Just saying. It was a reasonable question.
Yeah, they're flexing.
Here they are boarding
And
the
they're
ship.
coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand this
Literally,
is a deterrent, right? So like their
a
goal
fucking
is to
CSGO
film it.
campaign. I feel like there's one of these maps for sure.
Modern Warfare, yeah.
Modern Warfare. Play.
And show it to the world, so like other companies that don't want to risk having this happen to their product, having this happen to their ships, literally are like, okay, we're not going to use the trade route anymore. All of a sudden, if you don't use the trade route, trade gets more expensive for the West. All of a sudden, if you can't use that
It's
trade route,
expensive for everybody.
the Israeli port
Once
is going
again,
to get banned.
a totally ridiculous reading of the situation. It doesn't just get expensive for the West, and the West can afford it. The West, you know what I mean? It's the poorer countries, the West African countries, that it gets expensive for, that it hurts them way more. And in fact, like I said, Israel imports are relatively fine.
Bankrupt. Israel is not going to be able to get the materials in time that they need for waging their war. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
But again, I just have to comment, just kind of almost as an aside, but getting people to leave Israel, like
To be fair, like, though, I've just noticed something. I feel like this is Vosh's take. The last time we covered Vosh, I think it was about the trade routes. I think it was about, Vosh coming out against the Houthis for, blocking the trade routes. Being like, we need maritime trade, Jack.
80% of the people that
Make those ships go, toot, toot.
Israel are citizens who were born there. They don't have anywhere to go. This is part of the fucking problem with this conversation that I have to explain to people. The Israelis cannot go back to Europe. There's literally nowhere else in the world for them to go. As I said, Elah's parents were born in Israel. So it's like, the country's been there almost, coming up 100 years. They like 80% of the people were born there. Okay, who's leaving? And I guarantee you the people in Israel would love to leave if they could. I'll tell you, I've known a lot of Israelis who are able to immigrate to America, and that's like the dream there. Trust me, you think they fucking want to be there? Most of those motherfuckers can't wait to get out of there if there's any chance. That's the truth. You know what I mean? Do we have the full video? I'm curious to finish because it. Well, anyway, I'll just describe it. The rest of the video shows them going through the ship with their guns drawn and essentially hog-tying these workers and taking them hostages. Once again, from a grouping of countries, none of them Israel, America, or even Europe, with the exception of Ukraine. Most of them Filipino. Those guys are like, what the fuck? Like, what did I do? Thank you, Dan. Here it is. So this is the video. And again, let's throw up the disavow because
I always like to note when Ethan and Vosh agree on something, considering their checkered history together.
Here on YouTube, at least, when you show when you show terrorist propaganda, generally results in an issue. I'm presenting with critical commentary, and of course, this is the rest of the video. Yeah, they're just going through the ship. Kidnapping people, taking the boat, yada, yada. It's the whole thing. And so this is, again, the people that Hasan is uncritically hyping up as some kind of heroes. And
hyping up.
And totally. And by the way, everyone you saw in that video, by the way, who was being kidnapped, missing, unaccounted for. Where are they? That's part of the fun of being kidnapped by Houthis. Nobody knows. Where are the aid workers working in Yemen who are arbitrarily detained? Nobody knows. These are not good people. These are terrible people. These are religious zealots. These are violent, terrible people that are making the material conditions in Yemen, as far as I can tell, even worse in an already terrible situation. And Hasan is here running cover for them, whitewashing them, making them palatable to a general audience.
What's their history, Vosh and Ethan? Do people not remember? So when Vosh had the tax folder scandal, Ethan was probably the first huge creator to cover it. And, you know, Vosh reacted to Ethan's stream. Ethan, you know, kept on. There was like a back and forth between them. And then Keffels jumped in, and Keffels and Tipster tried to defend Vosh, and then Ethan went off on them, right? So what I'm saying is that Ethan has been critical of Vosh in the past. And yet he finds himself, the thing about Ethan and Vosh is they're really not that different as far as their takes on things, as far as their perspectives. Now, you know, nothing has been found on Ethan's hard drive as far as I know. No, you know, there's no allegations of short stack goblins or AI horse stick or anything like that for Ethan, right? But it's just ironic that there's so many parallels
in the West. And
so in their bad takes, in their bad takes, right? Wait, did something just happen? Vosh Populi. Take donos from good people and buy luxury items. Yo. Wait, this Vox Populi is kind of like the Robin Hood of options, right? So that gets us to 100% on the dono goal, and puts Vox Populi at like 1 or 1.5. H3 has been unbearable for the last few months. Yeah. Well, I mean, like in terms of the, like I haven't really been paying that much attention because I think he's on Instagram making these posts, right? But it just hasn't been, H3 was never tolerable, says Chris Perez.
This once again reminding you of their flag. It says death to Israel, curse upon the Jews. All of this contributes to a rising sense of anti-Semitism, of unsafeness that Jews feel around the world. And
talk about someone who fell off. I think Keffels quit content. I think it was after Xander Hall, after Xander Hall basically said that he wanted to unalive Keffels. Keffels was like, you know what? That's enough for me. I don't.
This once again blurring the line of the phrase Zionist with Jew. So there is that. Let's see what else we got here. And catch back up to my spot. Deleted this part.
Sierra with the quote of the day. I think content quit her. Yeah.
And then, of course, the
this is the one time I'll say I don't blame Keffels. Like, right? If Xander Hall was fed posting about me, I'd be scared too.
Lovely terrorist, cute terrorist here, was quick to
adorable terrorist.
Now I watched that interview with him. Even Hasan said in the fucking interview that he was surprised by how media trained he was. So why is everyone going to be like, oh, he said he's not a Houthi. He said he doesn't hate Jews.
Ethan, you were supposed to prove that he was a Houthi. You've done nothing of the sort. The burden of proof, my friend, is on you, and you have not fulfilled that. What did you tell us? You said you were going to be short and sweet, short and succinct. You said that you were going to stick to the truth. And you said that you were going to prove that this guy was a Houthi. You said you were going to prove that this guy was a terrorist. You were going to prove that this guy was an anti-Semite. Ethan, I feel like you've kind of cummed up short. Did I just say cummed up short? What is wrong with me, chat? Yeah, you've cummed up short.
He's surprised by how media trained he is. They know what they're doing. Propaganda is.
What is wrong with me?
You know, is a big part of their art.
Look, my excuse is that I'm still kind of sick. Like it started off as like a congestion and kind of like a sore throat, and now it's turning into like an earache. It's really weird. It's like right here. I can feel it. Like it feels inflamed. I don't know.
They're very good at it. But for some reason, when it comes to talking to this obvious terrorist, Hasan's like,
obvious.
Hey, man.
Obvious terrorist.
I'll just take him at face value. He's super media trained. He won't answer any of my questions, but I guess I believe him. Give me a fucking break. Here he is, quick to capitalize. He said, I do not know who designed the picture, but if Hasan wants to join us in the operation of Israeli ships, we welcome you.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I remember this one.
Israeli ships, which is funny. Propaganda, lies. 0 Israeli ships. And here they are, the two amigos. Although in this case, they'd be not amigo. They'd be pirates. Thank you. Here's another one. He's loving it.
What the fuck is Ethan even saying now? Did you take a COVID test? That's a good idea.
Let's get this dude.
I think I've got one around. I hope it's not expired yet.
A Nobel Peace Prize, by golly. Fuck Israel. We are coming. We are coming. Ready for anything. And yes, just like Houthi. Or just like Luffy.
Just like Houthi D Monkey. Houthi D Monkey.
Luffy. It does rhyme. Maybe there is more resemblance. But yes, unfortunately, it's hard to pull all of his tweets, although I found enough of them, clearly. But he was...
For what? For what? To like fucking motivated reason your way into thinking this guy is like the terrorist king of Yemen?
Banned on all social media platforms. A lot of people tell you because he's being silenced, because the American government is what yada yada, and yada yada, corporate businesses, whatever.
Corporate business, yada yada, corporate businesses, yada yada, I don't know what I'm saying, yada yada, I should have called in sick to work today.
I mean, he was posting death threats against, So I think we can all agree that.
Oh, I can't really say against who, because he wasn't actually posting them against anyone, but I'm going to say he was death threats. It was a pretty rough image. That is a rough image, I will say, like the impaled on a spike thing.
It's probably a good thing there. So I don't know how many people still think this kid is awesome and cool, and you know, let's keep hyping him up. He's the man. Hasan clearly believes that as early as yesterday.
I really want to know how that button works, chat. Do you see the button next to him? That is apparently a $40,000 piece of hardware. What is it for? It's for Ethan to press. If he or anybody on his staff feels like he said anything that might cause him to be canceled or banned from YouTube, he can press the button, and he's on a time delay, so it basically throws it into like technical difficulty screen, and they can just cut out the part that they don't want to go on the live show, right? It cost him $40,000 or more, and apparently, last I checked, that fucker's broken. That fucker doesn't work. I don't think he has the button anymore. He spent so much money on it, and it doesn't even work.
He compared.
Is it connected to a serial port? Yeah. What is it? It looks like a SPDIF or something. What is that?
Once again, a reminder.
Yeah, it must be really old.
This kid to Anne Frank.
Besmirching the memory of Anne Frank by comparing this terroristic weeaboo to her. How dare you, Hasan? How dare you?
Yes.
How long is the delay? I think is it like 45 seconds or something?
And Frank, who, once again, important to say, has nothing to do with Israel. Think about how you do that in your brain, and you'll realize the problem.
Wait, I'm sorry. Nobody accused Anne Frank of being an Israeli anything. That truly would not make any sense.
Anne Frank was in an attic with her family, hiding from Nazis. Her entire.
But this guy was on a ship. That's substantially, materially different than an attic.
family, including her, were killed, except her dad. She wrote about like peace and philosophy and all.
Have you even inquired about his family? He's living in Yemen. It's undergone a extended civil war. It's you know, like I said, been attacked by the United States, by Israel, by Saudi Arabia. It's been droned by Obama, by Trump, by Biden, I think. It's, you know, have you even thought about what, like, why?
There's a lovely young girl that wrote about lovely, beautiful thoughts in her diary.
She didn't impale any Nazis in her diary,
You know,
so she's good.
through all of it, with like a very positive, hopeful outlook, and that's part of what is so striking about her diary that makes it such a.
If Anne Frank, instead of hiding in, you know, like in the attic, right, had somehow been involved in a resistance movement, right? Would you begrudge her that? If Anne Frank, in her diary, had ideated on some kind of revenge against the Nazis, against the Germans, would you begrudge her that?
Time held read, you know what I mean?
Would you say that, I guess Anne Frank, she was no angel. She was no angel. We can't feel sorry for her. We can't you know, read her diary in schools.
This kid is a terrorist and he's posting death threats on Twitter. You know?
It doesn't look like death threats to me. I don't know what he's talking about.
You know? And again, I know it's like, it's not, it's Saudi Arabia.
Remind me to explain how the button works in detail?
It's doing the genocide on Yemen, right? That's the war. Israel's never invaded Yemen. So it's like,
Do you need boots on the ground? They might not have done boots on the ground. Also, Anne Frank was like 12. They have attacked Yemen many times. What are you talking about, Ethan? You literally don't know what you're talking about, which makes me wonder, why are you talking? Why are you talking? Why are you talking, Ethan?
It's almost like he's being like, oh, he's getting genocided. I don't know. It's all kind of a little
What? Excuse me? You're a little nebulous.
All the Gulf states were attacking, yeah, with U.S. support. Okay. Of course, we had something to do with that. But regardless, I don't know. Now, if you want to compare a kid, whatever. Okay, I'm not going to split hairs here.
What the fuck?
So once again, yeah, when you say Zionist, I would love to know, what is it you mean? Do you mean it like the Houthis? Mean it? Or do you mean it like a liberal Israeli talking about Western settler expansionism? This is a conversation that needs to happen. That's not happening. In fact, when a Jewish person like myself says that this is a conversation,
I don't even know what you're talking about. Like a liberal Israeli? Like, what do you mean by, like, the standards are so, like, just like the United States, right? You've got liberals in the United States that are, you know, saying horrible stuff about trans people right now. Anna Kasparian being the foremost that comes to mind. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Like, what do you mean by that? I want to know what your definition of Zionism is.
needs to happen. I'm overwhelmed with comments telling me that because of what's happening in Gaza,
Martian Manhunter says he's rambling. No, he is not rambling. He's doing the weave. He's doing the weave like former President Trump. His staff used to talk so much. Oh, yeah. Skeleton, 1337. I mentioned this at the beginning, right? In the normal, this is so different than the H3 show. In the H3 show, the staff is chiming in. In the H3 show, it's fun, it's lively, it's entertaining. This is grievance. This is actually the most Trumpian I've ever seen Ethan Klein. Right? Do you know the way that Trump is just constantly coming up and like they ask him about Google and he's like, "Did you? Yeah, that reminds me. The Department of Justice wouldn't let Virginia wipe all those voters off the rolls, and I want them off the rolls. They're being very unfair to me. They're being very you know who else is unfair to me? The media. You're part of the media. The crooked media. The fake news. Fake news. This is very Trumpian.
We just don't have the bandwidth to care about that right now. Or say what? All good. And I mean, listen, I don't even need a list. You guys have seen it, okay? You've seen it. You know what happens. So let's see. There's a few more. There's one other topic here.
Okay, so we've been going at this point for, oh my God, chat, almost an hour and 15 minutes here. And he's still got more. He has still got more. He is not done yapping. All right? And this shit is just the Hasan. Then he's going to bitch about the subreddit, the snark subreddit. I don't even know. We might skip that. No, wait. This is where Love, or sorry, no, it's not Love. AB jumps in here. Remember how AB said he had a couple of things to say? He is having to wait 2 hours and 30 minutes to say it. He's really having to hold that thought. Now, we have hit the sub goal. So I'm looking for a good time to... I mean, is this a good time to switch to do the bonus content? I don't want to derail anybody, all right? And I don't want you to think that just because I'm going to go to this AndyPants gaming content that I'm not going to finish the Ethan Klein stuff, because I am. Believe me, I am. But my chat has been watching this content. We've been putting up with Ethan Klein's shit, just like his staff has, for an hour and 10 minutes at this point. And I feel like they deserve a little break. All right, so we're going to do the masculinity crisis.
Fellas, some of you younger guys really need to hear this right now.
Oh, the younger guys need to hear this. Fellas, is it gay to want masculinity in gaming? Is it gay to say that there's not enough dicks in games? There's not enough dicks. There's not nearly enough dicks in games. We got to get those dicks back into the games. What just happened? How did I lose that? How did it just fucking appear? Let's try that again. AndyPants Gaming, and we'll get right back to AndyPants Gaming. Masculinity. We're just going to take a quick little palette cleanser. I guess it's a palette cleanser. Okay, crisis in masculinity.
Fellas, some of you younger guys really need to hear this right now. And I know a lot of you older.
So stick around. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't already. We've hit a sub goal, and it's really clear. I don't even have to add it together to see that Crisis of Masculinity has won. So there we go. Dono goal back down to 0. Crisis of Masculinity. I choose you, or rather, the donos have chosen Crisis of Masculinity.
Older guys already know this, but I'm going to say it anyway because it's an absolutely essential message in the absolute clown world that we live in.
Oh no, we got to do our Nazi dog whistle of clown world
right now.
But hey, if you're Alec Gunter, I guess that dog whistles aren't real. It's just he just said clown world. He just said clown world. What's wrong with that?
You're a man. You're not a woman.
Oh my God. Are you sure that Tom Hanks is not a woman? I've heard some QAnon theories that are very convincing about Tom Hanks's Q angle. I've even heard some theories that say that everyone famous is actually trans. To become famous, you have to transition. And that maybe Tom Hanks is still men. Nothing gay about that.
You may die in a hospital bed one day surrounded by your loved ones.
That's not the manly way to die. You're supposed to die on the battlefield, right? Using a movie about fighting Nazis.
The rain and the cold and the mud to bring home money to let that home happen. The number one most important thing in your life is to have a relationship with God. But number two behind that, for you non-religious folks, is to be a man and have a family. Every road in every country was built by men. Every bridge and skyscraper was built by men. Every car, every vehicle, every machine was designed by a man. And here's the thing I need you guys to realize. This is your world. So why are we acting like we don't run this?
It's a man's world. Isn't that one of Trump? That's on Trump's playlist.
Why have we allowed liberal women and DEI initiatives to infect the workplace? Why have we continued to allow gay femboy trash in video games?
What? Oh no, it's getting worse. It's getting worse. I mean, like this kind of talk about, you know, this kind of demagoguing against like identities is akin to Nazis. Like Nazis would not only, you know, say stuff about, you know, Jewish people, right? They would use the word scum. They would, you know, they would say, you know, whatever the person's identity is and scum, right? This is so fucking Nazi coded. For somebody to use a World War II movie in this video is beyond ironic.
Continued to buy and allow woke video games when everybody knows that the golden age of video games is when they were masculine 20 years ago.
Everybody knows that, clearly.
There's two big reasons for—
Remember how masculine Pac-Man was?
All of this.
Remember how masculine Link was? Oh, wait.
Number one, we've been betrayed by our own.
Betrayed! God damn, how many Nazi talking points are you gonna hit? Right, we got the stab in the back, trope now.
We have been betrayed by gay, beta cuck, liberal men. Do not trust men who won't look you in the eyes. If a guy ever tells you he thinks men and women should always split the check, he's a soft man. If a guy ever tells you he thinks—
What's wrong with a soft man? What's wrong with a soft daddy?
It's the woman's job to lead the household just as—
And also, that's awesome hair.
much as the man, he's a beta. If a guy ever lets his wife drive, he is sus. The problem is when we give these men, these beta men, positions of power—
He's sus? You think he's gay? Is that what you're trying to say? You let your— fellas, is it gay to let your wives drive?
rather than letting masculinity lead.
He's talking about 2004 games?
I read an interesting stat the other day. Did you know that 90% of the women around the world, regardless of their religion, culture, or color, 90% of women around the world agree—
Yes, they pulled all women around the world.
that men should—
Correct.
Do you know why this is? It's because whether—
Because I made it the fuck up, that's why.
you believe in God or not, you know in your heart that men are made to lead and women are made to follow. And the reason our culture is the complete dumpster fire that it is today is because masculinity—
What about the dumpster fire of YouTube?
is getting called toxic right now. Femininity—
You're being toxic right now. What's— oh my gosh, now you're gonna shit on— Now you're gonna shit on gay parents for having a family?
is prized in our culture today. Confusion gets a medal. Being trans is prized and celebrated. Being gay is prized and celebrated. Being weird gets you a pat on the back. None of this stuff is good.
I'm sorry, dude, but I'm gonna give you a pat on the back right now. You're a weird fuck.
None of it should—
You're a weird guy.
celebrated. In fact, it's wrong. Random fact. Did you know the Bible commands men to act like men and women to act—
No, I think you got it mixed up. It's actually Corinthians says men act like women. Titus says women act like men. You got it mixed up, dude.
like women? Pretty cool. The patriarchy was good.
Patriarchy is good.
We live in a matriarchy now, and people wonder why everything—
It means dad's rule. Yes, patriarchy means dad's rule.
trash now.
Wait, is the dad— wait, how is that working? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Excuse me, I was about to let this slip by. Is the dad carrying his son on his shoulders but riding on the grandfather's back. What's going on here? Is this AI slop? Like, how is this working? Why are they riding the granddad? Why are they riding the grand? And also, that guy's not old enough to be his dad. That's not. This doesn't make nothing about this makes sense. That guy's like only 10 years older than that guy.
It's time to be a man. One, if you're under 18 and addicted to video games, what the heck are you doing? Get out of the house, dude. You're in the prime of your life. It's time to go do something. Get off the video games. Go do something with your life. I'm on video games now because I'm...
Yo, no, not for me, not for you. For you, you should stop playing video games.
God made you to conquer and be a badass. You will never be a badass living at home with mom and dad. Number 4, if you're single.
Like, the irony is he's literally... This is AndyPants gaming. Gaming, a 40-year-old man whose job it is to do a fucking gaming YouTube channel.
That girl out. Women are not immoral. You've just been looking at women on the internet and you think that they're all like that. If you live in a small town or you go to church, I guarantee you will find a trad wife pretty easily. But
there will be a trad wife for you.
Aren't on Instagram flaunting their bodies. I met my trad.
The funny thing about this is that the way that things are going, right, with women becoming more left-wing and guys becoming more right-wing, the supply and demand for trad wives is going to be way out of whack.
At church, she takes care of our baby and makes me food. It's great. They exist. Number 6, if you're married, you probably don't need any advice from me. Keep grinding, brother. Find some men to get around to share what's going on.
Find some men to get around. Own the fuck up, right? He's got some videos like 2.6 million, 2.3 million. This one's only on 73K, right? But, like, you see how low effort this shit is? I mean, like, the rest of his stuff is not that much better. And he has gotten some serious views. Like, slop like this is getting views. Like, what is wrong with YouTube?
Unrelated.
I kind of gotta pee.
Actually, no, it's...
I'm gonna go pee really quick.
Related. God damn it.
I'm gonna leave you in the capable hands of Bo Blacks, of the Bo Blacks plushie.
This is worth it. Stand by. Download blocked? What the hell? Let's do that. Okay. Once again, it's gonna be worth it. Stand by. Why can't I download this fucking image? Okay, fuck it. I'll just show you this. I don't want to show my screen because I don't know what the fuck's on it. I just wanted to show the Trump yarmulke. I don't know why it won't let me download the fucking image. So stupid. Okay, here, I've opened it in photo editor. Let's see if that works. It's... Dude. I mean, it's in the doc. Or it's in the... Why is it not?
Oh, man.
There you go. See, it was worth it.
Oh.
Thank you. So, Doc 13. Okay, thank you. Doc 13. There's one more post here before we move on. When I started posting about this stuff, I always deal with this. So, again, this is part of why I just need to talk about it. I know you guys don't like when I talk about Hasan. Well, I appreciate there's a lot of crossover, and I'm grateful to those of you who are able to watch this both. It's impossible for me to ignore that the majority of these people coming from are people coming from his community.
Did I miss anything, chat? I was able to find this, which I'm very proud about. I need an orange. I need a snack.
Something his and his audience refused to reckon with. Hasan's whitewashing of that Houthi kid. Says he wants to spare all Zion.
Awakened? Like, look, you thought it was bad to talk shit about K-pop fandoms? You've just pissed off one of the largest and weirdest anime fandoms in existence. I missed the Yamaga? Wait, what's the Yamaga? Do I need to go back? I hate having to peel stuff to eat it. Well, it's better than having to cook stuff to eat it, right?
And as more info has come out about this kid being a terrorist affiliated and being anti-Semitic, lots more. There's a lot more examples. Obviously, I didn't pull all of them, but I think I pulled enough.
You didn't. You didn't. You could. If there's more stuff, you should have pulled it. No, wait. That's the Hasan Kader guy that said the made the joke about the comrade. Oh my god, what's his name again? Comrade Casey tweet.
Hasan has refused to disavow him. In fact, the opposite. He continues to prop him up as a trustworthy, reliable, good guy to look up to and to consume.
Wait, what is this? I'm still running the Creators for Palestine stuff, and I got a sinking suspicion when Ethan talks about it. He's going to try and drag the charity.
Media and messaging from. The reason I brought this up is because this was the guy who told me to kill myself on Twitter, and I suspected he must be a Hasan fan, but I didn't.
He didn't say. Oh, God, did he get? He did get banned for it, so I guess it was taken as a. No, he made a joke about so here's the deal. All right, Comrade Casey makes a tweet. He's got Ethan Klein, he's got Asmongold, he's got Bill Maher, and he's got Destiny. And he's like, I'm putting a team together. Then this guy comes and says, yeah, call it the, oh my god, what was it? Like, the Sudoku Squad, right? Except he didn't say Sudoku. He said the other word. And that's what Ethan is saying is telling him to off himself.
But then, so Comrade Casey, Hasan fan, the guy who did the initial tweet, Hasan Kader. This is chat from Hasan's Discord. They're all part of this community. I mean,
tired of being
again, just to emphasize, I know Hasan has tried to get.
Wow, the soundboard comes through.
Back off. I know that we're not responsible for everything we do. Our audience does. But for some reason, I feel that when our audience goes too far, I'm pretty quick to call them out and to try to stem bad stuff. But I don't know. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. That being said, for whatever reason, I find that a lot of anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism, weird, obsessive fucking harassment is pretty much 80% Hasan fans. That's just the empirical fact of the matter. But I know that...
That's your vibes, Ethan. That's the opposite of empirical anything.
Hasan does rebuke...
Do you know what empirical means?
...things about me in chat. So, obviously, not a personal attack, but certainly there's something in the water. Okay? You know what I mean? All right, so moving on to the final part, which is short, is Hasan denying rapes on October 7th. The popular talking point, something that I've seen.
Okay, so here's the deal. When it comes to any kind of conflict, right? I wouldn't feel comfortable denying that, sexual, crimes were a part of that, because they often are. Right? So but at the same time, a lot of claims were made about this, and almost none of them were substantiated. That's not to say that it didn't happen again. I wouldn't, but at the same time, you're acting like there's substantiation of these claims. There's so many claims. Remember the 40 beheaded babies? Didn't exist. Didn't fucking exist. Literally made up in order to, as a pretext for doing ethnic cleansing.
By pretty much the most random, bigots on Twitter to the most mainstream commentary people. Everybody is somehow caught on or agreed. Once again, just like the Houthi spike tweet when everyone rushed in to tell me I'm fake and I'm like a piece of shit and I hate Arabs, are the same people denying the October 7th rapes. And the reason I say that, before I even watch these clips, is like,
Ethan, if you're really going to do this, you need to substantiate what you're saying. You need to show me the proof that I haven't seen so far. All right?
okay, the UN is often cited source by pro-Palestinian activists and all their rebucation of Israel. Well, here is a UN report, Sexual Violence and Conflict, Office of the Special Representation of the Secretary General. They did a mission report on October 7th, sexual violence. And I'll go down, I'll spare you guys this long, long document and read the conclusion, which is succinct and to the point. Conclusion. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at the different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the 7th of October attacks, credible circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered. This is the UN. In the beginning, a lot of people weren't comfortable coming forward. As time's gone on, there's more and more firsthand accounts coming forward of women telling their story of watching it happen. And in my opinion, it's impossible to deny it. And the active attempt to is vile. It's frankly vile. And it's just painfully ironic, which this whole thing is, because I feel like the left really cares about racism. You know, they've built the whole platform on it over the past decade, 2 decades, but like all of a sudden, you know, they're nowhere to be found. They're accusing women just because they're Israeli of lying about being raped. There are women on record in interviews, in these reports, on record saying I was raped.
Now wait, you showed us something that said that there was like I want to see this because the last time I checked, this was what was missing. And again, I'm being really careful to say that I am not disputing that something like this happened, because it is very common that, you know, in conflicts that this kind of stuff does happen, right? I just don't. I've been kind of surprised by the claims, the levels, the degree to which this was claimed to have happened versus the any sort of substantiated information.
Problem too, by the way. Generally, if you're being raped by a bunch of terrorists during a terrorist attack, you're probably going to be murdered as well. Most people raped were probably murdered. But there's still firsthand accounts, and plenty of them. And they're being denied. And it's not so much like the anti-Semitism, because once again, I'm going to do my best to separate it. These are Israelis.
Oh, good point. Good point. Narwhal by Nature says he's using the UN as a source for this, but otherwise denies them. Yeah. And like oftentimes what we hear about the UN is like, oh, they're working with Hamas, right? You can't trust those UN numbers.
Disgusting hypocrisy. It's the cognitive dissonance. It's the like MAGA brain. I mean, this is left-wing MAGA. Following dogma before facts, all the way to the fucking end of the game. Okay? And Hasan, once again, contributing to this atmosphere of disgusting rape denial, which again, something over the last 10 years.
Oh yeah, is he going to show us Hasan denying this? That was the other part of this claim, right? Two parts of the claim. First part is this is ironclad, substantiated, and second part, Hasan was ridiculing it and laughing at it and denying it.
Greed is a terrible thing. We've all said, believe victims, support women, but apparently when they're Israeli civilians, they're lying. Here he is, laughing when Kamala mentions October 7 rapes. Let's see.
October 7, 1,200 people were massacred. Many young people who were simply attending a music festival.
Objectively true.
Women were horribly raped.
Now, when she says women were horribly raped, you'll notice Hasan bows his head with a giggle. He's smart enough not to outright say they're lying, but he's signaling to his audience quite clearly, I'll say, this is not a dog whistle, it's a dog shout. That
a dog shout. That's not how dogs don't blow a whistle, Ethan. You got the metaphor mixed. I'm sorry. No. A dog shout. What the fuck are you talking about? It's pissing me off. It's pissing me off. I'm thinking that Ethan thinks a dog whistle is something a dog blows. Or like your dog whistles, or I don't know.
He doesn't believe them, and it's echoed in the chat. I mean,
it wouldn't be a shout; it would be a bark in that case. Yes, a bark, perhaps. Exactly.
And I'll show you guys that the chat turns into a frenzy of calling her a Zionist and a liar. These are leftists. These are people who support women. Blows my fucking mind. There's no consistency. It's a total farce.
Raped.
I would say that the Harris campaign has been a bit of a farce lately.
Then I say today, Israel had...
What's funny about that, Hasan? What do you think his audience is getting from that?
A rightly raped. As I said then, I say...
Like, did she really go there? Yeah, it happened, bro. Sorry. Let's go ahead and read the comments. Maybe I'm misinterpreting.
Today, Israel...
Let me zoom in so you can read this.
Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters.
And once again, I don't even think her statement, I think she's doing a pretty good job. She says they have a right to defend themselves, as all countries do. But how they defend themselves matters. That's true, right? I think we all agree. I think even a lot of people who are critical of Israel would say they had a right to defend themselves up to a point, but then it became, this horrible humanitarian crisis with mass murder, right? And
they had not just the right to defend themselves, but Netanyahu had a moral imperative to defend Israelis. But the soldiers that might have been stationed near the wall were instead assisting settlers in the West Bank. They didn't protect themselves. They didn't protect Israel that day. They were too busy doing motherfucking settler colonialism.
At what point? Where is that point, right?
And were there any justice, Netanyahu would face his voters for that. Instead, he kept the conflict going and going and going and going until he could get his approval ratings back up.
But
has Ethan mentioned the rape riots in Israel? We talked about that earlier, but no, he has not. He has not mentioned shit. He didn't even mention when he was talking about the person being speared up the ass, right? He didn't even mention the fact that that literally happened. Not with the Houthis or Hamas doing it to Israelis, but rather with Israeli defense forces doing that to prisoners, not prisoners who had charges against them, but ostensibly innocent Palestinians.
Once again, and in recent news, the president put out a warning to Israel saying that if they don't fix the humanitarian...
Oh, I'm sure that's really the serious red line that Biden's drawing there that Israel better watch out for. We know Biden and his red lines, remember? Remember?
Is happening in Gaza that they're going to pull embargo. They're going to do embargo on arms.
Yeah, we'll do an embargo in 30 days.
So, like, you know, she's not giving Israel a blank check by any means, you know. And so then they're going to turn on her and call her a Zionist because she said there's rapes on October 7th, which is just...
Ethan, for somebody who's, like, going hard against MAGA, supposedly, you are literally conflating the vice president who serves at the pleasure of the president and has no power as far as actually manipulating the actions of the executive branch with Joe Biden, who is president right now. Now, like, look, I would love to think that Kamala Harris is going to have a very different policy on Gaza. So far, we haven't seen any sign of that. But yeah, no, it's Biden. It's Biden who did that.
Factual.
But you're doing the MAGA thing where you attribute everything that Biden does to Kamala.
Far too many innocent Palestinians.
Kamala, you dipshit, stop lying. I hate that they always say that. Is there a better way to fucking... Gross. Boo. Oh my God, with these fucking lies. We are so cooked. Again with this shit. Goddamn, stop repeating this fucking lie. We're still perpetuating this shit. Fuck you, Kamaga. Ironically, this is MAGA behavior right here, calling these women liars in the face of irrefutable evidence, in my opinion. Overwhelming evidence, let's say.
Again, Ethan's putting words in people's mouths.
God, this chat scroll is so weird. It goes so fast, but then when I click, it doesn't move. Come on now. Jesus, where's the chat?
For somebody that streams so much, Ethan sure doesn't understand streaming.
I mean, you guys get the picture. It's easy to go. You can review his chat logs. They're not pretty, and they never are. They're horrible, frankly. Fuck off. No proof. Me when I lie. Once again, these are probably, we support women. We believe women, people, literally empty vessels of a human being. Justifying genocide, she literally didn't, by the way. She literally said the opposite, that, like, to a point, and then she's criticizes Israel.
So yeah, no, this is what he's doing, right? This is what Ethan does. He knows he can't, like, provoke Hasan into rolling in the fucking mud with him. So he's going after Hasan's mods. He's going after smaller content creators that are friendly with Hasan. He's going after the chat, right? He's putting people with no fucking platform on blast because that's what he does. He's a bully. He's always been a bully. Go back to the very beginning. Look at what he does with his whack pack, right? Look at how he exploits people. This guy's a fucking bully. He's always been a bully.
Making this shit up again.
Watch the Gokunaru video.
Kamala, stop. This is a lie. It's pretty much every other comment. Fucking lies, you bitch. Black card revoked. I guess Hasan's audience has that authority. I didn't know that. Weasley, little liar, dude. Hasan meme. So my point is that, like, he's signaling to the audience, and they're very much picking up what he's putting out, you know. And once again, without saying anything, look at the discourse happening.
Look, after watching his masterclass in showing the evidence against Bosch, right? Masterclass in refuting Keffels and Tipster, although that not nearly as hard. Just see Ethan put together this pathetic asswipe of a stream, supposedly proving Hasan is, I don't know what, irresponsible. I mean, he
discourse happening. This is not good. This is not good. Holocaust Harris. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Sorry, the scrolling is just so bad, but
I noticed they say now we're at 40K. I doubt that Ethan was at 40K during this stream. He usually gets like 40K or more on a stream. I don't know what he's been getting lately though, but I doubt that this
you guys get the point, I think, by now.
I mean, so what I'm saying is that when Hasan started working with Ethan on Leftovers, Ethan was, I think, unarguably the bigger streamer. I think that dynamic may have reversed, and it might have something to do. I mean, Ethan's just pulling a Destiny. He's just straight up pulling a Destiny.
So that's just one. There's more. There's another one.
What's up, Rob MC?
Can't help but laugh. Where the fuck's the other one? I feel like it got erased.
I feel like your brain got erased. Yeah.
There's another one of him telling
It's some music, Zach. It's some music.
He says Hamas rapes. What rapes? Where did that go? We were just, I swear, that's so weird.
It's like you're failing or something. I don't know. It's like you're not doing very good content.
Did my best throwing this together.
It's like you should be home in bed, recovering from whatever the fuck you're sick with.
I needed to do this now, today, after all the stuff that happened in my Insta stories.
After the stuff that happened to your Insta stories? Excuse me, did he get banned? What happened to his Insta stories? Also, why are you still on Meta, bro?
Is it this?
Hasan is his white whale. That's right, Thomas Strom. That's right, you got it. That's what's going on here. Invading Rafa is a red line for me, says Biden, and then Rafa gets invaded. Nothing happens. Nothing fucking happens. Convo brought out a bigger than average audience. Yeah, you might be right, Brady. Because it's been such a simmering subtext in the communities. You might have 40K because it's about Hasan. I guess so. I didn't know this was happening. I'd honestly stopped paying attention to Ethan. It's like Ethan comes back more ignorant every time. You're not wrong, River Rune.
No. Does anyone know where that is? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I got it. Wait, no, that's not it.
Ethan, you're making Bo Black sad. Thank you for the follows, Cool Bean. Thank you for the follow, Richard Johnson.
Go ahead with the music, Zach. Don't leave me floundering here. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's the H3.
That's nice.
That's the only thing H3 about the stream front really did fall off in this stream. Something's fallen off. Waiting for Ethan to find his other brain cell. Can you make sure to hit that like button if you haven't already? It would help me out a lot. Let me go ahead and thank. Oh wait, I'm not even. Gotta like open up.
Sorry, guys. I wouldn't do this if I didn't think it was important. Right at the end, too.
Son Piker. There we go. There's the hashtags. So I wanted to take this moment to thank people on my Patreon. The first level is based, and it's very based if you're able to afford $3 a month to support me. For that, you get the first crack at all the videos that I put out, unedited, uncensored, all of the F words, and with nothing cut out of them, right? So you get to see, you get those served to you before other people get to see the videos. The second level is the fancy level. If you support me at $5 or more, that's very fancy of you. And for that fanciness, I give you a fancy shout out. So speaking of which, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, shouts out to Good for Gabby, and fancy shouts out to both Zara Xerix and Omega Star. Patreon, thank you. You helped me keep the lights on, and I very much appreciate you for that.
Yeah. Oh shit, you're right. This is my bad. Yeah, it's been here the whole fucking time. Sorry, I'm tired. I got 4 hours of sleep yesterday and last night. Not good.
Do we want to do a quick summary? It's as good a time as any. Look, normally I don't do this, but you got good timing. Lazarize. So, Ethan Klein he's been posting on Instagram. He's been going after Frogan. He's been going after Rashid, the aka Timothy Houthi, aka Monkey D Houthi, the guy from Yemen. And nobody's really listening. Nobody's paying attention. He can't bait Hasan into a fight, so he took this all. He basically is doing it like a slideshow on the main show to try to establish that the Yemeni kid is a terrorist, that Hasan is putting forward terrorist propaganda. He starts off really like with hey, I respect Hasan, and it's mostly his community that's really bad and shit, but I just can't take this anymore, right? I gotta get this off my chest. And by the end of it, he's like begging for Hasan to get banned. So that's where we're at now. Now he's looking for his receipts. He's looking for his brain cells. He probably should be at home because dude is sick. Dude keeps on coughing. None of the H3 staff are talking. No one is talking, right? AB has said he would like to respond to Ethan, but he's going to wait until Ethan gets finished. Ethan assured us of 3 things, right? Ethan would do this quickly, Ethan would do this thoroughly, and that Ethan would show that this, person that Hasan's been platforming is in fact a Houthi terrorist. He has done none of these so far. He has failed on every single fucking count. And AB is still waiting to get his word in edgewise, because we have gone, oh my god, chat, it is, wow. We're at an hour and 30 minutes here. Bro has been yapping for an hour and 30 minutes. And just nothing. It's fucking bullshit. It's like Trumpian. It's grievance. That's what he's doing. The same way that Trump has got grievance and he wants to tell you about how the media treated him unfairly. He wants to tell you how he thought he won in 2020. This is like what Ethan is fucking doing. And I've got to believe that part of this cope is from Hasan passing him, at least temporarily, in terms of concurrent. Now, this may not last, okay? Hasan's, numbers are way up because of the election, and who knows, how long that'll last, but he's doing a destiny. Ethan definitely wore AB down by the time. Yes, Brady, yes, you are correct. Yemeni TikTok influencer equals terrorist, right?
My app is yelling at me.
There know a future.
Okay, first of all, I just have to say, is there not a fucking TikTok filter? Why does his head look so big? He looks like a bobblehead. Does that look real or am I tripping out?
There know a future of prosperity and peace.
Am I tripping out or does that look normal? Tripping me out. Okay, so anyway.
Good point.
Good point.
What rapes did Hezbollah do? Bro, what rapes did fucking Hamas do? What are you talking about?
And I mean, there he kind of said it. He said, somebody brought up Hezbollah rapes, which again, I don't know anything about that. I haven't heard that. I don't know if that's a thing, if that's an accusation. I don't think I've even ever heard the Israeli government. But Hasan takes the prerogative to pivot into actually even Hamas didn't rape anybody. And there it is. Rape denial, calling women who were raped liars. Makes me wonder, what else are they willing to, what other close-held beliefs are they willing to throw in the dump in the pursuit of fulfilling their dogmatic vision of the world? Doesn't seem like a lot. We're coming up on the end here. Yeah, and one more time. Actually, no, we already did that. I'm going to read a few messages I got that I think were very important and good voices. 19 and 20. Let me read these over real fast. These are ones I shared.
Oh my God, chat. This is trying my patience, but we also got some Hasan content coming up after this. We're going to watch Hasan's response. There's actually 2 videos. One with, I almost said Will Maneker. No, Felix Biederman.
Okay, we got this.
The other Chapo. One of the other Chapos.
And once again, I say I felt like I was battling this war by myself, and literally nobody was backing me up. And it does feel like that sometimes as a Jewish
Ethan,
person.
you are not in a motherfucking war. Oh my God, there's fucking genocide going on. This guy's, I was battling the war all by myself and no one would support me. My own community, they turned on me. You fucking turned on them. And I don't think you deserve them. Let's be real, okay? You are an edgelord douche bro grifter from the fucking Stone Age of YouTube. All right? You pretended to care about woke stuff, probably how he thinks of it, right? I mean, you could hear when this guy talks about like progressive stuff, right? They do their minute of silence. What is their whole like their minute of? I'm remembering this wrong, right? They do a thing where they do like a minute for like gay people or like LGBTQ people, and it just feels like weird and dismissive. Like everything about this guy just reads like a fucking edgelord grifting as not an edgelord. And so yeah, when you make that change, and when you dump your fallen fans, and you get, you know, new followers who are more like Hasan's community, and you say some shit like this, and you make it all about yourself, you're gonna fall the fuck off.
With all this conflation between Zion
And I don't know what his dingus gambit. What kind of dingus gambit is this guy doing, chat? What is this guy's
dingus gambit?
What does he think he's gonna get Destiny's fans now? Is that what he's going for? Is he going for the DGG audience?
and
Is he going for the Turkey Tom audience?
anti-Semitism. Like imagine being a Jewish student on one of these campuses that's just trying to mind their own business and has like a Star David necklace. They're hiding their necklaces, man. Jews do not feel safe because people don't know the fucking difference. And who qualifies somebody to make that distinction?
The difference between a Jewish person and a Zionist is what he's trying to say.
Who has the authority among us to decide who's the good Jew and who's the bad Jew?
Oh my God, Ethan, do you not understand that these camps are under attack, right? You're bitching like you're the victim here. These camps are actually under attack from the university, from the cops, and yes, from fucking brown shirt thug Zionists coming in there, like literally to start. There was an MMA guy that was taken away from the U.S. The one person that was arrested in the attack on the UCLA encampment. So yeah, when people try to come into the encampment, they're trying to prevent people who are in there to fucking disrupt it, or like what's his name, Shai Davidai, that goes in there is like, I got elbowed, and he didn't get elbowed. Like, right, you know, there's a bunch of fucking troublemakers trying to make the movement, which is just like a bunch of students getting together on campus and trying to raise awareness for what's happening in Gaza. That's who they're keeping out. In fact, there's a lot of Jewish students that are in the encampment with no fucking problem, and I would suspect that probably some of them are wearing Stars of David with no problem whatsoever. Are they gatekeeping the camps? Yes, because they have had so many problems. There are people out there that will not fucking let them be, will not let them do what they're doing. They do not want attention being brought to this. They do not want conditions to change in Gaza. Right? That's what they're up against. So he's literally falling for right-wing propaganda. Like when provocateurs come up there and pretend like they're trying to get to classes, when in reality they're trying to get into the encampment. And they are recognized as provocateurs, they are recognized for what they're doing, and then they try to show the video as if I am a Jewish student and I was blocked They wouldn't let me move forward. They stopped me from going to classes or something like that. It's fucking bullshit. And you should know better than this. If you really are that guy that like cares about Palestinians, then you should care about the cause, the encampments. Yeah, not to mention the organization's doxing student protesters, says Rob MC. Exactly.
I mean, is it the activists? I've seen videos of them at the encampment on these college.
You've seen videos. You've seen fucking propaganda made by right-wing shitlords. And Ethan, I gotta fucking call you what you are. You are a right-wing shitlord. You have not changed. You are grifting. You are taking the money of a new audience. You're pretending to be somebody that you never were. When you're still the same old asshole douchebag that you always were.
They go, people are trying to come in and they go, are you a Zionist? Well, what do you mean by that? You know? So this person is going to decide who's the good Jew and who's the bad Jew based on this nebulous statement that means 1,000 different things to 1,000 different people without clarifying what that means. I mean, it's bleeding right into anti-Semitism. It is. And the thing is that they've fully convinced themselves that they're not anti-Semitic. And that's why making this conversation is so fucking difficult, is because the Zionism excuse is perfect cover. It's perfect cover. It really is.
Yeah, perfect cover for you to slime people for giving a fuck about the genocide that's going on right now. Perfect fucking cover. That's true.
All right, let me read this comment. We're almost done, I promise. Has this been going?
We're almost done, I promise. Do you want me to tell you when he gets done? When does he get done? Oh no, chat. Oh no. Chat, we're still 30 minutes from the end. We're still more than 30 minutes from the end. Spoiler, he did not get done soon.
Going longer than I thought. I don't know how long we've been going.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
We're at 2 hours.
Oh, shit. It's 2 hours of me just doing this?
No.
2 fucking hours.
I'm almost done.
1.5 hours.
I saw finally some messages of support that made me feel like not totally alone. And I was so grateful of people who were coming and speaking out. And I just said, I want to thank you guys for your support this morning. It genuinely feels sometimes I'm totally alone, constantly being gaslit by my own fans. And I shouldn't
see what I mean. This is fucking Trumpian. It's just grievance.
Care about rising anti-Semitism. It's not real and it doesn't matter. You know, funny how anti-Zionists are so quick to explain how Zionism and Judaism. When I complain about anti-Semitism, they say, but what about Israel?
Look, if there's anybody that's telling you that anti-Semitism isn't a thing, fuck them. That's bullshit. It absolutely is. It absolutely is on the rise. But you conflating the Free Palestine movement with anti-Semitism is actually helping the anti-Semites. It's giving them cover. It's giving, you're crying wolf here.
Etc. Whatever. I've already said that point 1,000 times. I guess so. Then there's one more here.
When there are very real anti-Semites out there getting fucking retweeted by Elon Musk. Yes.
Download.
Should we go to 1.25? Yeah, I guess. Should have gone to that earlier.
This was a statement from a Jewish individual who left a comment on the subreddit, which I'll read for you here. Being a Jew has been harder than I've ever experienced this year. Not just in this community, but in general. I've lost a lifelong friend simply because I'm Jewish. If you think that's a joke, it's not. My brother's best friend. My brother is like mega liberal. Like he is like what he wouldn't concede is that he didn't want to destroy Israel. And one of his lifelong friends literally stopped talking to him and called him Zionist, genocide supporter and stuff. My brother. This shit is happening to every Jew across the country. And I encourage you, part of the propaganda that is really fucked is this notion that like there's the majority of Jews are anti-Zionist and don't care about it at all. And therefore, that's why you're not anti-Semitic. I encourage you guys to talk to your Jewish friends, to talk to the Jewish people close to you, and ask them. Because 90% of Jews in America, by the definition of most of these activists, would probably fall under the label of Zionists. And they see people wishing them death all the time, social media, in real life. I have a friend who lives in Silver Lake or somewhere, and there's like, constant, there's like a static protest there of just like death to Zionists and all this kinds of stuff. And he's walking outside his door, walking through that every day. He doesn't feel, you feel some type of way. I would like to break through that stigma. Genuinely ask the Jewish people in your life how they're feeling about what's happening, and listen to them. And I don't think it's going to line up with what people like Hasan are telling you. I've lost lifelong friends simply because I'm Jewish. Ethan, I hope you guys know that there are so many people who love and support you and who look up to both of you for standing up to the insane amount of anti-Semitism we're all facing.
I'm sorry, Ethan, I'm not going to give any respect to stats that you pull out of your ass. I don't know what that figure is for real, but I don't think it's 90%.
My throat is so fucked. Can I get some throat goat?
All right.
God damn it.
Can I get some throat goat?
Ugh.
Does he mean throat coat?
I'm hot. Hold on, let me take my hoodie off. I'm throated. Full throated.
It's funny. I think that's a really fancy headphone, but it looks cheap as fuck.
Oh, that? I was thinking like tea, but I'll take that. I'll fuck with that. Yeah, brought me a bottle or throat spray. Does that shit work? Oh, for real? Okay, I'm gonna coat throat my. I'm gonna fuck my.
You're gonna throat your coat?
Throat with this, Dan. I think I'm getting sicker. I feel feverish.
Oh, great.
I'm getting all worked up.
Yeah, I think that just numbs your throat, right?
That's not good. Maybe it'll help me get through the end of this.
Don't get it on your tongue.
Safe for the family, ages 3. Open up, Sonny.
Okay.
This shit seems so weird. All right. Is this your thing? You do this? Oh, it tastes like hospital.
No shit, it's sore throat spray. Come on.
How much you spray it? Let me read the instructions. I never
Stop being a baby, Ethan.
Take a swig of it.
I would.
I'm not gonna read.
Slight affected area 1 spray. Lock to stay in place 15 seconds and spit out.
See, I think this exact thing has happened before.
Wait, I think that's the thing. People don't know that. I think everyone swallows it.
Well, if you're gonna spray it in your throat, I don't get it how you would possibly spit it out.
And it tastes sweet.
This exact thing has happened before. I'm 100% sure of it. Someone clip it.
How do I spit that out? There's nothing left. It went down my throat.
You're dead, dude.
Swallowing it was way worse and grosser. Now it's all over my tongue and mouth.
Brown liquid that they spit out of their mouths.
It might actually, I think it's helping, Dan.
Right.
Is that RFK?
Good point. We love medicine here.
Anyway.
We love medicine here. We love vaccines. Yes.
Right. He doesn't love fuck with medicine.
Hell no.
He spirit cooks with whale heads and baby
Brown liquid that they spit out of their mouths.
All right. How am I ending this? Oh yeah, I was reading this. All right, I'm just gonna read this through. Being a Jew has been harder than I've ever experienced this year. Not just in this community, but in general. I've lost lifelong friends simply because I'm Jewish. Ethan, I hope you guys know that there's so many people who love and support you and who look up to both of you for standing up to the insane amount of anti-Semitism we're all facing. We look to you guys to feel less alone, and we do. But it's so hard to watch. It's so hard to feel. A portion of this community has gone to complete shit, and it's so scary to see. Specifically, the crossover between us and Hasan's community. Seeing Ethan's Instagram stories right now literally made my stomach drop. Nobody who isn't Jewish understands or even cares. At least that's what it feels like. And I have to agree. This is, sometimes, a lot of times, how it feels. When I talk about anti-Semitism, and my supposed friend goes on stream and says, like, well, that's not really a problem. It doesn't happen, essentially, is what he's saying. It doesn't happen. Everybody knows that's wrong. Nobody would be anti-Semitic. Nobody would dare. I'm off X completely, but the most popular fucking accounts on X that I'm seeing now is just straight up Jewish conspiracy theories, just vile fucking shit. Dan Blazarian, this one UFC fighter, this guy is such an idiot. And you can be the dumbest nobody and just post the most god-awful anti-Zionist or just full-on Jewish conspiracy and hate. And these posts are getting hundreds of thousands of likes. I know it's Twitter and Twitter's in real life, and I'm off Twitter, but it's hard not to be affected by that. And I mean, let's be real. If that was targeting whatever group you might be a part of, I don't think you'd be so quick to tell people it doesn't matter. No, there's not Blazarian. There's another UFC guy who's like so evil. He's an ugly motherfucker.
Is he talking about Jake Shields? Is that who he means, Jake Shields?
Evil as hell.
Yeah, Hasan has nothing to do with these Twitter Nazis.
Portion of this community, the yada seeing Ethan's Instagram stories right now literally made my stomach drop. Nobody who isn't Jewish understands or even cares. At least that's what it feels like. I'm not speaking about Zionism, Israel, Palestine, or anything related to that. What I'm speaking about is being Jewish. Every time I see a TikTok and someone says they're Jewish or wearing a Star David necklace, or people just know they're Jewish, but the video has nothing to do with it, every single comment says Zionist, free Palestine, genocide, supporter, terrorists. And they're right. I challenge you to go to any post related to a Jewish person unaffiliated with Israel in any way and read the comments.
He's not off Twitter. He just deleted the H3 account. Are you telling me that H3 Producticons is not him?
I responded, this is 100% of the Jews I know. We all know it and we all feel it. I mentioned this at the top, but remember during the Stop Asian Hate campaign during COVID and how the left backed them up and everyone rallied around them, rightfully so, of course. But I feel similar things are happening to Jews right now. And the same people who were rallying behind to Stop Asian Hate are telling the Jews to shut the fuck up. And frankly, that's how I felt when Hasan made that video saying Frogan's Frogan's fears are valid and Ethan's are not.
That's not what he fucking said. That's not what he said. He was just trying to solve the fucking... He was trying to de-escalate. And yeah, I do think it's fucked up that Frogan, freaked out about... I don't think people should freak out about being unfollowed, right? If you want to follow me on Twitter, I'm Irene Geller, at Irene Geller. I'm also Irene Geller on Blue Sky, right? But if you follow me and then you change your mind and decide you don't want to follow me anymore and you unfollow me, I promise you, I'm never going to fucking blow you up. I'm never going to come on stream and be like, how dare you unfollow me? I'm not like, right. That is fucked up. But again, I think what Hasan was trying to say is that Frogan's kind of going through a lot. And yeah, he's asking you to understand that. Right? I don't think he's telling you you can't unfollow her. I think he's trying to say maybe don't put a fucking streamer that's like, a 400th of your size on blast. That's all Hasan was on about.
And that trickles down pretty much to the whole internet. That's 19. This is 20. And this
Go Blacks.
Rarely left this. I thought this was very good. This is right on, man. This is so good. All right, as a Jew, is there even room for conversation with you people? Using the fact that subreddit is being bombarded by
with you people, jeez.
Quote unquote, to ask this, I'm Israeli, born and raised, grew up secular Jewish, quickly became atheist, left wing, very active activist, always have been from a very young age. I must say, ever since I started seeing the shit that Ethan and Eli are enduring, I asked myself, is there even room for us in the left wing conversation? Israelis who want peace, who act for peace, who dedicated their lives to the cause of ending the conflict. Does anyone in the left?
Like, it depends on what you mean by peace. If what you mean by peace is that the Palestinians should shut up and accept their fate, living in an open air prison, should be okay with being, having their land continued to be taken away, and who should never ask for a right of return, then yeah, fuck you. That's not peace.
Care about these people? Clearly not. Seeing what American Jews who don't even have any association with Israel, with the conflict, have to deal with. Like, I get the fuck Israel sentiment. Probably get better than any outsider commenting on the conflict, and I do not feel like a victim. But the fact that even someone like Ethan is generalized under the same sentiment brings up a big question. Do people who conduct support...
Look, I do feel like sometimes Ethan's takes are like exaggerated, right? If you really thought that Ethan is on the same level as Asmongold, as Destiny, as Bill Maher, I think you'd be making a mistake. Right? He's not espousing the same viewpoint. The problem is that he's continually placing the blame in the wrong direction, and he's strident about it, and he's toxic about it. Remember that post that he made retweeting what's his name, Mohammed, and be like, yeah, I bet you, if you're a sex worker in Palestine, you'd be, thrown off a rooftop or what, like the shit, he posts toxic shit. I feel like didn't even admit after that. He deleted those tweets, right? He admitted that shit was toxic, and he's like, what did I ever do? That's what you fucking did. That's what you fucking, that's why it's not that Ethan is the most right wing, he's not a Netanyahu stan. But he is a toxic Zionist. I don't know what else to say.
Or this sort of behavior, even care about the conflict's resolution.
And it's honestly the toxicity rather than his viewpoint itself that's bringing him into so much conflict.
Those of you who read all this, who aren't radical but do not understand why anti-Zion ideology, such as the one that's being employed against Ethan, don't you see that's generalizing as any Israeli right-winger who voted and supports for our godforsaken government with the sentiment of fuck Hamas, fuck Gaza? Like what about the constant streams of many videos and photos of 400,000 plus civilians demonstrating in Tel Aviv and across the country for a ceasefire? What about the 2 years leading up to October 7th where Israel was in constant government limbo because half the country keeps voting to have a Nazi in charge? Sound familiar, America? Good point. And half the country sees his win as the end of their lives, and they know it, which literally did happen for a lot of people. At times it felt and still does, as if we are on the verge of a civil war. Does all that count to you people demonizing Zionists, or do you just want to watch the videos that enforce your hatred? I wrote this in a comment, was responded with similar, what about everything that's happening in Gaza or has been happening in Palestine since the foundation of Israel and the heinous happenings of the Nakba? I say we should talk about all that. Where we talk about it? In the fucking demonstrations in Israel, where we demonstrate against our government, screaming our lungs out, getting beaten by police, lighting fires, block roads, It's been every day of the last year plus. If you read about it, you'll see the demonstrations have been going nonstop for more than 3 years, and honestly fighting with more and more of our loved ones in order to say, this needs to stop now. Sorry, my throat is just... I think it made it worse. As a bystander with his feet on the ground, wiki feet on the ground, I can say, from my viewpoint, nothing radicalized the Israeli public more than the inability of the American and global left to include any fucking Israelis in the left.
Look, I mean, protesting Netanyahu and the far-right government that's in, I mean, that's great. I'm glad you're doing that, all right? But it doesn't begin and end with Netanyahu. The whole ass settler colonialist project got you to the point of Netanyahu, got you to a point where all the partners for peace on both sides were assassinated. And the far right took over, and the, general public seems to be accepting that right now. They don't like that he fails to make any meaningful negotiations to try to free the hostages and get them back alive. But they like him, doing terrorism with pagers in Lebanon. It's unfortunately more than just Netanyahu. It's more than just the current government that's the problem.
This is a point that I'm so glad is being brought up. Like, when Jews see this stuff, it's really hurting. It really radicalizing people, and it's pushing everyone away from each other in just a really fucking terrible way. As if that is the way to achieve any solution. As if generalizations aren't good, only so far. If you ask me, this is the most extreme case of the left eating itself I've ever seen in my life. Literally, with its own activism, radicalizing and...
I'm sorry, that's becoming such a red flag when you're like, the left is eating itself. You just identified yourself as, I don't know, some kind of IDW butthead.
And people of Israel.
Like, that's Anna Kasparian shit.
So that we now not only hear any lefty's a traitor and
that's Brett Weinstein's shit,
which has been going on for years, but also every fence sitter that has ever existed knows that they would be naive for ever believing the world doesn't hate us. And if they do it, it must be because of anti-Semitism. Oh, it's interesting. Never heard that one before. And then when I see what happens...
Wait, auto-anti-Semitism, is that a way of saying self-hating?
Ethan, I'm baffled. Maybe they're right. Maybe it's all anti-Semitism. Maybe the crazy Passover songs from my childhood were right. And in every generation, they do come for us. Don't actually think so. But I do see that even an American Jew who's arguably recused his Israeli wife from the fate of being born in this death-stained, horrible Holy Land, who donated $1,000 to a Palestinian organization, is constantly in malicious...
Oh, sorry, rescued. Rescued is what they said, not recused.
Do you think people who do that have any desire to have a conversation or an understanding or, God forbid, a positive effect on anything that they actually happen in the Middle East? Or are they all just looking around online for any public personality they know who was forced to have a bar mitzvah or has any association with the Star David so they can use their new favorite... This is something that I really was trying to get across to Hasan when we first started talking about this. Like, I felt like I needed him to come connect with me at least a little bit. And the thing is, like, now he's full-blown denying rapes. And, it's like... I don't know. Here's another one. And this is the last one. I'm reading this. Once again, people are trying to obfuscate that, like, this isn't like a Hasan's community thing. I mean, I don't know how else to convince. It is. I might have to leave Hasan's sub. I might get hate for this, but I just want to say that I'm leaving Hasan's community. The struggle between him and Ethan has been hard for me, as I understand it's been for a lot of people. And like I emphasized, I'm grateful that you guys were able to enjoy us both. And again, I'm not asking you.
This is sad. He's got he ends it with 3 Reddit posts of these are 3 people, the 3 Reddit posts that are on his fucking side, on his own subreddit, right? Because there's a...
You pick sides, and there's nothing wrong for you, a continued support of Hasan after this. No judgment on my part. In fact, like I said, there's still a road to us becoming friendly down the line. It's possible. For a long time, I believed to align more with Hasan than Ethan, but I stay with H3 because the show is more than politics. At this point, though, Hasan's followers are honestly so far detached from reality, I can't stay. So many of them are trying to stand for what's right, which is good, but they only see black and white. Nothing in life works like that. There's always gray areas. There's always nuance. Ethan can acknowledge that what Israel's doing is wrong while still acknowledging the pain his people are facing. Hasan's community can't seem to see that. There are 2 sides, and that the other side are still people, even if they are wrong in their opinions. Well, I don't think...
No, the problem isn't that, like I said, the problem isn't that Ethan is like some kind of far-right Netanyahu stand. The problem is that Ethan is a liberal Zionist who is wrong, and he's like really, really fucking confident in his wrongness. And he won't accept like outside facts.
Yeah, like I'm not supporting the Israeli government. I can't follow any ideology that blindly I don't know what the solution for the war is. I'm not a professional in any area that would have any weight in these matters, as I am sure much of Hasan's community is the same. Yes, I have opinions, but I'm always open to hearing others and learning more. I refuse to be part of a community who think their way is the only way and then choose to degrade anyone who doesn't think the same. It's a shame because I've learned so much from watching Hasan, but I can't take the hate anymore. So, I mean, I heard that Hasan mods implemented a Note More Ethan post. I mean, for the past year, since October 7th, his subreddit has been essentially a second snark subreddit, just dedicated to obsessively hating me for everything I do. I don't know if you guys have been there. But
wait, I'm sorry, are they a snark subreddit, or are they banning posts by you because Hasan doesn't want any more toxicity?
So they've enacted a no Ethan a rule, unless it's like directly related to Hasan or something like that, which, you know, is probably a good step towards trying to prevent the nonstop onslaught of harassment that I get from his maniacs in his audience. You know, and even as I type this to you guys now, should I mention the thing that we talked about before the show? Like I feel like I should, but this, unrelated to Hasan. Right now, and I have zero recourse, okay? On the Snark subreddit, the top post right now is dedicated to identifying and harassing non-public Teddy Fresh employees. It's on the front page. It has, last I checked, it had 500 upvotes, and it's been seen by the mods. And every time we report a post like this, we get punished, which once again, we have no recourse. Like, this is not okay what's happening. The reason I bring it up is because in the comments, it's all like, do these people know they work for Zionists? How do these people work for Zionists? And that's part of the reason they're being targeted and part of the harassment they're receiving. So, like, this whole thing is connected. The whole Snark, the Snark page that's blown up since October 7th, people really didn't give a fuck that much about it before then. But now it's like this vibrant community of people that are obsessed with Zionism.
Wait, is the Snark page outgrowing, like, his subreddit? Is that what's going on?
For some reason, and a lot comes back to that. I don't know how Reddit allows this. I really don't. It's fucking sickening. Let me show you.
Okay, so yeah, we don't support any harassment. People have got to have a job. Sometimes their job. See what he has to say about what AB has to say about. Oh wait, here's
accepted, while Islamophobia is a form of bigotry that is accepted.
Sorry, I don't want to.
For most, I don't want.
Got it. That's all I have to say, I guess. I don't know. I honestly felt like I had no choice. I had to do it, and I'm sorry. And it is what
I had to do that. He's got his face covered in the white powder of drama, and he's like, I had no choice. I had to do it.
Look, it is. That's it. You want to say something, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been wanting to say something for 2.5 hours.
There's a lot of layers to this, and it's a little tricky for me to navigate. But first and foremost, I don't want to take away from how you're feeling or what you're experiencing, because I know that.
Ooh, wait! Somebody in chat's got an explanation for the Snark subreddit. Can I just say that the Snark page is growing due to his mods banning his fans from providing any criticism. As someone in Hasan's community, everyone knows there are two sides. They acknowledge and address anti-Semitism constantly, but frankly, stopping the bombs seems like a bigger topic to address and push it. We can do both. We can do both. Right? It's important, if you are standing for freeing Palestine, to gatekeep the movement away from assholes like Jackson Hinkle, assholes like Infrared Haas, who want to infiltrate the movement for their own, yes, anti-Semitic agenda. So, keep that in mind always. It's important. Snark page, he villainizes, is full of his own fans they ban. So wait, is there nothing toxic going on? Because he's claiming that there's like a campaign to like dox workers at Teddy Fresh or something. I mean, Sam Cedar and Ilan Pape are great Jewish pro-Palestinian voices. Yeah, and actually Hasan, we're gonna see in a second, suggests, like, I don't think Hasan wants to deal with Ethan anymore, and he's probably smart for that. All Ethan wants to do is cause drama. But Hasan is saying, if you want to have a discussion about this, talk to Sam, right? Sam, like, Ethan knows Sam, and ostensibly they're still friends, and
that anti-Semitism is on the rise, and I know that you're definitely a victim of it and a target of it. And I like Hasan as well. And
well, Hasan's telling me it's not real. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you.
No, you're not interrupting me. Well, on that point,
that's not what he fucking said. That is literally not what he fucking said. And if anybody is saying that, I'm not saying that nobody's saying that. I'm not saying that nobody's, minimizing anti-Semitism. If anybody is, like that's wrong. That's fucked up, right? Anti-Semitism is very real, is very much on the rise, and is dangerous to any liberatory movement.
You're talking about the clip with Frogan, whenever he said that, he said anti-Semitism is a form of bigotry that is not accepted, while Islamophobia is a form of bigotry that is accepted. That's exactly what he said. I think what he was trying to say is that because of stuff like the Holocaust and all the persecution that Jews have gone through, it's known that it's not accepted. Of course, people still do it. It is on the rise. Whereas Islamophobia...
There is a social stigma. Let me put it really simply for everybody. There's a social stigma associated with anti-Semitism that is not associated with with Islamophobia, right? That doesn't mean that there aren't anti-Semites. That doesn't mean that there's not more anti-Semites like this year than they were a year ago. That's absolutely true. But you're talking about far-right assholes and conflating people that are just against genocide with those far-right assholes is fucked up.
It doesn't have like a Holocaust type event, so people aren't as aware. And also just, being closer to 9/11, it's still prevalent.
Based on I hear you. I appreciate your perspective. Obviously, thank you for sharing. And I understand this is probably uncomfortable for you. And I apologize, dude. It's so unfair that, of all the bullshit that, we all get for this. That being said, obviously, I wish he said a lot more, if that's what he meant, right? Because apparently, I think words matter, especially when you're talking about something as delicate as that, especially when you're talking about your friend who felt victimized by one of your mods,
Victimized by Frogan. Victimized by Frogan.
Very easy to interpret the way I did.
Wow.
And I have to say, based on the premise, just based on my experience in the world, is that, I think our generation is, deeply traumatized by what happened in Iraq. And people are, mega support. I think, in general, of our, woke audience, people are mega supportive and aware of Islamophobia and anti-Arab hate just because of what happened. And our generation carries a lot of guilt, right, for what happened. And so I see a lot of people who understand that perspective, right? But what I'm seeing more and more of every single fucking day, I've never seen in my life, is just out and open, blatant, unchecked anti-Semitism. Just out in the open, blatant. It's everywhere. You can't miss it. And so, once again, I don't believe that anyone's suffering is greater than another person's. I think everyone's suffering is equally valid.
Thank you for the meme, Renee.
I do believe that, listen, if you want to be as charitable as you can be, he should have picked his words better. And talking about something as important as that. In terms of what he said, though, I think he...
So, you can't even just let AB talk?
I think he's wrong. And I think it fucking sucks that that's his opinion.
Yeah. I don't want to say too much because I don't want people to take us talking out of context and try to make it something it's not.
Yeah,
but,
we're happily... we're friendly discussing.
Yeah.
Before and after, we remained friends, and me and AB are great. And we're going to Vegas together.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited.
Because Lena's back. Your girl is an attorney. But sorry, is there something else you want to touch on?
No, that's it. I mean, Hasan will, I'm sure well, I don't know, but he can defend himself. I'm probably not the best at it. Not the person to do it anyways.
I appreciate the voice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it gives me the opportunity to respond to it too. Mm-hmm. Because it's just not what I see and feel. And to basically say, it's a terrible misspeak if we're going to be generous to him.
Does he bitch about Elon? I think so. I haven't watched H3 in a while.
To say that, whatever. I talked about it enough. What else is there to say?
Which is funny because somebody said, and I don't know whether to believe this or not, right? I haven't seen it, but somebody said that somebody on H3 had pulled up some post of mine. I don't even know which post that would be, or it's a real thing.
Should we do some? Yeah, we'll probably end it. But do we have some kind of vibe cleanser?
Do we need a vibe cleanser, chat, or should we just go to Hasan and should we just go to Hasan and I keep on wanting to say Will Miniker. Wait, did I not put this on the playlist? Here, let's try this playlist.
This is getting really...
Oh my god, it's getting so bizarre.
If you want to center your own personal...
There we go. There we go. I mean, I guess there are a few things that I need to go over that aren't this. It might be a good time to do those. Meow meow. The some really kind of fucked up shit from Kamala HQ. If I can make this happen. So there have been anti-trans ads run against Kamala Harris, right? Implying that Kamala Harris was offering gender-affirming care in prisons and immigrant detention centers, right? And yet Trump offered like the same care was offered under the Trump administration. So the Kamala HQ is like being like, oh, look at that, Trump's offering. Looks like you did the bad thing too. Instead of pushing back and standing up for trans rights, which the Harris administration, right? There was a little bit of a streak of Democrats bringing up trans speakers during the national convention. This did not happen. This did not happen under the previous one. It really feels in a big way like trans people are being thrown under the bus. The other thing is, what is it? The Humanist report? Did I? Maybe it wasn't Humanist report. Oh yeah, this wasn't about Kamala. This was about the Senate candidate from Texas. Was it the oh my god, what is it? Is it Rational National? Is it Secular Talk? I thought it was. I really thought it was the Humanist report. Can't seem to find it now. This is embarrassing. Try one more go at this. All right, then. Guess I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's just go to this instead.
As the primary conversation here, I don't know what kind of conversation we can have. It has been ongoing for 12
yeah, people were asking about this last night.
12 months.
Yeah, the Harris campaign has been really rough to watch for the last few weeks. And it started off so hopeful. Like, I never expected that Tim Walz would be the vice presidential choice. I was pleasantly surprised.
You both. Because
that's way too much.
Because we have another guy.
Oh my god, chat. His blinker.
I promise.
Decidedly not.
I promise. I know there are a lot of anti-Semites in this community, and we are very. I know that you guys are very mad at me right now.
So the underlying joke for those who aren't familiar with these two is that Felix is Jewish.
For having all these Jewish guests on today, which once again, I do need to mention something here. I did not know that my former podcast co-host was going to do an entire effort post about how anti-Semitic I am and how anti-Semitic my community is when I set up the guests for the day.
Okay. I think the move of doing an effort post on Instagram.
I gotta say, I'm a little bit jealous of Felix here. His blinker actually works. I don't know. I think my battery is like almost dead or something.
Stories.
No, he did it. It's the full episode, I think, today where he's talking about
full episode. Oh my!
He dedicated an entire podcast episode, I think, to like how I am pro-terrorist, pro-terrorism, and how I let anti-Semitism fester in my community.
What did like the 13-year-olds who watch it, like, what are they thinking?
I think
are they like, can you talk about the bold guy again? This sucks.
No,
one in chat if you know the bold guy.
I think that most of his, and I think it's pre-recorded too, and no chat. Wait, oh, it was? I don't think so. But
it's not pre-recorded. There is no chat.
I've told this to Ethan a long time ago. I was like, listen, a lot of your community is very, very, very progressive. Like, it's not me that's like making people upset at you for, saying a lot of things that might be damn near identical to like a Michael Rappaport about like, oh, I bet queers in Palestine wouldn't have an easy time, or if you were a sex worker in Palestine, you'd get thrown off the roof, like he said to our friend Muhammad.
Yeah.
That sort of stuff is not going to be read positively by your audience, which is going to be very upset at you because your audience does not agree with what you're saying. And it's not just like me goading them into, feeling a type of way about you.
Yeah. Didn't he had like a whole thing where a lot of YouTube guys had to do this during the Trump years, where like, all their videos from like 2013, when you could do anything, like get recirculated among their new audience of people who were like, 15 or 16 in 2017. And they're like, oh my God, I would never do that ever again. I would never. My character from 2013, the AIDS man, is retired. He's gone. I'm so sorry.
This is what I was talking about. When I said that Ethan used to be a edgelord douche bro back in the day, this is exactly this is the exact kind of shit I'm talking about, right? If you look at old H3 content, it's anti-SJW bullshit.
You would think that like after that, and he is,
look, Hasan might be a dude bro, GWO, but that's different than a douche bro.
And this is not bigoted. A very nervous man.
Like the closest thing you could relate to Hasan, like to the douche bro status, would be, what is it, bro tip? Like his old ass men's advice video thing.
You could just tell. You would think after that he'd be like, "Oh, I shouldn't like talk about my wife's deployment to an illegal settlement that one time." But no, I don't. It defies reason. I think like anyone who does our general job, and especially someone like him who I only make $3 million a month. I'm middle class. He makes $30 million a month.
He's upper middle class.
He's upper middle class. And it's like, we won the lottery. Why are you bitching about the trolls all the time?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Look, it's whatever. But like I was saying, I did not foresee this being a major point of contention today. The podcast blast off tweet doesn't even mention you, Lamau. Wait, what? I don't know.
We should have done a blast off.
Leaving Hasan from the topics when you made it the title of the stream is crazy. I didn't even realize that it was like happening until everyone started getting banned in my chat for trying.
Am I getting called Twitch pull in my Twitch chat? Is that real?
Trying to bring it up.
I'm about as anti-Twitch pull as it gets.
Why is everyone accusing you of anti-Semitism? Keep willfully ignoring the things you say about Charlottesville. Wait, Charlottesville? There is a million different instances that you can point. Every day I talk about anti-Semitism, especially as it pertains to like the way that Americans examine the situation in Israel.
I'm the most anti-Semitic person that's on this stream regularly or ever.
Yeah, if I knew that Ethan was going to call me an anti-Semite today, I would not have invited you.
That it does sort of it makes it harder to make the case. That's true. I still appreciate it.
But why don't you just watch the podcast app? I mean, I might, but we'll see. He's insisting on making you out to be an anti-Semite regardless of what you've actually said. Yeah, I don't even think he thinks I'm anti-Semitic. To be fair, I don't think he thinks that at all. At most, he will probably say, like, I just let anti-Semitism manifest in my community or something, which is also not correct. But one thing that I did see online that I find very interesting about the internet, like purely from...
Why is the non-tobacco nicotine so expensive? Can anybody explain this to me? Is it like an extraction process, or
purely from...
do they have to like chemically engineer it? How does that work?
How things have changed in terms of like change for the worse. Oh, we were reading Noah's like earlier writing about divestment, how he was anti-divestment at UC.
Also, I'll just make a prediction, okay? Destiny's never coming back to Twitch. I could be wrong. Maybe I'll be wrong. I don't think Destiny's getting allowed back on Twitch. I think they're glad to be rid of him.
Did you know this?
Oh yeah, Noah, yeah.
And honestly, if I had a platform, I wouldn't want him on there either.
Noah is like Liquid Snake. You know, he was... If you like left turns in Noah's life, he would be up there with Shy David I. But yeah, no,
he said that you're signaling to us. Yeah, always.
What?
He pulled up a clip from a YouTube account called Hasanabi.
I love that, Shakespeare. It can only be cleansed using diamonds. Yes.
He's in a group chat with like Dry Bones and everyone.
Okay, I don't know who Dry Bones is. Anybody want to help me out here?
It's like
Hasanabi. They're laughing about the Hasanabi thing because it's like that's like I don't know. It's clearly a deranged DGG person. Oh, we're talking some major shit about Mr. Bonnaroo today.
See, that's how you tolerate.
Mr. Bonnaroo.
So that's how you showcase your tolerance about different forms of bigotry. when you pull from the endless fountain of tolerance from the likes of the account called Hasanabi.
I mean, this type of like accusation.
It's a taxes thing
that like Zionists do, where it's like, hey, I'm actually.
Oh, thank you. Political cartoonist that is like an ultra right-wing Zionist.
For peace, blah blah blah. But when I see a kafaya, that's the same as seeing Adolf Hitler cloned 50 times.
Yeah, I was gonna say 8 Adolf Hitlers
walking down my street.
Yeah,
it's the same. Yeah, it's the same type of thing where you try to like portray yourself as eminently reasonable, but the actual thing you're saying is so.
Oh, I see. Cool Bean says, I think they just increased the price to in parallel to cigarettes. I guess that makes sense.
Crazy.
I'm so glad that I don't crave nicotine. I'm so glad that nicotine does nothing for me. It's bad, chat. Nicotine makes me dizzy. It makes me nauseous. Doesn't do anything good for me.
Like, you would have to be like every day for like months and months. You're like, what is a system of subliminal messages I can issue to chat where they can anti-Semitically target the Kleins. I mean, if I was doing that, and I've actually done this to a lot of people, to use subliminal messages to anti-Semitically target people. But not people in media. They're nobody. They're non-people, regulars as we call them. My neighbors, people who complained about like noise and stuff, like those types of people. When I've done that, I leave no trace. I wouldn't be streaming it every day.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it? If you were doing that, you would be collaborating with the Bold Guy, their greatest enemy.
Who's the Bold Guy?
Oh my
Chat.
Bold Guy?
No, the
I think we got to be Team Bold Guy. Should we do that? The Bold Guy shit is wild though. I don't think I can endorse the Bold Guy. The Bold Guy's kind of fucked.
Bold Guy. The Bold Guy. Oh my god. We may have to watch him. He's Michael showed him to me many years ago, and he makes the most baffling skits ever. But he sort of helped like make H3's star because they had a big dispute over. H3 was making videos about these ridiculous videos he was making, and he like copyright struck their channel.
So chat, if I'd only had legal representation when Vosh's sysadmin, when the sysadmin of the White Leaf Network tried to take my channel down, maybe I would have blown up too.
It was like a whole
I still think that I didn't make enough noise about that
thing, and he took them to court, and that's actually the entire reason why I knew about H3 in the first place, was because I loved this Bold Guy character.
Yeah.
But I swear that we've watched his videos before.
They're saying Matt Haas.
Narwhal by Nature says, "Don't put my comment on screen." Okay.
I don't know. He's talking about Northern.
Sorry. Don't put the content.
No.
Someone was saying
don't put it on screen.
He called me.
Okay, got it.
A rape apologist for October 7, which I think is not only incorrect, but it's also.
It's not Papa Gut. It's like an old YouTuber. Like really, like we're talking about like I don't know, 14 years ago. 13 years ago.
Weird line of attack when Israel. Haaretz recently came out with an article that the pro-rape protest that the Israeli rabid weirdos engaged in was actually significantly more violent than we had previously seen, and that they were actually literally with arms, like wearing balaclavas. They like violently apprehended the military police.
Yeah,
like that came out yesterday. The pro-rape protest happened where, Israeli concentration camp guards at Sde Taiman brutally raped a Palestinian to death. Numerous ones, but one that...
Yeah, I was just teasing you, Narwhal.
Well, like, made it to the headlines.
I knew which comment not to
so it's
pull
weird.
up.
He played a video of you laughing at Kama talking about rape on October 7 and said that's proof. Yeah. What am I supposed to do in that situation? Sit there and be like, this unsubstantiated, one of the most well-documented, acts of violence.
Look, the chat keeps on saying the bald guy. Like, it sounds like they're saying the bald guy, or it sounds like I'm saying the bald guy. I think wasn't the joke with, didn't Ethan do a parody that was like the bald guy?
Overall, where the least substantiated news coverage over it was met with like just no.
Oh, new CIA drone pilot. Why would he even want to come back? You're saying to Twitch. We're talking about Destiny. He probably makes as much or more through DGG without handing Twitch the cut. Well, what you don't seem to understand is that DGG or VGG works like this. You get a website, you overlay a functioning chat like program, right? And a subscription program, and then you embed either your Twitch stream or your YouTube stream. And for Destiny to be streaming on Twitch in addition to DGG would just be gravy on top. In other words, he wouldn't lose anything from that, right? He would just gain stuff from an audience on Twitch that he's not able to access right now. A good question.
Whatsoever, with the exception of like internal communications from the New York Times editorial team being like, this is a bridge too far for
Irene's cheeky. My cheek actually hurts right now. Like, my cheek is in pain. I don't know if I have an earache or, you know what I mean? It's like,
us, what the fuck are we doing? We're like dropping the ball on this, which kind of went nowhere, and everyone just kept repeating the unsubstantiated reporting on it as though these violent barbaric monsters were just like breaching the fucking Gaza boundary specifically to go and rape the beautiful Israeli women. Like it's repackaged colonial propaganda.
Yeah, Israel has never offered like actual like coherent evidence for this.
Yeah. He also apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
Like liable, like
I'm doing pro-terror propaganda.
I thought he was going to say his only known genocide was when he owned somebody on Twitter. So, no, he's saying he's only known genocide his whole life. He's grown up in Yemen.
Yeah.
Are any Jews good at law stuff anymore? Like, what the fuck? I shouldn't say that, especially today.
Yeah.
But like, how the fuck do you? Oh yeah, when fucking who was the guy who interviewed Bin Laden in the late 90s? Mike Wallace or some guy, some 60 Minutes guy. Yeah. After that, CBS was on the hook for 9/11. You know, come on.
Yeah, but the thing that I was going to say that's like crazy is that because everyone is online all the time, you literally have like
Narwhal by Nature says maybe it's my vagus nerve, dorsal or ventral.
Like, you literally have a dude who's 19 years old, okay, living in Yemen, one of the poorest, if not literally the poorest country on the planet, that withstood a genocide that American munitions caused by way of the UAE and Saudi Arabia not that long ago, okay? And me humanizing the victim of said genocide is actually, or giving them like a normal interview at a time when everyone is like screaming bloody murder about killing everyone in the region. This is like,
or is it the new vagus nerve?
It's a wild thing to have that dude see this statement from Ethan. I know, an adult man. I know you guys don't like me talking about Hasan, and all I appreciate that there's a lot of crossover. I'm grateful for those of you that are able to watch us both. It's impossible.
I almost said adult human baby for some reason.
For me to ignore that the majority of these people are coming from his community. It's something that he and his audience refuse to reckon with. Hasan's whitewashing of that Houthi kid who said he wants to spear all Zionists to death was frankly disgusting. I don't give a fuck that he's seen an episode of One Piece. I'd like to know why he's hanging out with a boat captain of a Chinese cargo vessel, aka a hostage.
They were dancing. They were fucking dancing together.
He was furious when he was writing that. This makes no sense.
And as more info has come out about this kid being a terrorist affiliated and being anti-Semitic, lots more examples. Hasan has refused to disavow him. The opposite, actually. He continues to prop him up. Rashid Al-Haddad responds to this from Yemen. I did not mean the Jews, but the Zionists. Do not confuse everyone. I respect every Muslim Jew who stands for the truth.
That's
and
awesome.
I will do everything I can.
Wait, what? What?
I think he meant Muslim or Jew.
Okay.
Like this dude learned English from literally like reading Twitter. Okay.
Yeah, learned English from reading Twitter while like Saudis were triple tapping funerals for like he's 19 years old, right?
Yeah,
that's about for like nearly half his life. Yemen was just probably the most horrific like aerial bombardment campaign, at least one of them in the region at the time. Sorry he didn't go to your fucking specific Twitter page, Ethan.
I'd like to bring up the fact that we're at 91 likes right now. I would love to see that get to 100. That would be super cool. If you haven't hit the like button yet, I would massively appreciate it. It helps me out a lot. It makes me happy.
And figure out the exact HR-proof thing to do.
Making the targets and only resistant of ongoing genocide. Dude, this is so grim, says Aisha. And I thought that was like poignant, but also kind of crazy.
It was very poignant.
To just like really imagine
it's cute. It's cute.
World where like you got a dude, everything he's known is like death and destruction. Okay. And he's on Twitter, the everything app. And he's posting like, hey guys, you know, I don't hate all Jewish people.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? What is happening in the world?
It's just like Yemen, poorest country, if not the poorest, like definitely in the bottom 10 or bottom 5. And then a guy who sells, like, as far as I can ascertain, has made $700 billion selling like pastel colored crew necks. And he's like, this 19-year-old is going to kill me.
In Yemen.
In Yemen.
From with a stake. He's going to kill you like Vlad Dracula style.
Yemen.
I just like the first instance of this stuff I saw was when like last year during his first dust up with you, when he did the thing that like all these guys do where it's like they live in America, their families live in America, they'll never fucking move to Israel, and in fact one of their family members moved from Israel because it actually sucks to live there.
Bro, they're making him
oh my god.
He's posting like he's got barred from Columbia campus, dude. Like that, dog, you're in Yemen. Like what do you mean?
It just like making
Will a turtleneck protect you from vampires?
him do this shit like but he did that
only if it's made from that like spiderweb material.
Where like last year where he's like, oh, you want to make it so Israel isn't a Jewish homeland? Where is my wife who lives with me in Beverly Hills in California? Where's she gonna go? In the garbage? In the toilet? Do you just want to kill her?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe she's gonna go where she is now, which is not Israel.
Yeah, this is Hasan talks to literal terrorists on stream. 28,000 likes. I think killing over 11,000 children is worse than anything some dude with a dynamite has ever done, which is kind of a funny way to
severe lowball.
Yeah,
that's like someone being like.
Not only is it a lowball, but this dude is not even like. I asked him straight up. I was like, "Are you a part of Ansar Allah?" Like, again, like, are you a quote unquote Houthi? And he was like, "No, I'm not. I'm Yemeni. I'm from Yemen. That's it." But it's really funny because this guy turns around and goes, you know, they want to eradicate the Western world, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah. What fucking universe are you living in?
Dude,
what the f are you talking about?
You're like perceived. He wants to eradicate the Western world and you're laughing. It's like there is nothing funnier than this. Than like hallucinating a reality that like people in Yemen are going to come to the United States of America and eradicate the Western world. Yeah. They have one, like, what's the fucking, you're the plane nerd. What's the one plane
they have? Like one F5 that doesn't really run most of the time. If one F5 destroys all, not just America, England, Germany, like the whole EU. If one F5 does that, then like, okay, then we suck.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that like we deserved it.
I would like to clarify that
Narwhal by Nature says, I genuinely want Sam Cedar to talk to Ethan. Maybe you can help him stop this nonsense. The one fear I would have is for Sam to go into a conversation with Ethan thinking that it's a good faith. It would most likely not be a good faith conversation.
Any Jewish person, Christian or Muslim or any other who is innocent, we will never hurt them. We protect them and ask them for what they want, what they lack, and what they need. We stand for the oppressed, which is why we oppose Zionism. It is Zionist ideology that is wreaking havoc upon innocent Palestinians and Lebanese. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Any follow-up on that Ethan Klein claim that the people that were on those boats have just have dropped off the face of the world?
But if you consider my conversation with a teenager from Yemen who is a survivor of genocide, okay, it doesn't matter if you don't recognize it. Oh, is this Stavvy? Oh no, it's my brother.
Oh, it's just my brother.
Hey, if you consider,
fuck, I thought it was Stavros Halkias.
My conversation that humanizes a victim, a survivor of genocide in Yemen, to be a bridge too far, I don't know what to tell you, especially when
oh my god,
a person with eyes
meow
can recognize what is the reality that is unfolding in both Gaza and in Lebanon. Every day Israel is killing hundreds of people, okay, burning babies, burning teenagers with American munitions. If you want to center your own personal feelings as the primary conversation here,
respect for Murat.
I don't know.
We got some Murat fans in chat.
Kind of conversation we can have. It has been ongoing for 12 months. Okay, this is a ridiculously self-centered conversation to have. In terms of this interview that I conducted, multiple well-decorated, award-winning journalists reached out and said that it was a fantastic interview humanizing the victims of American imperialism that never get a fucking, that never are approached in this way. And not only that, but also the fucking New York Times also reached out to get his information because they also saw having a conversation like this, like the one that I conducted, to be worthwhile. Excuse me for not fucking immediately going, do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn the Houthis?
I'm sorry.
Who doesn't even fucking speak a lick of English. That is insane. Okay? That is insane.
The thing that like people always do before they like just issue like a completely like self-centered tirade after all of this, after every horrifying fucking thing that we've seen.
Oh, now he's doing it too. You see, like you gotta, it's like snoring. Once one person starts, everybody does it. It's like
like a completely like self-centered tirade after all of this, after every horrifying
thing, after Hamas, after Hezbollah,
fucking thing that we've seen. They always go, well,
after the Houthi.
I don't like Netanyahu.
Wait, that's actually making my Oh,
I like
wait, chat. I need to make that sound more. It's like making my ear hurt less. Ha, ha, ha. I gotta say more words with like ha in them. Chat, give me more words. Give me more words. Ha. I gotta start making that noise. It's helping. It's helping. It's the one thing that makes my ear hurt. Like my jaw kind of hurts. Like around my TMJ joint.
Which supposedly then gives them license to endlessly talk about themselves after over a fucking year of this.
Zionism has cured me. Yes.
He said
Zionism must be true.
Actually said he's not a child, he's a kid. Yeah.
There's a and a
it is really crazy. I am not even remotely embarrassed that I did this.
It's loosening stuff up. Yeah.
There was
yeah, it's helping.
In hearing the perspective of someone who is on the other side of the world.
Holy shit. Holy I can't do it right.
Ultimately, you know, once again, centering our own personal feelings, no matter what our background is, no matter who we are.
Kaya Rychek.
In the heart of empire in the United States of America, when, you know, the Palestinians I talk to in Gaza are currently witnessing a fucking onslaught, a complete genocide, is unimaginable. Okay? I'm going to tell you something about a journalist that I talked to in North Gaza. His name is Hossam Shabbat. I talk to him with regular frequency.
Ain't no challah back, bro. Wait, but it's hot. Oh yeah, like the bread. Challah, the bread.
He has said that he wants.
Now I want some bread.
His message.
Now I want some challah bread
to be broadcasted.
Don't summon Voldemort. Wait, how will I summon Voldemort?
He is.
If you say his name 3 times, do you summon him? Is he like Beetlejuice?
Live as of 4 hours ago, he still has tweeted, and I'm going to talk about this in a second. If you recall, Hossam's 2 other journalist friends were assassinated by the Israeli state. Okay, he is among some of the many people that I talk to that are
yeah, hallelujah, as Thomas Jerome says.
He is in North Gaza. Israel is currently starving North Gaza and conducting a full-blown genocide in North Gaza. I need you to understand this. Hossam, as of today, is 23 years old. Okay? This is a very important part of humanizing the victims of this genocide. Okay? This is Hossam. Okay? This is Hossam. Is that Anne Frank? Your mother should have swallowed you, you fucking piece of shit.
Jeez.
Okay? I said, hope you're doing well, all things considered, my friend. And to which he responded, doing the best we can. Today is my 2nd birthday during this genocide. I turned 23. I hope by my next birthday, I will be alive and all of this will be over. 23 years old. 23. 23 years old.
Everyone, whether they're in South Lebanon or Beirut or Gaza or the West Bank, is forced to grow up extremely, extremely fast for one reason or another. It's kind of sickening when you juxtapose, like put it next to whenever like a group of Israeli soldiers are killed, and they're like, "Oh my God, these 21-year-old kids." He was just a 27-year-old colonel.
I feel so much better now. This is really therapeutic.
Professional soldiers.
Oh my God, I can move my jaw.
I understand. That is why I'm showing this.
That's wonderful.
So you understand, like, where my mindset is and where I'm at. I understand that I am an incredibly fortunate person to be living in the United States of America. Okay? And I try to use that good fortune to the best of my ability to communicate the humanity of the people that are victim to American imperialism, to Israeli violence. I'm sorry if these emotional moments for a lot of people cause others to stop thinking about the victims and instead start thinking about the fear that they hallucinate or the violence that they hallucinate from this community. Okay? If you think I'm anti-Semitic, or if you think that I'm promoting anti-Semitism, when every single day we work tirelessly to ensure that anti-Semitic statements do not get any fucking, do not get any kind of fucking ground in this community on a regular basis, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? I don't know. I have no answer. I have no answer for you. It is ridiculous, and it's sad that this is even a point of contention. Okay? It's sad that it is even a point of contention. I don't think anybody believes it. Okay? I don't know. What a weird situation we're in.
Yeah, I mean, that is like the last resort of someone who just has absolutely
Colin
nothing.
Allred.
It's a broad enough accusation that you can just toss it out there.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's kind of under the umbrella of being unfalsifiable.
And like any, it's
even though it's like he doesn't actually prove it, but because it's like you can't disprove it. That's why it's
ephemeral enough. Like the idea that like you're just generally signaling to the troops to go and like harass him anti-Semitically. Well, like, how could you disprove that? It's like completely fucking ridiculous. But
all you can do is laugh at it. I mean, that's it. All I can do, and all I do in this situation is just like laugh at these ridiculous accusations. Okay, there's nothing else I can say. It's insincere. It's not only insincere, but it like I don't even think it genuinely like it genuinely causes a single person to second guess unless they're already primed into fucking hating everything that I am saying already. But that's it. It's deeply unserious. I hope Ethan is doing well. I don't know. I haven't kept up with him. I urge him to talk to at least like Sam Cedar or something. Maybe he can get a different perspective.
Yeah, you better warn Sam if you're gonna refer him to Sam, you better warn Sam what he's in for, right? Because I don't think that Ethan's gonna come at Sam with good faith.
From someone else that has also been to Israel, someone who he admires and respects. That's it. If you're not anti-Semitic, then you must have a problem with Hezbollah. What? If you're not anti-Semitic, then you must have a problem with Hezbollah.
What's this?
Wait, what the? This isn't real, dude.
There's no way that's real.
That's so funny. No, I mean, as in, like, obviously, Mr. Beast didn't buy this ad.
No, I think
but
he
I mean,
did.
like, this ad doesn't exist.
No, of course. That can't be anywhere.
Yeah, that'd be really funny.
Oh, it's Stavros.
I think he paid for that, actually. There's no way. There's no way a pig doesn't taste better than a Jew.
I want to show you guys this account.
Yes.
Jews fight back. I stand with Shy. If you do too, comment I stand with Shy. Let's show the world how many of us support this man. Only got 3,000 likes.
Who is Shy?
Shy Davidai. Wait, am I mispronouncing his name?
How do we?
Who the fuck is Shy?
Professor at Columbia University.
He's like if the bold guy was.
Oh my god, they watched the bold guy, didn't they? That's what I'm getting. I think Felix had them watch the bold guy.
Instead of having sex with beautiful women and running around, more focused on crying in public.
Yeah,
and serially harassing pro-Palestinian students.
Is he one of those guys that goes to like? He goes to like a protest and is like, "They're punching me."
Oh no, he did do that literally.
They're elbowing.
He did do that.
So he was a Columbia University Business School professor, which like already bullshit job.
Yeah.
But last year when like the campus moved,
He's a Game of Thrones character.
kind of started.
A business professor.
Chat, do you know something? I've never watched Game of Thrones. I probably should. I've got so many things I need to do, chat. We need to play Metaphor Refantasio. We need to finish Fallout New Vegas. So much stuff.
And he was like a lib.
Yeah.
But he last year I first noticed him when he started out. He had the best tweet of that year when he went, "My name is Shy David. I'm a father. And
What's up, Moe?
I'm a professor. Blah blah blah."
He wrote like an effort post. He wrote a long ass effort post on Twitter,
but
after like crying in public.
Yeah, it had the funniest sentence, which was like, "On Monday, I went viral for crying." And ever since then, like he's dropped the pretense of being like, "I'm actually a liberal, like I'm against Netanyahu and I want peace." But this is like he's dropped that pretense and is just like, anytime he sees someone who's even remotely tan, he's like, "You're a terrorist, rapist."
Oh, wow.
And he's like, when people reply to him on Twitter, and by the way, he doesn't even have any classes at this time. He has no reason to be on campus except to like harangue every student he sees. And when people like will reply to him on Twitter and be like, "Can you?"
Oh my god, chat, this is gonna be a little bit hard to find, possibly. Okay, so I want to put out a little warning, right? Even though we've covered this, it's pretty clear what's going on here to us. Nicholas Diorio is covering this. Turkey Tom is covering this. What I'm saying is that there's many people covering this in a very different way than I am. So if I could ask for your help, all right? The more you can support the stream, the more we can increase our platform size to closer to parity with people like these large commentary creator streamers. I feel like there is an underrepresentation of this perspective on YouTube and on social media at large. So, once again, I am asking for your support, whatever kind of support you can give me. If your support is hitting that like button, I appreciate that. The thumbs help me out greatly. The thumbs help me out immensely, okay? If your support is, posting a link of me somewhere, that's somewhere good, hopefully. That's good too, right? If you can toss me a few bucks through super chats, if you can become a member, if you can sign up as a sub, if you can support me on Patreon, all of that really helps. I'm trying to build a platform here, and I'm not satisfied with 100 concurrent viewers, right? Which we have had on between platforms for most of the day today. That's great. That's important. But we can't stop there. We cannot stop there because there's just too much bullshit out there, and it needs to be pushed back on. So yeah, just remember, supporting me, you are helping get the word out. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for Hasan's. I'm looking for Hasan's. Like Brittany Simon. I wonder how she covered this. Probably not well. Probably not well. I don't know that much about her, but. Chud Logic will be covering this 100%. I can guarantee you. There are plenty of people that are going to be signal boosting Ethan's toxicity. All right. And surprisingly few boosting Hasan's toxicity. If you want to help me toxify Hasan, you could do through supporting the stream. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Hasanabi. People are. Oh wait, no. Somebody sent me this, right? Somebody sent me this on Discord. It's a little bit of a bounce that I gotta do. to get this to pop up on stream for us, so I gotta grab that. All right, here we go. We got the last video of the day.
From fresh off the heels of like watching. This is one like 1 hour time frame from one singular VOD. Okay. What is this?
Oh, you want to make it so Israel?
Oh god, this is the channel. Like I love these people. This is Hasanabi archive, but the thing that they do, I think they might have some like program or something, and it automatically goes through the VOD and edits. But like what it does is instead of just like taking out the sound of a curse word or a word that might get them demonetized, it automatically just cuts that part out of the stream. So you don't even know what's being said half the time.
Israel isn't a Jewish homeland. Where is my wife who lives with me in Beverly Hills in California? Where's she gonna go? In the garbage?
Oh no, they found it. Chat, look. Ethan put this up on Ethan put this up on his Instagram. What does he say? My wife is an American citizen. I'm not worried about her. 80% of Israelis are born there, and you literally have nowhere to go. You better figure that out if you actually want peace, instead of telling them to just go somewhere else.
In the toilet? Do you just want her?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe she's gonna go where she is now.
It's not even. It's funny because I don't even think he was talking about Hila, the situation. I think he was talking about how like, yeah, this is clip chimped. I think this is literally about how the common trope that people write about on like magazine and like the idea that like
wait, that's this channel that was copy striking other clip channels? Are you sure? I thought that was something else. Oh, is a bot channel? What? Well, this is the clip that people sent me. But yeah, watching a copy striking channel is can be dangerous even if you're just reacting to it. Are you sure? Hasanabi archive? Because I know there was one like that. I just thought it was a different one. Yeah, we're gonna need another source for this. We're gonna need another source for this. If Chad is pretty sure this is a copyright striking channel. I mean, they're definitely editing with a bot. Yeah, this is what you DM'd me, Shaxby. I actually got, I think I got it. Yeah, I got it from your message. So can we come up with another source for this clip? Or is it possibly that we might have misidentified? Because I want to be spreading fake news. Brittany Simon is a Hasan liker. Oh, did I get her wrong? Maybe I made the wrong assumption. Sorry, Brittany Simon. She's a philosophy YouTuber. Yeah, I don't know anything about her. I assumed she was like a Destiny orbiter, but maybe I'm wrong. Apologies to you, Brittany Simon, if I got you wrong. She's good? Yeah, chat, I really don't know anything about her. I just made assumptions. I could be completely... Yeah, Hasanabi Capital. Yeah, I think you're right, BCatK. I know that... Yeah, something... I know that Hasanabi Capital, they kept changing names. Is it the same one? It's Hasanabi Reactions. Reactions is a good channel. Hasanabi Reactions. Okay, we'll check that out. Hasanabi Reactions. Wait, there's Hasanabi Reactions and Hasanabi Reactions 2.
Bro, just
Asmongold 1 day ago. Yeah, it's not, they don't have it. Let's try this one. Nope, same shit.
just felt this VOD / response from Hasan deserves a voice because Ethan didn't mention that Hasan
Okay, so we're looking for this video. If possible. It's not the end of the world to watch once. Well, you know, if you're right about it, Several Wolves, if you're sure that this is the one that copyright strikes, what that means, what Several Wolves, okay, so what we're talking about, chat, is that Hasan allows his content to be used and uploaded by anybody. For instance, if you were to want to make a YouTube channel, download Hasanabi's VODs, cut them into segments, make thumbnails. So you're actually having to do a decent amount of work there, right? Maybe even cut out the curse words so that the videos have more reach. And you'd be okay. Hasan would be fine. And you could keep the money. That's fine, right? But there's one channel that does this shit, but they also will copyright claim other channels, right? YouTube's copyright system is so silly that it thinks because you have a version of the video up that you must be the original, you know, you must like own the rights and stuff, right? And I think they might have even claimed, did they claim Hasanabi once? Hasanabi reacts, not reaction. Let's try that. No, all I'm getting is reaction. Archive. When you say Hasanabi reacts, it looks like Hasanabi archive is appending all of their videos with Hasanabi reacts. Maybe I could try. This one, Hasanabi fan channel. There we go.
I think people don't understand that Ethan's own fan base.
Now, understand, wait, this is a shorter video, right? So we might be missing out on some stuff.
Because he had a genuine change of mind, which I respect him for, on a lot of these issues, he cultivated a very progressive community. Centering this conversation around the personal feelings of a person living in Los Angeles, California, is some of the most unproductive, most selfish, American exceptionalist, garbanzo nonsense I have ever had to encounter. The well is so deep. The well is so deep for American insanity, okay? How does this center my feelings? And it's not even your personal feelings. It's not even your personal feelings. It's the feelings of another person that you're coming in here to continue this conversation on. I'm done. The reason why I don't cover this stuff is because I don't think it's productive, number one. I think it's for a lot of people who simply care about the drama of it all, not necessarily about the real impact. I think it's a great disservice to the people that I have met, both online and people that I've had here in person. Like, your expectation from me is to sit back and talk about like just endless selfish, self-centered drama. Like, how can I make the about me is what it feels like. It feels hollow. It feels like it's a disservice. And I get kind of grossed out when I see my own chatters coming in here to try and consistently repeat these talking points. Okay? You did it. You got it. You successfully got me to talk about this, and my patience is running thin on this matter. The endless selfishness, the untapped well of American selfishness and American individualism is in full display. It comes across as like a good faith effort, but I don't think any of you genuinely want to hear a good faith perspective. It's so stupid. This is straight up some Keemstar level bullshit. These are deeply unserious people. Yes, it sucks. How are you doing mentally? I'm doing fine. I was doing fine until I went live and saw this like barrage of idiotic statements. Like, one thing that I did see from all the drama that like immediately zapped my brain was Ethan using a clip from a Bonercelli fan account in his
that was the Hasanabi
takedown.
I got that. I called that.
Like, that's crazy, man. How far down the rabbit hole are you that you're doing that? Look, people have time and time again come after me for
and look, Ethan, if you don't want to be classified with Bonercelli, maybe don't repeat Bonercelli talking points, right? You sound like Steven. You sound like Steven. And you two don't agree, right? Steven doesn't go, fuck what happens to Palestinian people, right? Steven doesn't have any bones of contention to pick with what's going on with the what the IDF is doing in Gaza right now. Ethan ostensibly does. And yet the fucking talking points that come out of his mouth are the exact same.
Litany of different idiotic things, right? And I think only time causes people to look at this stuff with a different only time causes people to like truly comprehend what I'm about. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing, and I'll just hope that people will be charitable and people will understand where I'm coming from. And I think his own community is still very much upset at him, and I don't think that like it's something that I don't think that he understands. Like, not every single person that's upset at him is like,
look, I think that Ethan thinks this is going to be to his benefit, and I think it's not. I think he's hurting himself, and it's weird. It's weird that a guy can run into the fucking brick wall so many times and not realize, it's bad for you it's bad for your brain to keep on hitting your head against a brick wall over and over again. You're not helping. You're not breaking through the brick wall. You are hurting yourself again and again and again and again.
Fan of mine. I was live yesterday. I wasn't talking about this shit. And I saw some of the comments before they disabled the comments. Like, I saw people.
Wait, why does Ethan hate Adam McIntyre? When did that happen?
With the screenshots of the comments, all the top comments are like, dude, what are you doing? Like, it's just like, what do you want me to do?
Wait, who hates Adam McIntyre?
Faith generalizations off of like short clips that are completely
That's so fucking random.
Antithetical to my worldview, like completely against everything that I stand for. Get the fuck out of here for years and years and years. Listen, if you were white, this conversation wouldn't happen. I am white, just not white enough for some on this issue. Every other issue that I talk about, I don't get hit on like this. This is the one issue. That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar, okay? There are very thoughtful, very kind, very understanding, and much less, how do I say this, that he could talk to, I think, develop a different understanding of these matters. I don't think that I will be able to reach him, but maybe they could. That's it. Like, because the reason why I bring up Sam Cedar is because, well, not only is he my uncle, okay, my real uncle, and not my fake uncle like Cenk, but also because I think he is an incredibly thoughtful person that will broach the subject with a lot more charitability than someone like Felix will. You know what I mean? I just don't think that I can, I'm gonna be honest, like, I just don't think that I can like penetrate the hardened position that he has. Felix Dome got it. I love Felix. He is brilliant. He's hilarious. He is my goat. He is not as tactful as others. You get a little bit more hardened, I think, over time. And, you know, the way that you approach the subject matter is going to be less tactful. Time will absolve you per tradition. Yeah, but it sure sucks while you're living in it, you know? Not that it matters. I saw something online on my subreddit.
Manic Mermaid says daily watcher / offliner in Hasan's community offline chat. That's if you don't know, on Twitch, your channel contains a chat and people can chat in it even when you're offline. It's something that, in fact, we need Twitch mods. We need to start moving the chat into emotes only offline, right? That's actually really important. Like, I mean, it's not been a problem in a while, but you are also responsible for what happens in your offline chat, right? But that's what Manic Mermaids is talking about there when they say offliner. I don't even look at the Reddit or Hascore. That's Hasan's Discord. I don't know any of those people. I don't really even cross paths much. Seems Ethan shouldn't only scroll on those /X for judging a whole community, not often anyone's best there. And for the record, because they do a great job and deserve the record straight, I've never not once seen Hasan or his mods not near instantaneously deal with and or ban any hate speech often before I see what's said. We joke about it, how fast it is, even at 40K plus, even, yeah, with 40K or more people in concurrently in the chat. Is Hasan gonna play Metaphor? I'm curious.
Actually,
it seems like a him game.
That I wanted to point to. Someone did an effort post. I mean, there's a lot of effort posts, right? But this one was really interesting because I think Ethan took a clip from the stream out of context on a show. So I figured it would be a good idea to add context by breaking down the stream with timestamps. Impossible to argue that Hasan is doing anything but standing up for Ethan and telling off his chat in the stream, regardless of what Ethan's unhinged, untrue rant calling.
What is offlining? Well, see, it's a bigger thing with bigger streams, right? It's more of a thing for like Hasan, Destiny, you know, Bosch, like people like that, right? There's so many people in the community that I mean, theoretically you could, right? If you wanted to, like, you know, go on into my chat while I'm not streaming. You could say something. If somebody else was in there looking at it, they might say something back. You might be able to become a troll whisperer. Yeah, there used to be trolls in my offline chat. I should knock on wood even saying that, because those were not good times.
And to be banned on Twitch will have you think. Even turning off comments on the video when fans disagree with him in the comments is insane. If I did something that was fucked up, by my estimations, I would of course apologize for it. I have time and time again.
Yeah. Hasan's offline chat is pretty wholesome.
Again, every single moment that we're covering this stuff, by the way, is successfully centering the conversation back to like the feelings of people living in the lap of luxury, myself included. I'm selfishly indulging in this and it feels wrong. I'd rather talk about anything else. There are a shit ton of other people. Ethan has been a very famous person online for years and years, developed a lot of people who hate him, just like myself, okay? I have a lot of haters that aren't just coming from Boner Chelly's community, okay? I think people don't understand that Ethan's own fan base, because he had a genuine change of mind, which I respect him for, okay, still to this day, on a lot of these issues, he cultivated a very progressive community, much broader and much different than my community. And those very progressive people, understandably, have a different attitude. I think that is the main problem here. The main problem here is that I don't think he understands this. I don't think he understands that his audience actively try to not think about his opinions or the way he presents himself on this issue.
What Hasan is saying is that Ethan is blaming him for the reaction of Ethan's audience to Ethan, to what Ethan says, right? the clapback, the pushback, the harassment, I guess as Ethan would say, that he's getting is not people, it's not Hasanabi heads that are in there trying to start shit. It's his own fucking people, and they disagree with him. And we saw that. We saw a person super chat $50 to Ethan to tell him they didn't think this was a good idea. I mean, they got shouted down. There's plenty of people that will put up with Ethan's shit that are parasocially attached to him or don't care about the politics, or maybe they're even on his side on it. But
because the reality of the matter is, like, I still believe and hope that he is considerate. I don't know where he's at on the matter, but considering that he consistently pulls up like random people on Twitter, I think that's his way of saying, like, my opinion on the issue is known by everyone. But every single time, even the conversations, like, look back at the conversations that we had in the early steps, okay, in the early stages of October, the conversation that we had on my stream. Go back and watch the conversation with today's eyes. My position on none of this has changed, okay? And since then, a lot more people have become more cognizant, become more understanding of the situation on the ground, okay? I've had all of this. I've had this whole thing. I've had this entire conversation now at this point, and all he will see are things that are clip-chimped with the most negative framing possible, and it will continue this endless spiral of drama, okay? Let me see if I can find it. Something I said.
Oh, Endless Spiral of Drama, by the way. That's my band name.
Back then.
That's my shoegaze band.
God, also clipped out of context, is still very prescient, okay? There was a part in this conversation that was clipped where I was like, look, I can't control how people feel about the way that you present yourself on this issue. If you recall at the time, people clipped that out of context to be like, oh, I can't control my own community. He's saying, oh, I can't control his own community, when he's like demanded other people control their community. What I was saying in that situation is, I have done everything I can to control my community. I have regularly, with regular frequency, yelled at them, okay? At this point, this was all the way back. This was on November 9th. If the overwhelming majority of the points that you have communicated in the past 12 months pertain to how you feel and how you feel like you are the real victim of this situation, then yes, people are going to inevitably not have charitability for you, especially 12 months into it. And it's not my audience.
It's so weird for Hasan to have to explain this to somebody who's been on the internet like twice as long as he has, much bigger channel. It's so weird. It's so weird.
It's not just my
like Ethan should have learned this stuff already.
Audience, rather. It's a much broader audience that you've cultivated of progressive people. That's it. It comes across as hollow and very self-centered, and I don't know what else to say about it. There is a much higher purpose here.
24 Joey, there's never a bad time to say you love shoegaze.
It's hard for
I almost said showgaze. What's
to have
wrong
a
with me?
serious conversation about this because it comes across as insanely selfish. I don't know how else to talk about this issue. Totally agree with you, but these freaks are going to just say you're deflecting his criticism. I don't care because I think his criticism is wrong. I think the fact that I entertained it this much is already silly. And here's the reality of the matter. This is it. His own audience feeling this way. And he knows that his own audience feels this way. These are not my fans. Some of them might be, okay? Someone on the crew needs to have an intervention with Ethan. That's a foot soldier. So, like, he knows that his community does not respond to this stuff kindly, and that's it. But yeah, I think that the last thing I'm going to say on this, once again, is I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar about this, okay? I think Sam Cedar can offer him a fresh perspective on the matter, okay? That's it.
Wait. This is the shark one. Didn't this used to be the shark channel? Am I wrong about this? I think this used to be it was called like Hasanabi, but he gets eaten by a shark at the end. Showgaze, yes. I always showgaze. I like this Shark Channel. Yeah, the Shark Channel's pretty good. What is this?
All right, you've been watching the former president and Republican nominee Donald Trump addressing the Al Smith dinner. It's a charity event that gives the presidential candidates a chance to do some comedy in the middle of a heated and bitter political year. Donald Trump did get a lot of laughs. He also got some boos, and he used the stage to call Kamala Harris disrespectful for skipping the dinner. And then he cursed from the stage. He praised conspiracy theorist Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has endorsed him. He tried to flip the word weird against Democrats, and he made a transgender joke about Chuck Schumer, who was sitting right next to him. He joked about Doug Emhoff's infidelity in his first marriage. He winked at the assassination attempts against him and much more. Good thing we've got our round table here to break it down. Brian Stelter.
Oh, that's exactly what we need, is a fucking round table with Brian Stelter. Let's go.
What did you make of this performance?
Oh, no, don't ask me first. I thought he was funny. I thought he actually got a few great jokes in. I thought the best moment was we talked about the assassination attempts and made light of what he's experienced, because I think he's experiencing real trauma, real PTSD as a result of the shootings, but he's still able to have a light moment in
I love it when CNN finds a way to kiss Trump's ass.
and he took advantage of the fact that Kamala
I
Harris
fucking love it.
wasn't there.
Which is
I
really
was
the
disappointed
subtext
that he
of this
kept
whole thing.
exactly that she
They're
didn't
usually
attend.
supposed to be in the same room, which
It
is what
is
makes
frustrating, though, that he will not pronounce her name correctly. It's not difficult, and he goes out of his way to insult her in a way that I think is racially tinged.
You know, the fact that she's not there, Bomani, smart move, not so smart move. I mean, she put out this video in it, and actually they brought in like a real comedian to do the bit with her.
A real comedian.
But she
Not like Donald Trump.
could have done exactly what Trump did and roast him from the stage.
Yes, but let us stop and imagine the moment where this dude makes jokes about your husband's infidelity with his first wife, and you're just sitting there like, oh man, that was hilarious.
Well, you know what? I have to say, if you were watching, Jim Gaffigan, who was on right before Trump, made a joke about grabbed them by their you-know-what with Melania Trump sitting right there.
Yeah.
She was not amused.
Well, I mean, the audacity of Trump to decide, like, you would think some game recognized game would come up at that point. You're like, nah, I think we're going to leave that joke out of here. I don't feel like I'm the person who could tell this. But it is difficult for me to listen to him joke right now because nothing feels funny. I could understand, like, if I were Kamala Harris, the signal I would want to give is, no, I really don't feel like sitting around and joking with this dude right now because I don't think he presents a lot to joke about at this point.
I also think that event, it used to be a good-natured, humored way to kind of take some levity into the campaign season, but I don't think it's like that anymore. And that would really be from the 2016 event with Hillary Clinton, where Donald Trump changed the whole tone of that event by attacking Hillary Clinton in that particular event. So I feel like he's the one that kind of changed the tone of that to begin with. And then it's a Catholic event where Kamala Harris is running very distinctly on returning the rights of Roe to people. And this is a group that really, really loves that those rights were taken from women in the country. So it feels like, you know what? She only started her campaign in July. He's been running for president since he was inaugurated in 2017. So he can take a break to make some jokes. She's working.
Well, look, she probably didn't think it mattered. I mean, most evangelicals, white Christian churchgoers, voted for Donald Trump. 59% Biden, 49, or 59% Trump, Biden 40% in 2020. To your point, she's probably looking at this demographic and thinking, based upon my policy positions, they're likely not going to vote for me anyway. It's more expedient for me to be in Wisconsin, a state where she may or may not win. For Trump, I think it's important because a larger percent of Catholics don't vote. They're infrequent voters. So if he can turn out 4 or 5% of those voters in some of those swing states.
Wait, what does this shit have to do with the Catholic Church?
That may make a difference for him in November. Right,
I kind of like glossed over the fact there was an archbishop there.
It's not an event for evangelical Christians. It's an event for Catholics. Biden won the Catholic vote in 2020, and Trump won the Catholic vote in 2016. So it is an immensely important population, especially in states like Pennsylvania. huge Catholic population, huge ethnic Catholic population who respond to cultural Catholic things like talking about Catholic schools. That is an enormous, I am Catholic, it is a very, very deep part of our culture is our Catholic schools. They're constantly under budgetary issues and a lot are closing. This was a perfect time. She could have had a lot of smooth things and no one would have noticed if she may have gone, but people noticed that she wasn't there.
I'm an old fogey. I want these traditions to continue. I want our institutions to thrive. And yet I find myself agreeing that there's nothing funny right now. I mean, I thought he had some great one-liners. The line about, he was talking, now I'm going to forget them all, of course, on live TV.
The Eric Adams joke was very funny. Yeah, that was
There were a couple Eric Adams.
There were a couple jokes that were really good.
I want our politicians to roast each other. I want them to be able to be in the same room and find common ground.
But I think
But it's hard right now.
Lee's point, it does kind of strike me that the Harris campaign is sort of tacitly saying, hey, this ain't normal.
Yeah.
Trump is not normal, and I'm not going to sit here and kiki with him.
The last thing I would want if I were Kamala Harris and Trump
Is to go to Trump and say, let's have a kiki. Come on.
this election is that you got a bunch of video with me after the fact kikiing it up with Donald Trump when we have no idea what this man is capable of if he winds up winning this again. Like, I would not want to be the person immortalized in that way. And the internet does not ever forget.
I feel like we keep normalizing him, right? So if you go to this event and you do this good-natured back and forth thing, you're normalizing him as a candidate.
But I don't know how much of that is a part of the calculation.
Well, we didn't realize how abnormal he was 8 years ago.
You guys were saying he was so normal.
No. But we got a whole different track record now.
You're backpedaling now.
No,
but you were all calling him out of normal.
In 2016, I firmly believe myself, and I think a lot of other people, how bad could it really be? 8 years later, we don't say that.
You believed in guardrails back then. You believed the guardrails would hold. Look, Trump was able to be self-aware tonight. He had self-deprecating jokes. He made a comment about, okay, time for me to make jokes about myself. Okay, I have nothing to say.
Can I ask you though?
That's an acknowledgement of how,
But did he have,
you weren't impressed.
No. Was he self-aware or did he have one good writer that got a bunch of excellent jokes in there? Because the man is not, there's one good writer. We were talking about that. There's one person, there was jokes, you went, that was a good joke, that was a good joke. Whoever wrote those jokes did a great job. But is he self-aware? No. Did he make fun of himself? No. Did he have one good joke and he read it off the teleprompter?
The fact of the matter is, again, if I'm advising the vice president, I'm looking at this moment, I don't know if I necessarily agree about the laughter factor of it. I'm looking at how close this race is. And as a strategist looking at the data, I'm thinking, Madam Vice President, it makes no sense for you to be in New York when you can be in front of an arena with thousands of voters trying to energize them and turn them out.
But I think the counter-argument is
absolutely a ton of events today.
Pennsylvania is very Catholic, tons of Catholics in Pennsylvania, and it is the largest swing state.
I'm not negating that, Ron.
No, I know.
I'm just saying, if I'm advising the Vice President, I wouldn't be in New York.
As a Catholic, this wasn't a big thing, but this was shared all over social media for Catholics. Gretchen Whitmer giving like a Dorito as a Eucharist.
No, she was talking about the chips.
Okay, guys.
She made it. I'm telling you what Catholics were sharing on social media.
I thought she was saying hold up because his earpiece popped out. Did you catch that, chat? His earpiece.
You could sit there and say it wasn't intended. That's what people took it as.
I agree with you.
So then for that, from a few weeks ago to all of a sudden skipping the big Catholic event for politics, the biggest one, and a long history of Democrats continuing to slip with the Catholic vote. It is an incredibly
I don't think that's her strategy. I think it was smart for Trump to be there. I absolutely agree. I think it was smart for her to be somewhere else, just looking at the numbers.
I wonder, I mean, the gettable Catholics for Kamala Harris, are they really looking at the Al Smith dinner and saying, oh my God, she's not there.
They're thinking, does she like people like me? That's a big question for Kamala. Does she actually like people like me? Considering, like, take a Pennsylvania voter who heard Obama say they cling to their guns and their Bibles, who had Hillary Clinton feel like they were very far away. Joe Biden was Catholic.
Do you think abortion is the pivot issue for those Catholics?
No, it's not. It's
then what is it?
It's the Catholic schools. It is being good on your economy. It is understanding family economics, stuff like that, and also being relatable to working class issues and not putting them down.
It's basically the same issues that everybody.
I've been in Pennsylvania.
But there is a cultural part of it that is specifically Catholic.
I've been in Pennsylvania all week, and when you look at the billboards, most of the Trump billboards are just saying Trump. The Harris billboards are about policy. She supports raising the minimum wage. She supports abortion rights. So there's this argument going on in Pennsylvania, right, where policy versus just the cult of personality. And on policy, Harris has strong arguments to make.
Well,
Yeah,
but
okay, quick last word.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, but have those policies really moved the needle, Brian? I'm not convinced that they have. I think there's a relatability issue there for some of those working class whites with the vice president and the former president.
But not with Trump. No, of course not.
To allow boys in girls' bathrooms, boys in girls' locker rooms, boys in girls' sports.
I'm a dad. I'm also a
So this is an ad, I think, that was run against Colin Allred.
Christian. My faith has taught me that all kids are God's kids. So let me be clear. I don't want boys playing girls' sports or any of this ridiculous.
There's his response to that ad, which, you know, like the best faith interpretation would be like, this guy didn't realize that was a dog whistle against trans people, right? When they're saying boys and girls sports, they're talking about trans women competing as women. The more likely takeaway from this is he's just decided to throw trans people under the bus.
Ridiculous stuff that Ted Cruz is saying.
That was an ad Texas Democratic Senate candidate Colin Allred released in response to an attack ad put out by his Republican opponent, Ted Cruz. And it's not just another low for the Democratic Party. It could be a turning point, because as journalist Irene points out, Allred's response to the ad campaign targeting him is significant. He is the first prominent Democratic candidate running for Congress to seemingly acquiesce to anti-transgender advertising. So that's pretty depressing, and in response, Republican strategist Terry Schilling celebrated Allred's capitulation on Twitter, writing, "Beautiful, Ted gets a major W here, first candidate to go on offense enough to get his opponent to directly address the attack. W." So they're taking this as a win. Now, Aaron Reed explains that Terry Schilling has been part of multiple Republican campaigns that leaned heavily into anti-trans hysteria, and he's excited to finally find one Democrat that's stupid enough to actually take their bait, since most of the other Democrats who were hit with this onslaught of anti-trans attacks either ignored these attacks or just swatted them aside. Now, the reason why these types of campaigns aren't successful, and the reason why most Democrats don't even respond to them, is because voters, even if they might lean anti-trans on particular issues when polled, this just isn't a very salient issue to them. Aaron Reed continues, "A recent Gallup poll shows that Allred is unlikely to gain much support by doing this. Among Republicans and independents who lean Republican, transgender issues rank near the bottom of the list, placing close to dead last among 22 issues they care about. For Democratic voters and independents who lean Democratic, however, transgender issues rank much higher, even above concerns like immigration, taxes, and trade." In other words, Democrats who abandon trans rights do so at their own peril. Now, speaking of immigration, since it was brought up in that piece, shortly after Allred decided to throw trans people under a bus in that ad, he goes on to attack Ted Cruz for not securing the border. So I guess that he honestly thinks he can beat Ted Cruz by out-Republicaning him. But this strategy has failed again and again and again, and Democratic Party loyalists keep insisting that Democrats have to LARP as Republicans in general elections to win over moderates, but that is simply not true. It is demonstrably false, and this piece of so-called conventional wisdom that we keep hearing about needs to die, because Democrats are losing because they keep doing this. Democrats don't win by persuading moderate Republicans to vote for them. They win by galvanizing their own base and increasing turnout by appealing to non-voters and people who don't typically vote. So this right here is a microcosm of a bigger issue, and I say this because we're seeing how catastrophic this strategy has been at the national level with Kamala Harris when it comes to just Democrats doing too much to pander to Republicans. I mean, when she first entered the race.
Yeah, and I showed you that earlier, Kamala's response essentially to Trump, accusing her of supporting gender-affirming care in prisons, was just to basically say no you. She just no you'd Trump.
the enthusiasm was through the roof. It was palpable because there was this assumption that she would be better than Biden. But since then, she's chosen to just run as Biden 2.0. She's been saber-rattling against Iran. She supports Israel's genocide. She supports a Republican's racist border bill. The campaign forced Tim Walz to walk back comments that he made about abolishing the Electoral College, even though that's a popular thing to say. She also said she'd put a Republican in her administration on The View. But my favorite is her promise to, quote, create a bipartisan council of advisors to give feedback on policy and inform my administration. Oh, goody. So she went from calling them weird to saying, actually, I want to put some of those weirdos in my administration, and I also want those weirdos to provide consultation to me. Because when I propose a policy, I want to make sure that...
Yeah, it's incoherent.
Some of these weirdos have a say. And now all of a sudden, the enthusiasm has evaporated, and the polls have also tightened as a result, when this shouldn't be a close election given the alternative. Trump has basically gone full Nazi, and it's a close election. But never underestimate the Democratic Party's ability to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, because they will again and again prove to people how out of touch they are while trying to make it seem as if they know exactly what we want. Your base doesn't want Republican policies. This is a partisan climate that we are living in. And with regard to Colin Allred, after a couple of polls showed that he was beating Ted Cruz by a point, even if those polls were outliers, the point is that this is a very winnable race. And now he might have just shot himself in the foot by demoralizing a substantial portion of the Democratic Party's own base. And I'll be honest, I did fear that this day would come where Democrats, or at least one Democrat, publicly turns on trans people, because the Democratic Party has been conspicuously silent about trans rights, even though there's been unprecedented attacks against trans people in dozens of states. And a Data for Progress poll found that 43% of trans adults have considered leaving their own states due to anti-trans legislation, and 8% were already forced to leave their states, meaning we have trans refugees in the United States of America. Now, in that same poll, 89% of trans adults don't think that Democrats are doing enough to protect the LGBTQ community, which is reasonable, especially in light of the fact that Kamala Harris doesn't even mention trans people once in her platform, with the exception of the T in her use of the LGBT acronym. So at a time when an entire community fears for their lives, they don't feel like the one party who's supposed to support them is doing enough. And now a Democrat in a high-profile Senate race that we're all watching against a notoriously transphobic Republican just threw this community under the bus because he thinks there's going to be something to gain by doing that. It is despicable. Now, some people are defending Colin Allred's transphobic pivot by arguing that we're not being charitable enough to him because he didn't necessarily say that he would ban trans kids from school sports. He said he doesn't support boys playing in girls' sports, and since he believes trans girls are not boys, his position is perfectly consistent. The problem with that is that he has explicitly adopted Ted Cruz's framing, and worse, when journalist Aaron Reed reached out to the campaign to get a clarification, guess what they did? They dodged her question. So he's not saying that. He could say that and clarify in that way if he wanted to, but he didn't. And the campaign just linked to a video of Colin Allred denouncing anti-trans discrimination before his pivot, which doesn't really matter now because you made the pivot. So what you said beforehand kind of seems moot, does it not? So make no mistake about it. Ted Cruz baited him into supporting a transphobic policy, and he fell for it.
Why does it sound like you said he baited him? He baited Ted Cruz?
Line and sinker. Ted Cruz, one of the...
He had a beta off.
...in the Senate, was able to bait a Democrat into throwing trans people under a bus. That is embarrassing on so many levels. And the way that Colin Allred should have handled this situation was to push back against it. But I mean, if he didn't want to actually defend trans people, he could have just ignored it. But really, he should have pushed back, because this is a disingenuous argument and a transphobic argument that Republicans are making that is easy to debunk, hence why they're not very effective. There's approximately just 100 known trans athletes at the K-12 level across the entire country. And demonizing this small handful of kids under the guise of protecting girls' sports is transphobic and disingenuous, because trans people aren't a threat to girls' sports. The lack of equity and funding in girls' sports is. So they don't care about girls' sports. They're just trying to demonize trans people. And he could have also attacked Ted Cruz for being weird and being hyperfixated on the genitals of children. But Democrats were told to stop calling Republicans weird by advisors, because I guess that's too divisive. So they can be divisive and call Democrats groomers. But if you call them weird, then that's bad and you should stop doing it. It's like asymmetric warfare that Democrats love to engage in. But with that being said, some people are still going to argue that Colin Allred needed to abandon trans people in order to win because he's not running in some blue state like California.
Yeah, this is the Joe Manchin argument.
New York, he's running in the deep red state of Texas against Ted Cruz. So the counter argument is that he can't run a traditional Democratic Party politician campaign. And to that I say, you're actually wrong. He can, because Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear was relentlessly attacked by transphobic Republicans during his re-election campaign. So the GOP-controlled legislature passed sweeping anti-LGBTQ plus legislation that included a ban on gender-affirming care for minors. And this was done during an election year. And they did it because they wanted to bait him into vetoing it because they saw this as a win-win. If he signed it into law, they know that he would piss off his own base, but if he vetoed it...
Yeah, now Andy Beshear would have been another good choice for vice presidential candidate. Could be definitely argue... I'm trying to remember, there were some drawbacks. It wasn't about him, though. It was either about taking him out of the state. You know, there was an issue of, like, you know, if he's like the only... I can't, I'm trying to remember, you know, regardless, he was another candidate, kind of similar to Waltz, not in a swing state per se, but definitely somebody who could talk to swing state voters.
Then they got to attack him and call him a groomer who supports child genital mutilation. So they did it as a ploy to hurt him. But do you want to know what he did? He vetoed that bill anyway, saying that that bill was bad because it would increase the suicides of LGBTQ plus youth, and that he believed it was wrong because all children were children of God, including trans kids. And what happened next, though, was predictable after he decided to defend trans kids.
Andy Beshear would allow sex changes for children as young as 8 and 9 years old.
For months, GOP-backed campaign ads have targeted Kentucky's governor, Andy Beshear, who is vying for re-election.
So, right, sounds pretty bad. Red state, Kentucky, not necessarily a stronghold, known as a stronghold of trans rights.
In November.
And these are the ads they're running against him. If there's any case to be made for a Democratic candidate to abandon, you know, their constituents that care about trans rights, it would be like, you know, in Texas, just as probably more so. Like, right, Texas is more of a purple state than Kentucky is.
To secretly help children change genders.
Attorney General and Republican nominee for Governor Daniel Cameron tweeting this at the end of June, saying, quote, Andy Beshear and his liberal allies believe kids should have access to sex change surgery and drugs. Now,
these attacks on me by Daniel Cameron are not true.
Beshear's campaign is taking a public stance in its latest ad released Monday.
I've never supported gender reassignment surgery for kids, and those procedures don't happen here in Kentucky.
So they predictably attacked him for lying, and he subsequently responded by explaining his position. By explaining that gender-affirming health care for trans youth does not include bottom surgeries, contrary to popular belief, and Republicans are lying because they are fear-mongering. And for those who don't know, gender-affirming health care for minors simply means social transition for the most part. New clothing, new pronouns, a new name, and potentially puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy if gender dysphoria persists until puberty. Now, you are free to disagree with that form of health care. But this healthcare is medically necessary, for one, and two, it's life-saving. So you can think that kids should be denied this medically necessary life-saving healthcare, but the experts say that this is necessary. The experts at the American Academy of Pediatrics, who have come to the conclusion that gender-affirming healthcare is necessary and effective because they looked at the evidence and found that it reduces suicidal ideation, increases confidence, and it's necessary to alleviate gender dysphoria. It works. It's effective. Andy Beshear did the right thing by protecting gender-affirming care, and he explained that it did not include bottom surgery. They were lying about that. He told people what it was. And even though he explained it, Guess what? He was still attacked, obviously, right? But that wasn't the end of it, because the media, they even came in with an assist for Republicans at the debate, and they talked about, well, actually, non-genital surgeries are being performed on trans boys as well. That's not what they said, you'll see, but they're going to talk about basically double mastectomies without saying it, and these are sometimes permitted by pediatricians if the patient has shown persistent gender dysphoria. Now, you can argue that the difference between 17 and 18 is minimal, so maybe these pediatricians should just wait to perform these surgeries until they're 18. You can make that argument. But some doctors, in concert with the parents of these children, permit these surgeries earlier because trans teens, they have to wear binders, which are uncomfortable at best and painful at worst. So to alleviate their suffering, they'll okay these surgeries sometimes, depending on the situation. So the moderator brought this up to Andy Bashir at the debate as a gotcha and to imply that he's actually lying about gender-affirming surgeries, but watch how he handles it.
Did you know that UK healthcare was providing non-genital surgical surgeries to minors when you had the ad that said that those surgeries are not being performed in Kentucky? Did you know that those surgeries had been performed? They're no longer, but that they had been.
And I'm a governor that'll look at you and answer the question. No, I didn't know. I oppose gender reassignment surgeries for minors. But the bill championed by my opponent does so much more than that. It turns our educators into the gender police. It tears away the freedoms of parents to make complicated medical decisions for their kids. I'm always going to side with parents. I am one. And big government should never come in and try to make those medical decisions for you.
I want to ask this question.
Renee,
in the time
if I may,
quickly, please.
The governor just told you a lie. I mean, he told you that he was against gender transition surgeries, but he vetoed the legislation to protect our kids from that.
Now, if you'll remember, the GOP ad accused him of supporting bottom surgeries, and he responded by addressing that claim specifically, but the moderator moved the goalpost at the behest of Republicans, only for Republicans to then take it back to the original attack, where they implied that Andy Bashir supported bottom surgeries for minors. Now, you can have your critiques about the way that Andy Bashir handled that. I'm sure that many Democratic Party strategists were pulling out their hairs, but here's the thing. As brutal as those attacks were, and they were nonstop and they were brutal, throughout that onslaught, he did not back down. He took the time to debunk their lies and explain why gender-affirming healthcare was important as a matter of freedom, as a matter of parental rights, which they claim to care about. That was the core thing that he always went back to, and he never backed down. But as his Republican opponent attacked him again and again and again over this issue specifically, let's take a look at how effective it was among the electorate in Kentucky.
Outcomes today, Isaiah, a new poll from Morning Consult once again gauging the popularity of Andy Bashir. These are popularity numbers.
Yeah, and every poll, Doug, as you know, tells a slightly different story here. This one specifically in this case, looking at a sample size of nearly 5,000 registered Kentucky voters, Bashir is an approval rating of 64% among all voters and 49% among Republicans.
Well, would you look at that? He didn't sacrifice his principles in the deep red state of Kentucky, and the overwhelming majority of voters in Kentucky approved of him still, including 49% of Republicans, after the Republican Party in Kentucky implied that he was a groomer and a child genital mutilator for months. So the lesson here is that you can have it both ways. You can support trans rights and still appeal to Republicans if you really want to do that. Andy Bashir just proved that it was possible last year. He won that election. But putting aside Bashir as an example, the anti-trans attacks Republicans have been running have been proven to be completely fruitless, because that's what the results have bared out. As
Edinger Mint covered this, I think his name is Josh Edinger, covered this, went over this on the Majority Report with Emma.
Aaron Reed explains again, although Republicans are spending tens of millions of dollars nationally on the issue, recent elections have shown transgender issues to be a paper tiger, an area where Republicans are willing to pour ad dollars with little to show.
The only reason I think that Democrats are abandoning trans people is because they themselves are low-key grossed out by trans people. They themselves think that trans people are weird, and they make the assumption, therefore, that the issue of supporting trans rights is a loser. And if they don't see an overwhelming momentum towards that, they will not support. They're only, supporting that as much as they think that they They have to.
In terms of positive.
And that's why it's important to stand up to your politicians, to not just engage with politics during the election time and trust that your Democratic, politician that you were lucky enough to get elected over some fascist Republican is going to have your back, because they won't always have your back.
Results. Elections where transgender issues.
You don't turn your back on a Democrat. Never turn your back on the fucking Democratic Party.
Anti-trans ads played a prominent role and include Michigan's 2022 elections, Wisconsin's Supreme Court race, legislative races in Pennsylvania and Virginia, Bashir's re-election in Kentucky, and the recent massive losses of Moms for Liberty candidates across the United States. She continues.
The secret with this stuff is that you don't blink. The second you blink, the second you act like you got something to cover up, or that you're worried, I don't know, maybe they are doing, inappropriate surgeries or something like that, you lose the fucking issue, right? As long as you don't react to the Republicans on this, as long as you don't blink, as long as you don't act like you're doing something wrong, these ads they weird people out. Like, that's the net effect of it is, goddamn, Republicans are fucking weirdos. They're talking about children's genitals again. Yeah, that's fucking weird. I don't like that.
The rare instances of anti-transgender Democrats have faced significant blowback for their positions. In Texas, Colin Allred State, for example, Sean Theory, who voted in favor of a gender-affirming care ban, lost her primary to a queer challenger. In Kansas, Democratic Representative Marvin Robinson, who supported a trans sports bill despite fierce opposition from Kansas Democrats, similarly lost his primary. In conclusion, when Republicans lob anti-trans attacks at Democrats, the effect is minimal. They are wasting their money by running on anti-trans hysteria. On the contrary, when Democrats adopt right-wing positions on trans rights, they hurt their own chances of winning. That is the only time when trans rights actually tends to decide the outcome of these elections. So almost all of the anecdotal evidence we have suggests Colin Allred should have either ignored Ted Cruz's attack or doubled down on being pro-trans, but he instead chose to take the bait in order to pander to Republicans who aren't going to vote for him. Now ask yourself this: when Donald Trump panders to centrists on the issue of abortion, do you feel convinced at all? Do you trust him on this issue because he's saying something that's politically expedient? Of course not. It would be absurd to trust Donald Trump. So why would Republicans, conversely, be convinced that Colin Allred would be as racist on immigration or as transphobic as Ted Cruz? The answer is they're still not going to trust him. They're not going to vote for the Democrat LARPing as the Republican. They're just going to vote for the real deal. Because
pretty much.
When given the option of Republican light and Republican, if you're a Republican, why would you choose the counterfeit option? It doesn't make any sense.
This is something that Democrats need to get through their heads. Anyway, we got a couple more things to go over here. This is Cenk Uygur. I should have covered this a long time ago. So apparently a crank caller that called into TYT.
Hey there.
And this is what happened.
Hello. Hey, what's your name, brother?
Earl?
Yep, you're on.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think that you and Anna are inspiration. I've named my metal band after you guys.
I named my metal band after Cenk and Anna.
You guys rock.
Wow. Well, now we literally do, because you named a metal band after us.
Yeah, it's called Birthing People Who Are Fascist Pieces of Shit. And I think you're a scumbag who's getting paid by the Russians, and you pal around with RFK Jr., who's on Epstein's Island, you scumbag.
Okay.
This is so good.
We got our first crank caller. Woo! We're on the board. I love it. Okay. So, but wait, I'm trying to understand. Are you a Democrat who thinks I'm pro-Trump?
No, I think you're just a piece of shit that is going on the fascist side, and you know where it's gonna go. You're an insider who pretends not to be an insider, but we all know you're an insider anyways, bro. You pretend to be anti-establishment, but your mainstream is just as mainstream media is. So you're full of shit, and so is Anna Kasparian. And enjoy your forward leaning to the right.
Okay, that's all, look, that's all wonderful, and you're a terrific angry caller. And
so he still doesn't get. He still thinks he's going to be able to play with him. He still thinks he's going to be able to make content.
But I'm still trying to understand whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. I get.
Okay, so was it clear? Was it clear? Like you said birthing persons, right? It's somebody to the left of him.
You think I'm a fascist?
I'm not saying it's a Democrat, but it's somebody on the left.
And a piece of shit, right? Is he still on?
It should be easy enough to tell.
Are you a Democrat or
Yeah,
Republican?
I'm
brother?
here. I'm here.
Are you a Democrat or Republican?
I'm neither.
Okay, so it's just a random crank call. Okay, all right.
It's not a crank call. I think you're a douchebag.
It's not a crank call. I think you're a douchebag. Clearly. Clearly.
All right, I have no idea which direction you're coming from, so I don't know how to answer.
It's so obvious.
Why would you hang out with an Epstein Island enthusiast like RFK Jr.?
Okay, so now you're against RFK Jr. So for a second there, I thought you might be an independent, but you're definitely not an independent, a Democrat, or Republican. The one
You got to support RFK Jr. if you're an independent, clearly.
thing you know is I'm a douchebag, but that's where we got stuck. Okay, I don't know what you're for, brother.
What was Cenk's flirtation? Didn't he sort of flirt with the endorsing Kennedy at some point?
By the way, you're so.
Okay, so here's the second part of that call.
For a second there, I thought
Whoops. Hi.
you might be an independent, but you're definitely not an independent, a Democrat, or Republican. The one thing you know is I'm a douchebag, but that's where we got stuck. Okay, I don't know what you're for, brother.
How do you feel about all?
He does seem a little too excited.
Worker, right? Then why is your ex-staff accusing you of being a union buster then?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'll answer all these, even though, so this is just random.
Are you a union buster?
It's not random. It's not random. He did resist an effort to unionize. He did call the people trying to unionize like right-wing plants. He accused them of trying to sabotage the show, the progressive mission, etc., rather than accept the fact that as a progressive, you should be okay with your fucking employees unionizing.
No, I'm definitely not a union buster. So,
there's evidence that proves otherwise, though.
Look, there's evidence that proves that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad. And if you want to get out of that ad, there's one way or two ways. There's a few ways only. You can do so for free with a Twitch Prime sub. You can do so for $6 with $6. Or you could possibly be gifted a sub. That can happen, that does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you only if you're lucky. If you are active in the chat. Active in the chat and lucky, that's the way that you possibly might get a gift sub. And yeah, those ads are coming at you in 2 short minutes.
all right, brother, you've had a nice run. Bye-bye. Okay, so, but let me address that, because I know I'm going to get crank calls when you do random callers, and I know that they're going to...
Let me do some sweeping.
Try to bring up stuff. Wow, oh, wow.
Wow, unions, wow.
Guys, we busted the union so hard here that there's a union here.
No, the thing is, Cenk, you did try to bust the union, but in the end, the union busted you.
Edward, are you in the union? Edward's in the union. Look at that. Oh, that's so weird. John, you in the union?
Yes, I am.
Huh. They appear to be entirely...
Like, he didn't accept a union willingly. He had to have it forced on him.
Busted. So, guys, this is a thing that happened 4 years ago. And they, oh my God, they're the union busters. We had, union came in, IATSE. We had negotiations. It was the most lovely, peaceful, amicable negotiations you've ever seen in your life. We have great health care here. We have really good benefits. And then we had our union. So, and the thing is, everyone has different version of
you had a union and you tried to prevent it. Yes.
Me in their mind, right? Based on whatever crazy crap that they saw online. So people who, I mean, that guy's totally out of control in 1,000 different ways, right? He just wanted to say every negative thing in the world.
That guy may have been on too much Adderall.
Literally don't know which side he's on or what he's for, other than just being angry. And then I thought it was fairly amusing overall. But for people who actually think that we busted a union and there's no union here, yeah, I can see why they'd be angry, but it's not true. And so, but I gave up caring about that stuff because there's so.
I mean, if this doesn't show you that Cenk plays a character on the show, that this is not who he is.
So many, there's literally millions of people who believe terrible things about me that aren't even
He could never be a union buster. It's Cenk. It's Uncle Cenk. He's
anywhere near true. So
an adorable cringe boomer.
What am I gonna do? Fucking internet. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So all right.
Fake dude, fake laugh, fake progressives. I don't know what else to say. Huh.
Sees someone who's even remotely tan, he's like, "You're a terrorist, rapist."
Oh, wow.
And he's like, when people reply to him on Twitter, and
I'm just wondering, how do they get to the Mr. Beast billboard from this?
by the way, he doesn't even have any classes at this time. He has no reason to be on campus except to
That's
like
awesome.
harangue every student he sees. And when people like will reply to him on Twitter and be like, "Can you fucking leave? You
Yeah.
you have kids. Your kids probably haven't had dinner in a year."
And then he'd be like, "This is just like the Holocaust."
Well, not just that.
no.
He'll find that person's parents and DM them at their work email and be like, "Your son is a rape apologist." He's the great, and he after doing this
what a
to like
fucking dork.
after doing this to probably like personally harassing like probably hundreds of students at this point.
Yes.
And not having any reason to be here, Columbia finally banned him from the campuses because it's like
Wow.
you can't just like do that.
No,
Yeah.
they banned him because they're anti-Semitic.
They banned it, right? And it's a slam dunk. It's a slam dunk discrimination case, and he's going to be a billionaire.
Yeah, no, he did. He got banned off campus, and immediately was like, "I got a call from my lawyer. Like, you're gonna get a lot of paperwork coming your way. What's up? Food? Yeah, it's been here for quite some time. Go outside and take a look. I don't know. I think so. Wait, let me see.
You let somebody in. Yeah, that guy's awesome. That's a great move.
Oh
to
no,
just-
it's not here yet. It's not here yet.
Stop. Do you remember Mikey Miles?
20 minutes.
Of course.
He have like a Mikey Miles, and
does.
I didn't notice it until someone pointed it out to me
really
yesterday.
does.
He has such a Mikey Miles look.
He really does.
He's
Yeah.
like, yeah, if Mikey Miles was
That-
rich.
That's his like.
But he got a temporary ban from Columbia campus for serially harassing every student that he thought was Hamas militants.
And crucially, of course, like this is probably going to shock you. Like, who could believe this? His dad is a very wealthy, like weapons like executive. Like, who I know, you just wouldn't believe it talking to him. You know?
Oh
like,
my
how?
God.
How is that? How could that
Yeah.
be true?
It's so awesome to be like, hey, we're getting away with horrific crimes, but you have to also be nice about it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
he's winning. That guy is winning. A racist who wants to do this fucking bullshit is winning, and he has to be like, but you have to also be polite to me.
It's just like
crazy.
It's just like the Trump people during the Trump administration, or like libs after Biden won, where it's like it's not enough that we got what we wanted. You have to be happy about it.
Yeah,
for us. Like,
yeah. You have to think Trump is hot.
Yeah.
I loved all those guys making sexy Trump cartoons.
Yeah.
Every drawing of him was like he was jacked. It was awesome.
Let me see if I can find that for you.
do you think that his dad is probably like 70, 80 something? Do you think that he's like, can you like cut this shit? Like, I'm trying to make $4 billion
making it
on
hot.
missiles.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, so this is what happened. After his lawyer called him to tell him he was banned from campus, Shy immediately logged on to IG to tell Cass Holloway, Columbia's chief operating officer, to go fuck himself.
Smart.
Cass,
This is awesome.
this message is for you.
He also said Cass Holloway was just like the concentration camp guards at Auschwitz.
Probably worse,
God.
actually. Probably more.
Why?
anti-Semitic.
Because an administrator was standing right next to him as like students with keffiyehs were walking by him, and he was like, "They're hitting me! They're hitting my shins!"
I might have seen that video and not realized it was him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a bunch of those, but
I don't
still.
know. I mean, look, I'm not going to be defeating the anti-Semite allegations here by showing you the most egregious anti-Semitic hate crime
Yeah,
I
can you
love,
you've
I,
ever
I,
seen.
I love that. I love that. I love that Shy David is like so annoying that it's like people are gonna think I'm anti-Semitic for like showing him. like even among Jews, we're like,
Yeah.
Come on, that's not
So,
fair.
yeah, when they're talking about sexy Trump in cartoons, it's Ben Garrison, right? That draws this unrealistic version of Trump. Oh my God, this is old school. This is Jeb as the princess. You brute, you killed him. You big bully, you racist, you sexist. You're not a nice person. What a man. And then you got sexy Trump with his long flowing mane of perfect hair, perfectly jacked body. This is how Ben Garrison at least used to see Trump. Now, here's, you know, neocons, SJWs, all shooting cannons, but he's too yoked. He's also a great boxer. Yeah, excellent boxer. Mitt Romney cannot defeat. Here comes Yeb. That's supposed to be Jeb Bush dancing. Trump's dancing with America. America's clearly in love with him. And Jeb says, "May I cut in, por favor?" And Donald Trump is like, "No habla español." It's so bad. It's so bad. Here's Trump fixing the leaks. Oh my God, what the fuck is this? Fixing the leaks. Like what? Covering up his fucking corruption? That's almost a little too self-conscious. Anyway, that's enough of that.
Okay, fine.
No, I've told the story on stream before.
It's calling Jeb a race traitor?
Like I know, like Cenk is old school, so like he gets invited to like he's the guy that defends Palestinians.
Good night, Manic Mermaids.
In like pro-Israel events, basically. That they
Oh, I'm sorry. You were saying night to somebody else.
because like they're not gonna fucking ask me.
Good night, Omega Star.
But like apparently like dudes who are super pro-Israel will come up to him after the event and be like, "I'm sorry you had to deal with Rabbi Shmuley." They're like, "Listen, I'm sorry.
There's a way to do things. There's just a way to go about things."
Like a guy who probably was deployed during the Lebanese Civil War, and he's like, "Okay, like even I know this guy is fucking gross and annoying."
Yeah,
the fucking dildo rabbi. I know.
God damn.
Yeah,
I forgot about the dildos.
Him and Shai Davide are basically fucking converting people to hate Israel. It's awesome.
This is you said this is him.
This is him and
Yeah, well, like, but we should give a content warning. If you guys are sensitive to images of like genocide and mass killing,
yeah,
like don't watch this.
Yeah,
This is really violent.
You're about to see basically like the modern Holocaust.
Yeah,
okay?
dude, I don't know. Oh no. What?
It's amazing how the assistant director of public safety will not see the number of elbow bit I just got.
The number of elbows.
Thousands of elbows.
You are such a useless.
God, this guy sucks.
And you know what? There were so many useless administrators in Nazi Germany.
Wow. What the fuck?
That part I don't fully understand because it's like, wouldn't that be good for Jews?
Yeah.
Like they just let him slip or something.
Yeah.
Like what was he trying to say there? The wires got crossed a little bit.
They would have only made it to 3 million if a dummy like you was in charge.
Like what are you? Like why did you say
the
that?
point here?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
This is the second part, which is not Shy. I don't think this is a different student.
We are Jewish. We are proud.
Oh, this is UCLA, right?
And we are going to be loud.
Oh yeah, dude. He's drawing a raucous crowd. Drawing a fucking raucous crowd. Damn, dude, that guy said you could tell he's a fucking loser just by how he behaves.
Yeah. But now Colombia anti-Semitically has. Wait, what the? This isn't real, dude.
There's no way that's real.
That's so funny. No, I mean, as in, like, obviously, Mr. Beast didn't buy this ad.
No, I think
but
he
I mean,
did.
like, this ad doesn't exist.
No, of course. That can't be anywhere.
Yeah, that'd be really funny.
I do think he paid for that, actually. I think that is real. I've changed my
Wait,
mind.
what? Oh my God!
What?
I'm aware that he.
Is that
Felix,
real?
you have to see this.
No.
Wait, that's real? This is real?
No.
My God, I'm
Wait,
aware.
wait. It couldn't have been that one though. Someone must.
No, it's just
the
Israel.
one with Mr. Beast on it.
What?
There's no way that's real.
It was hacked apparently.
Wait, oh, it was hacked? Yeah, I was gonna say you can't have. There's no way they would sell a billboard that says "fuck" on it.
Oh my
Mr.
God.
Beast.
Oh my God! What this is gonna this is gonna cause Mr. Beast to come out with a statement now.
Yeah,
and be like publicly.
He's like, I don't think "fuck" is real.
It doesn't have Mr. Beast on it. That's not funny anymore.
No, I think they might have put. No, it says paid for by Mr. Beast LLC.
What?
Mr. Beast, you know what's not funny? This garbage or useless brand paid for.
I mean, what
How
kind
would
of
you
person?
look at that and literally think he did?
And be like, yeah, this is clearly Jimmy.
You have to be so stupid.
Nah, that's kind of his style.
It's real, but is it Mr. Beast?
You know, the man loves the court controversy.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Paid for by Mr. That is, I will say, that's a funny wrinkle. I wish they'd used his face for real instead of just.
No, I think they did. They added it later down the line.
Okay.
What?
No, I don't see
Chicago
the face.
Jewish Alliance, as seen on North Shore off 294, where it merges with 94. We will be getting.
Wait,
to the bottom of this.
that second one, there's no way.
Let us know. Somebody's gonna regret this. Multiple someones for that matter. A Billboard company and the Jew hater who bought the ad. This is a direct attack on the North Shore Jewish community.
Billboard's
Update:
taking
the
down
company that owns the
content.
Billboard has taken down the content and is conducting an
I think
investigation.
it was Mr. Beast personally. I think he did it.
This is.
I think it was probably like no, here's what it was. There was a challenge that Mr. Beast did where you climb him up on a billboard and you you put up a new billboard of this, right? It was Mr. Beast. That was the challenge, right? To climb up a billboard and surreptitiously put this up.
I think he did it because he was going to sell chocolate bars to the IDF and the deal fell through at the last second.
Yeah, he's like, fuck Israel.
It was like, I got to move Lunchly.
Yeah, they said the sodium in Lunchly was too high. They wouldn't sell them in Israel. Yet, and he said
They were on the hook for $1 billion worth of Lunchly, and then they said they backed out at the last
Anti-Semitic
second.
messages displayed up. Felix, you will never guess what is on a Chicago suburb on an anti-Semitic billboard.
Oh no! Wait, what's? Let me guess.
No, it's too
Skokie,
late.
Illinois.
I already clicked on it accidentally.
I don't think that one's real, is it? The face is so good.
It's awesome because they're adding Mr. Beast.
Yeah, people think
Add
it's
Mr. Beast in Illinois. People are claiming this billboard is real. I assume it's got to be Photoshop. Someone put your name on it. This person goes, Mr. Beast. You know what's not funny? This garbage your useless brand paid for.
Paid for Mr. Beast LLC.
I wanted his face on it.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
You gotta take a pistol.
I'm sure your billboards will free the Islamic Republic of Palestine. The Islamic Republic of Palestine.
A subsidiary of Iran. Like what? Where is this? Is this in Skokie?
Yeah,
or like,
every Palestinian is gonna convert to Shia Islam to be a part.
wait, where is this though?
Yeah.
Like which Illinois suburb?
It was several electronic billboards in Northbrook.
Oh,
The
Northbrook.
Chicago suburb were hacked to display anti-Semitic messages on Wednesday. Congressman Brad Schneider condemned the displays, highlighting their inappropriateness during Sukkot in a community with a significant Jewish population. Outfront Media is investigating the incident, and the offensive content was removed around 7 p.m.
Wait, those are electric. Those are electric.
Court is one of the
Electronic billboards.
Sukkot. Sorry.
I've never celebrated. That's one of those holidays where, like, I don't know if any of you in chat have had this problem. I have, where like I've been like looking for an apartment in New York, and like the guy who works for the building will be like, "Oh yeah, I mean, no one's gonna be like in town for the next like 87 days because it's Sukkot or one of those holidays that like I never celebrated growing up." And I'm like, and they'll always reference my last name. They'll be like, Biederman, you're Jewish, you understand? And I'm like, yeah. I know all about this weird holiday I've never heard of.
Chatter saying that like this is definitely like a Zionist that did this is so wrong. This is too funny for like no. If it was Zionist, it'd be like, I want to kill all the Jews because I hate Israel and love Palestine is what they would write on the billboard.
Yeah. If it was a Zionist, there would also be like a rape thing. It would be like, I support rape.
Yeah.
Signed Palestine.
Or what was it like? They would say like rape is liberation.
Yeah.
Signed Hamas. Or
Signed Queers for Palestine.
From the Quran.
Yeah, exactly. No, this is way too funny for it to be like actually done. This is definitely like someone hacked it.
Yeah, this is just someone having a goof.
Yeah. As Reformed Jews, we find Sukkot to be too high effort. It does seem cool to camp in your backyard, but eh.
Yeah, Sukkot is the one where you have to have a gazebo. And it's like, the idea of my poor dad building a gazebo every year, it would drive him mad.
Wait, so they chill outside for 2 weeks? Someone said, I work for an Orthodox community. I'm off work for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I just like, whenever I have so many run-ins.
Brady says signed Hasanabi.
You know, I think I've told the story. When I was flying from here to New York for like a New York show we did, I got clocked by like a Hasid in my row. And he was like, oh, you're Jewish. And I just wasn't thinking, you know. My answer to that question.
You're like, no, I'm Armenian.
Yeah. Usually when I'm asked that question, it's like, oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm Turkish. And then that always gets me out of it.
Yeah. Nice. What'd you get? I have so many.
But this guy was like, oh, it's the fucking holiday with the tree branch. I forgot which one. And he had a special lemon and a tree branch, and he made me chant in Hebrew and squeeze a lemon. And the entire time he was telling me how expensive the lemon was. And I was like, sir, can you be like a little like less like fucking, can you not talk about how the lemon is expensive, sir?
Well, it's good.
And I was so like the flight attendant was looking at me. I was so embarrassed.
Oh,
and it was
on a flight.
It was on a flight.
Oh no!
And it was all because I didn't have my faculties. I wasn't like, I'm Turkish. You know, I'm a Turkish man. And no, I really have had a lot of bad run-ins.
It's called an etrog, and it's very expensive, Lamar. Wait, really? It's a special lemon?
Yep. Yeah, it's a theologically.
The lemon can be like $400.
What?
It's a citron. What the?
Damn.
So he wasn't even like being a penny pincher about it. He like straight up was like actually balling out.
Yeah.
He wanted you to know how big of a baller he was.
I don't know how.
Did you get to taste it?
No, you can't even taste. That's the worst part. You just hold it. They're like, shake the tree branch.
Oh, you know what? I didn't think about this, but Stavros goes on H3 too. I wonder if this is going to be weird.
It's like, why is the lemon involved?
You should be able to fucking spritz in a little salmon and eat that shit.
I feel like if you spritz the lemon, they would like, in Sons of Anarchy when they kick you out of the gang and like mark over your tattoos, they would do the Hasid version of that if you dared cut into the lemon.
Oh, that would have been awesome to watch though.
There's a show.
Yeah, they straighten your hair.
You don't get those awesome curlies.
Yeah.
The etrog is taken in hand and held or waved during specific portions of the holiday prayer. Special care is often given to selecting an etrog for the performance of Sukkot holiday rituals.
Isn't Sukkot the one where you make a woman sit outside when she's on her period?
Oh no, you just always are supposed to.
Oh,
do
really?
that. I don't even mean religiously. I just mean in general. Yeah.
Don't they have like a little house where you're supposed to go?
Well, yeah, women who are menstruating can't go into the gazebo, as far as I know.
It gets better if the delicate tip of the etrog breaks. You can't use it anymore. It's no longer kosher. That and like
crazy.
You have to like.
I gotta see this thing.
On your kitchen is like the coolest shit.
For real? They get flamethrowers?
You have to literally completely cleanse your kitchen, right, or your house entirely, or just your kitchen.
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, in
honestly.
order to kosher your kitchen, I'm pretty sure you have to like flamethrower it.
Can they use those Elon Musk flamethrowers from a couple years ago? The Boring Company
Just
flamethrower?
knowing what I know about like the whole like kosher thing, probably not, because like a lot of stuff that's kosher is stuff where it makes no sense for it to be kosher, like salt.
So yeah,
Like what is it?
this is what we're talking about.
Non-kosher salt. It's literally
This is the etrog.
That's one of the like sort of busy work for a rabbi.
Yeah, no, this is it. Flamethrowing rabbi goes viral for making kitchens kosher.
Hell yeah. That's fucking awesome. That's fucking cool as shit.
I'm scared of all music in case it's
friends.
It's pretty sick. I love when Goyim find Jewish content on TikTok and are completely confused.
I'm confused.
No, I'm not. I knew about this.
Yeah,
Yeah, but like, does it make sense to you?
Yeah, it does.
Why? Because we're not anti-Semitic.
Yeah, because we love the Jewish people.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I gotta say,
What are your hang-ups about this, huh?
You self-hating Jew.
I gotta say, it's one cool looking lemon, okay? I was expecting just a lemon that happened to be a different variety or something, and
What do you like? Why does the flamethrower need to go in the microwave? Like, what was happening in the microwave?
Well, because I'll give you this. The fire to me makes sense because it's such a primal cleansing thing. But when it's cleansing a microwave, it's like you're cleansing something, like make it cleanse. I guess even the oven, even though
That's a little silly.
Even that's stupid. But it's like, all right, I get the connection to the oven, but a microwave wasn't in anyone's mind when these laws were being made.
Yeah, and are you doing the inside of your refrigerator?
it's similar to a bergamot in terms of taste.
Yeah,
probably. I
Yeah,
assume
probably.
they have to. You have to fucking clean every.
They probably
crumb.
do this when it's new. It's like to
Yeah.
start it up.
Yeah. Ask Felix if the string around the entirety of Manhattan is. Why would he know? Yes, it is real, but also why would I ask him about
I'm
that?
from the Midwest. We didn't do
It's like, come on, you Jews all have like.
like
you all talk to one another.
Yeah, like you have to understand, sir. If you went up to my dad or my mom or just anyone in my family going back like 150 years and were like, you need to do the fire ritual to your kitchen and you can't go to work for like all of fall, they would be like, what the hell are you what are you talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, these Volvos aren't going to buy themselves. Take a fucking hike.
You guys here? Is everyone here?
Oh, hell
Cutie's
yeah.
late still.
Now
Okay,
we're
good.
talking. What's up, big dog?
All right. But yeah, here's some other tidbits. For example, a lot of the hospitals in New York stop at every floor on Saturdays because to follow Sabbath. Am I saying that right?
Shabbat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, you can't touch like any electronic device
the
unless
Shabbos goy.
you hire
That's
a Shabbos
my
goy.
favorite thing in the
Yeah.
fucking world.
Dude, it's mint. Like you
That's
get the
so awesome.
I know a
You-
guy
it's
who
the-
that was his job.
That's the easiest job.
I would have loved to be a Shabbos goy.
Yeah, it's the
And then
easiest
you know
fucking
what
job.
else I would love to do? Someone fucking's like, hey, put on like let's say it was a dickhead, right? Like, hey, put on fucking Looney Tunes for my kid. I put on fucking John Wick, and their kid fucking watches guys get shot in the head, and he can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Because he's not allowed to touch electronics.
It's just like I have like I think the whole hot seat thing is kind of cool because it's like, you know, when they did that tunnel,
that was awesome.
It's like, who else is doing community projects like that?
Awesome.
That was pretty cool.
It's also one thing I do also love about them is that was the coolest way to dress when they started.
Exactly.
So they were the flyest motherfuckers around.
I still think they are. The hat is so sick.
But it's like, they picked like
and it's the
hype beast
and
wear
it's the
basically
pussy
at the
getter
time.
hat.
What
the big furry one?
Yeah,
yes.
when you wear the furry one, it's like I got
That
pussy.
is cool. That is cool.
Yeah.
What if they have like a convention and they're like, okay, it's been like 200 years, we're updating
Yeah.
it. We all have to dress like Joe Budden now. We all have to wear like beige leather trench coats
The only
silk do-rag.
the only other group that is
cowboy hat.
It'd be funnier if they were like, no, we're stealing the black Israelite garb.
Oh,
Mortal
my
Kombat
God.
style.
Would be awesome.
New York would be in flames.
That would be
Yeah.
awesome.
That would be that would be like GTA.
Yeah.
The Hasids and the Black Israelites fighting over like the Hebrew dashiki thing.
That is an awesome look.
I love the Black Israelites. This whole
too.
visual aesthetic very much.
They're captivating speakers too.
Yeah, they make a lot of good points.
Yeah.
I always feel so bad when it's like some kid from like a Jewish high school or something who like is clearly on the debate team and is like, all right, I'm gonna settle it with these guys. And you're like, you devil bitch. She's just bursting into tears. And so
they have so much like charisma.
Yeah,
you're not gonna be able to fight that. So much presence.
Yeah, there's like.
All right, chat. With that,
if you're like a nerdy, like
I'm gonna raid out into Adrian Vixen on Twitch. There we go.
You need to be like an adult with some experiences.
Even then.
Reading into that's a good time to cut it short when they break out the black Hebrew Israelite discourse. It's so hard to. I don't even know how to explain. It's God damn. I really don't know how to explain it. As I'm thinking of, like, I should explain it. I should explain what a black Hebrew Israelite is, but I feel like I would just not do it justice. Not do the concept justice. Anyway, chat, thank you for hanging out with me. Much appreciation. Oh, God, I gotta do this more often. I'm trying to read out the patrons 2 times during every stream. Once at the beginning, once at the end. That's what I should do at least. My Patreon is really cool. If you join it at the base level, which is $3, you get access to all my videos before they get released to YouTube. With a it's unedited and uncensored, right? So you get all the F words. You'll get extra segments that I might have cut out. You get all that. At the $5 level, you get a fancy shout out. So shouts out go to Temporal Insanity, shouts out go to Funky Monkey, to Moe No Ape, to Just Julie, to Jules K, to JR, to Good for Gabby, new Fancy Weasel. Welcome to my Patreon, Good for Gabby. And fancy shouts out to Zerix and to Omega Star. Much appreciation to all my Patreons, to all of Throne Gang, to everybody who supports me in every single way. Even if all you can afford to throw me is a thumb, that's a thumb I appreciate. That's a thumb I appreciate. Thumb Gang, you are awesome, and you help me get the word out to more and more people. I'm gonna go to sleep now. I kind of want to play Metaphor Refantasio, but it's been too long of a stream, so we're going to be getting to that soon. Look for that. We're going to do we're going to do more gaming. Also, let me know if you got ideas of stuff you want me to cover, even if it's not political. Looking to branch out after the election. So join the Discord if you have not already, and I will see you all